Got it. Well, Doug, just some tragic news here. Just seconds ago, my producer came into my IFB and told me that the AP, the Associated Press, is reporting that two people are dead. Now, we are working to confirm this independently, but again, two people dead, according to the Associated Press. I'm at the intersection of Waterman Street and Thayer Street right now. This is a main stretch of Providence. You can see we just actually got some crime scene tape put up here, and you can see just the first responders that are present at the scene at the moment and just how large of a scene this is. We know multiple people are shot, and we're still working to get an update on the other victims' condition. But again, that Associated Press confirming two people are dead. We're working to confirm that independently, and we're working to get an update on the shooters as well, or shooter, however many there were. You could just see how large this investigation is, and just a true tragedy in Providence tonight. Uh, we've talked to students who were hiding under their desks as they were evacuated or preparing to be evacuated. They were hiding for hours. You can see the movement from first responders and police and firefighters at this scene. This is a Saturday night, and there's restaurants here. There's student life here. We're right next to the Sciences building, Sciences Library at Brown University. This is a stretch that would be filled with students and residents of Providence having a good time. But sadly, this tragedy has unfolded, and this is what we are seeing on this Saturday night, just a couple weeks before the holidays. Just a true tragedy. Again, the AP confirming two people are dead. We'll continue to stay out here and keep you updated at the scene. Again, this just got roped off, crime scene tape placed up just within the past couple minutes, but we'll be out here all night. Live in Providence, Mike Cerullo. I'm going to send it back to you.
Do we know who's going to that press conference?
Good morning.
Advise you guys, staging area, we're trying to get out any families, any
Yes.
concerns over the Hope High School.
Hope High School. I'll let
Yes.
my team know and get that on there.
And any questions, anything like that, that's where the staging area is gonna be, that we want the families to go to. And from there, we're gonna be bringing buses down and busing people over. Just
Thank
want
you.
them away from the area.
We're going to get that out
Anytime.
there.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's like some sort of like staging area, right?
What's the people coming? Who are? Can you turn the camera on?
Okay. FBI. That's NBC, I think.
Where?
That helicopter.
There's something happening over there.
Is that where? That's where John and Travis are.
Yeah. I should keep this like this.
I think that she just wants that fixed, right?
This will come back.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Nelson, 525 Hope Street, Nelson Hope Fitness Center. 524 Hope Street. Okay,
Sorry about that.
that's okay. Yes. Yes.
Can you come around this?
Reiterate. What is it? Sorry. Repeat. Got it. Well, Doug and Patrice, we're on Waterman Street at the moment. I was just told by a police officer over here that there is a staging area for families that's going to be at 524 Hope Street at the Nelson Hope Fitness Center. That is for families who believe they may be impacted by this and need to come down here. We're again on Waterman Street at the intersection of Thayer Street, and it's just been a large scene here all night. You can see there's a lot of movement behind me with the first responders who are out here. We see FBI, ATF, and several local responders as well. Again, the AP reporting at least 2 people dead. We know that multiple people are injured, according to the AP as well. And we did speak with a student earlier this afternoon, just about 30 minutes ago, who was hiding inside of a building adjacent to the engineering building at Brown University. He was in a lab for hours. Take a listen. Okay. again, a lot of confusion from some of the students who are part of this. We're on Waterman Street at the intersection of Thayer Street, right in downtown Providence. And this is an evolving scene. They just put up this crime scene tape, moved us back a little bit within the past 10 minutes or so. So things are changing quickly. We actually can see there's an emergency vehicle. Jocelyn, if you can turn the camera just behind us, it looks like an ambulance potentially. It just coming towards this way. We're seeing a lot of movement out here, and it just demonstrates that. So we're looking live. This is again down Waterman Street, the opposite side of what they have roped off by Thayer Street. And you can see that ambulance down there. It just moved closer to us as I was speaking. The AP confirmed 2 people killed. We're working to confirm that independently as well. And we also know that multiple people were hurt as part of this. Patrice and Doug, I'm going to send it back to you. Thank you, Courtney.
You're killing it.
Yes.
Are you texting Courtney?
Sort of. Not really.
I don't want to bother her, but I've got 25 minutes left on my battery, so I'm gonna have to switch it and then restart the bag. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I don't know if I should wait for the next live shot. Should I text her? I don't want to whenever is most convenient. I have 25 minutes. It will be quick. It's just going to be like 30 seconds of me putting the battery back on and restarting the bag.
Trust me.
Right there, the shooter was in? Right there?
I don't believe so.
Okay. I'm guessing it's further up the street.
They reversed that statement.
Yeah, he reversed it. It was the
engineering building, wasn't it?
That's what I was told. This is the sciences library. I don't think that's the engineering building. But let me. That's Barris and Holly right there.
What
This
was
is
it?
Barris.
Barris and Holly. It's Hope and like in between.
Oh.
So it's I'm gonna walk with them.
Do you guys know where the press conference is? I might.
witness to today's action to please contact the police as the investigation is ongoing and they may have critical information. At this time, I'd like to introduce the governor of the state of Rhode Island, who was quick to call and offer assistance and has been in touch with our law enforcement, had the state police respond quickly, and has been a great partner to the city of Providence on this sad day. Governor McKee.
Okay, Mayor. Yeah, so the unthinkable has happened. And I've been in touch, as the mayor said, to make sure that all the resources that we have, whether it's the EMA, our state police, Department of Health, which we've been in contact with as well, are responding in a way that is being helpful as possible. We've been in contact with the White House as well. Our office has been in contact with the White House. So we will bring all our resources to the table. I've been in touch with Governor Healy as well as other governors who have experienced the same tragedy. So our thoughts go out to those who have been impacted by this in any way, and we'll continue to provide the assistance to the authorities here in Providence, as well as statewide, and continue to make sure that we are doing everything we can to help the families that are, that are suffering right now.
Yeah. Now I'd like to introduce Chief Rodney Chapman from Brown PD.
My name is Rodney Chapman. I'm Vice President for Brown University, Vice President of Public Safety and Emergency Management, and I serve as Chief of Police as well. As mentioned, and we will mention this several times, this is a very fluid situation and dynamically evolving. Needless to say, my primary concern is the safety and security of this community, and we are encouraging, if anyone has information about the tragic events that unfolded this afternoon, to please contact us and provide that information. At this moment, I do want to say and share that my profound thanks and appreciation for all of the first responders who have come to assist us and all that are gathered right now and speaking to continue this investigation, to include all of the City of Providence resources, state resources, and the federal government in terms of the FBI and ATF.
Now, Commander Tim O'Hara from Providence Police.
Good evening, Tim O'Hara, Deputy Chief of Providence Police. So earlier this afternoon, when we received the call for an active shooter inside a building inside Brown University, our officers responded, and as they're trained to do, entered that building immediately and began searching for a suspect. They did a systematic search of the building. However, no suspect was located at that time. They were able to clear that building and provide a safe place for all of students and faculty and workers that were in that building to meet at. Preliminarily, all we have is a suspect that was a male dressed in black. It is unknown how he entered the building, but we do know that he exited the Hope Street side of that complex. We're utilizing every resource possible to find this suspect. The shelter in place is in order, and I urge people to take that very seriously. Please do not come to the area. There's an active police investigation going on, and there's a lot of police activity. We've got assistance so far from some surrounding communities, the state police, the Cranston Police, East Providence Police, as well as our federal partners and the FBI and the ATF. We're talking to witnesses at this time and delving into any video that's in the area, and the investigation is very active and ongoing. We'll be updating you, I'm sure, throughout the night. But as I said, right now there is no suspect that is under arrest. So please stay out of the area. Thank you.
We'll take questions at the end. We'll take questions at the end. We have a few more speakers, please. Next, Fire Chief Derek Silva.
Derek Silva, Fire Chief of the City of Providence. As mentioned previously, at 4:05 p.m., we were dispatched to the area of Waterman and Thayer for an active shooter incident, where our firefighters, known as a rescue task force, linked up with Providence Police with 2 operational locations at Waterman and Thayer and Waterman at Hope. Rescue Task Force is a firefighter that wears body armor and has ability to stop any shooting wounds and make sure that any victims are extricated quickly. With the assistance of police in neighboring cities and towns, 8 people were transported, as the mayor mentioned, critical but stable condition, and 2, unfortunately, were dead on arrival. We have a total of 10 victims, but as I caution everyone, this is a developing incident, and we are still actively searching the buildings along with Providence Police to make sure that everyone has gone home safe and that there are no one else that needs our assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. And then last, we'll hear from the Provost of Brown University, Frank Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Frank Doyle, Provost of Brown University. I want to reiterate, this is an evolving situation, as you've heard multiple times. Our first priority is the safety of our academic community, the campus community, and coordinating closely with law enforcement and medical services. In the meantime, we continue to direct our community to shelter in place in the greater vicinity of the campus. We are working immediately to determine who was in the building at the time of the shooting and any impacts in the shooting. We do know that there were final exams taking place in the building between 2 and 5 p.m. We can confirm that support services are on site. We have been and continue to be very grateful to law enforcement and emergency medical personnel. We have relocated students to get support services at a secure location and will be providing more details. We continue to remain extremely grateful to local law enforcement for their ongoing support. We're committed to keeping our community informed, supporting our students and families, as well as the affected faculty and staff. Thank you.
So before we take questions, I just want to implore the greater Providence community. We are a week and a half away from Christmas, and 2 people died today and another 8 are in the hospital. So please pray for those families. Understand that this is not something our community has gone through together, but I also know this community, and I know that its best moments are when we come together to support one another. It's going to be a difficult rest of the day, difficult weeks and months ahead as this community heals. And each and every one of us can play a small role in that, in supporting one's neighbor and offering that support and their prayers for everyone involved. At this point, we'll be happy to take questions as we know them.
What can you tell us about the victims, including whether they were all Brown University students?
We cannot disclose any details about the victims at this time, whether they were students or not, or any other details. We will make those details available when they become available. We expect to be providing regular updates throughout the evening and in the days to come, and this is too early to be able to provide those details.
Was there any advance warning that something like this might be happening?
The first we learned about today was the 911 call that came in, but we had no other, I don't think, we had no other notice or threat indicators or anything like that. Please, Kate.
Mayor, do you know exactly when Brown University did put out that someone was in custody? How long was that misinformation out for, and how was that determination made and then retracted?
There was an individual who was preliminarily thought to be involved and was later determined to have no involvement. And that's why we can confirm that at this time there is nobody in custody. The length of that investigation or interrogation of that individual, I don't know.
There is a weapon been recovered?
Commander?
No weapons have been recovered.
You know what weapon was used?
We just know that it was a firearm. What type of firearm, we're unaware of.
There are Brown University police armed.
Yes, we are.
Commander, do you need a pass to get into that building, or could someone just get in off the street?
I'm unaware of how the security of that building works.
Most of our buildings after hours are card swiped, but since there was a final exam, there was probably a lot of traffic in and out of that.
And where did it happen in the building? Did this take place inside where the exam was going on?
We're still verifying everything. So we look at everything right now as all part of the crime scene.
Well, were
So
the victims found like in a hallway, or were they in a classroom?
we're unable to share that at this time.
Commander, can you say if there have been any confirmed shots fired since the 405 shots?
There was a call that came over for shots fired in the area of Governor Street, but that was unconfirmed and unfounded.
So as far as we know, the gunman has not been seen since around the 4 o'clock hour.
That's correct. The last time that we know that he's been seen was when somebody saw him leaving the building on the Hope Street side of the building.
And is he around college age, or do you have any
I don't have any more information about his description.
Commander, could you repeat how the individual exited the building?
He exited the doors at the Hope Street side of the building.
Do police have any video footage of the suspect at this point?
We're working on that right now. We're working along with FBI on tracking down video from that area.
What resources are being used other than video at this point to try to locate the suspect?
Forensic evidence, we're using witness evidence, and we're looking for video mostly right now because we'd like to get an image out as quickly as we can of the suspect.
Now, it has been about close to 3 hours now, but you in contact with other law enforcement, now we're talking and a large perimeter at this juncture. Who else is involved in this now?
As I said earlier, state police are involved, ATF, the FBI, Providence Police Detectives, and all the other squads that we have available to us at the Patrol Bureau, and then our specialty intelligence units and our real-time crime center will be involved as well.
Any multi-state alerts?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Has everyone vacated that building at this point?
No, not everybody. There's still a police presence in that building. That's the crime scene. We're going to be in that building for quite some time.
But the students and faculty, bystanders?
Yes, everybody that was in that building at the time has been moved.
Commander, so it's 2 deceased and 8 that are in basic critical condition at the hospital?
They're in stable condition at the hospital, Rhode Island Hospital right now.
Are they able to provide any details? Or?
That's what we're working on right now, John.
In terms of when that suspect was last seen leaving the building on Oak Street, is that an eyewitness account? Did police see him leave? Was there any interaction with police with that suspect?
No interaction with that suspect with police. That was from eyewitness account.
Chief Dedicated from Channel 10, I just wanted to know if there's any kind of description you can provide to anybody here right now. I know it's kind of hard, but we don't know what we're looking for. So there's a lot of people on edge. Is there anything that you can give us?
All I can give you is a male, all dressed in black at this time. We're hoping to get something very soon. An image would be the best thing for us to get out there to you guys and everybody else. So
Do you have an image of him?
that I can't confirm.
Do you have an image of him?
I do not have an image of him.
Did he left on foot or did he get into a vehicle?
He left on foot.
Did he go down Oak Street?
He exited the building on Hope Street. Where we went from there, we're unsure.
How do you find a suspect in a city campus? Makes it very, very challenging.
We have all available resources, and as the governor mentioned, he's in touch with governors in other areas as well. This will be an ongoing investigation. Obviously, FBI, ATF, Providence Police, Brown Police are all actively investigating this as we speak, and we will provide updates as they become available. We expect to provide regular updates throughout the evening and in the days to come. We will share information as we have it with all of you. We knew that this update was preliminary, but we also know that there's a lot of fear and anxiety and concern in our community, and so it was important to get out the details that we do have at this time. At this point, you know all the information that can be shared, and we will keep the community and members of the press corps updated as we go throughout the evening.
Has there ever been a shooting at Brown University before?
To my knowledge.
Commander, has Chief Perez been briefed on the incident?
Absolutely.
Where is he?
The chief is on his way here and will be at our later press availabilities.
What
Mayor,
kind of
for
presence?
residents of who are living, obviously, in this area that are concerned, they're instructed to shelter in place. If they see something that they feel is suspicious, what is the best way for them to reach out? Can they send pictures? Can they reach out? Obviously, you can call police.
They should call the police. That is the best way. Social media or other forms of communication are not the appropriate venue. You should call 911 if you believe you have information that may help us with this investigation. Particularly if you were a student on campus or an adult on campus that was near the area that you think you have something to contribute, please call the police to help us with our investigation.
Mayor, is there any thought about shutting businesses down, like on Thayer Street or anything like that? I know they did that in Maine after this.
At this point, we're not mandating that businesses shut, but we are asking everyone to shelter in place. And so we would hope that everyone would stay indoors until they hear otherwise from official City of Providence channels. In this day and age, we know there will be misinformation available online. And so please, when it comes to official updates with regard to the shelter in place and other updates, go to the City of Providence's Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, any of our social media channels. It is clearly marked as the official City of Providence page. so that you know you're getting the accurate and official update.
Mayor,
What's
does
in place
the chief have a-
extends to
does the
what
chief
area?
have a
Yeah,
state?
The shelter in place is defined as the broader Brown community, Brown neighborhood. Everyone knows if they live near Brown, and certainly if you're on campus. Because we don't have additional information to share at this time about the location of a shooter, we cannot more specifically define it than that. This is a scary time, I know. As many folks know, I live proximate to the campus, and I'm hearing from friends and neighbors. We're encouraging people to stay inside until there are additional updates.
Can we ask program?
Sure.
What is the policy at Brown University regarding firearms? Could a student legally have a firearm in the dorm?
No,
They cannot?
they cannot.
Okay.
Mayor, I'm just asking,
Yes.
is the chief coming in, was he out of state?
I don't know. He's in transit, and he's expected to be here within an hour or two, and so he will be with us at future updates this evening.
What time did police arrive at the scene after the first?
Hold on, Pat. We're going to take Nisha's question first, and Chief, this might be for you, please.
What was that?
What time did police arrive at the scene after the first 911 call?
The exact time, I don't know, but it's, the Barris and Holly is 184 Hope Street, and it's a very short drive from us, so I would say minutes.
And
within
how about for Providence Police? When were they contacted?
Whenever we were called, we responded immediately and immediately entered that building looking for the shooter.
We'll provide a timeline later in the evening.
How often do the various law enforcement agencies prepare for situations like this? Do they do active shooter simulations, trainings, establishing perimeters? Talk a little bit about that training that goes into this multi-agency response.
Certainly.
Go ahead.
Yes, certainly welcome you to as well. We just did a few months ago a joint training, Brown PD and Providence PD and Providence Fire and Rescue Task Force. There's something we certainly plan for, practice for, rehearse, but never want to see it come to fruition like it did today. But it is something that we definitely prepare for multiple times throughout the year. And as mentioned, we just had a joint training several months ago.
Colonel?
And Kate, I would just add, I'm sorry, John, one second. I would just add, Kate, that the City of Providence conducted an active shooter drill, a live drill at a closed school about 18 months ago with not just police, but fire, EMS, emergency management, and the other various departments and city government that are responding. This is a sad state of our country right now where you have to plan for these things. And hopefully the community takes some comfort to know that their Providence leadership has planned for this occurrence, including very recently.
Colonel, you said that there was final exams going on in the building. Where is the campus? Are there still most students on campus? Have some already taken their exams and gone home?
It's a little bit of both. Some students have gone home, but there, as the provost said, there's still some activity going on. Provost?
We're still in the finals period. So students who didn't have exams have left, but we're still.
Final exam for what class?
We're not prepared to release that information right now. There were multiple exams in the building.
Pat,
were you there?
hold on, Pat.
I'm sorry, address this to the Colonel.
Sure.
Does the Brown University receive threatening chatter at any time? And in what manner does Brown University Police monitor that, or is that turned over to Providence Police right away?
There's a strong partnership and collaboration between Brown University and Providence PD. Any information like that we will share, and we also share it with the Fusion Center as well. As mentioned, we have no verified information, warning, or anything related to today's events.
Dan, hold on a second, John. Dan,
Mayor, you live right next to the building, correct? Were you home at the time?
I was home at the time.
Did anyone come to you to do shelter in place? Can you just give what happened when you found out?
Yeah, I was at home watching the PC game and saw lights and sirens go by my house, and at which time Commander O'Hara called me with a very preliminary update, and then have been in touch, and obviously, as you point out, about a block away, very proximate through the rest of the evening. I'm sorry, John, then Dan.
If someone right now feels they may have video that's useful, someone running by their house, someone acting suspicious, who do you want them to contact?
I want them to contact the police department. Call us up. We'll send a detective out there right away and see what kind of evidence they may have for us.
Should people check ring cameras, businesses?
Yes,
Someone
they
may have
should.
video.
If they have a ring camera in the area of the shooting, they should be reviewing that right now and see if there's anything that looks suspicious. We'll follow
To
up.
follow up on that question, with all of, with that area and all of the cameras in that area, you have to have something.
I don't have anything yet, Dan.
Are you looking through it though?
Absolutely.
Okay, and the conditions of the victims, a source at the hospital says that there could be more casualties. Can you just gently tell us what conditions?
We can't speak any further about the condition. They are in critical but stable condition. And we will provide additional updates as they become available. As we have mentioned multiple times, and I will mention again, because it's very important that we be honest and transparent with all of you and with parents and loved ones who are concerned about, they've got students who are away at school or they have someone who works at Brown. We're not done yet. And so while we have no other victims at this time that we're aware of, it is possible. And so it's very important that we say that this is preliminary information, that we know that there is a minimum of 8 victims in the hospital at this time, but it is all subject to change. And when those changes or if those changes occur, we will be sure to share them with you.
Commander, one more question. Are you confident it's just one individual you're looking for?
That's the information we have now.
Did you want to give the phone number? People can call?
272-1111 or 272-3121.
As I mentioned, we expect to be providing additional updates throughout the evening. If you're not on our press list, please see Josh, raise your hand. Please see Josh to make sure you get on the press list. That's where we will notify folks about additional availabilities throughout the evening. As we have more information, we will share it. Thank you very much.
Will there be more press conferences there here?
We expect there will be, yes.
Yeah, so we'll be in touch with everyone and everyone. Right. You just call me when you upstairs, if I hear something, I'll share it. Just continue to be.
Josh, I can't adjust. My IFB is being super weird.
They're talking about live team coverage.
My IFB is like super garbled. My picks.
after the shooting at Brown, and they'll provide all capabilities necessary. Please pray for all those involved. We will update with more information as we are able. It started out about 2 hours ago. We got word of a potential active shooter situation at Brown University. Not too long after that, we heard the potential that there were multiple casualties. It was unconfirmed at the time. Not too long after that, we heard the potential of there being a second scene where another potential shooting had taken place. Officials, thankfully, were later able to sniff that out and determined that it was unfounded that there was a second shooting scene. So the initial scene continues to be the primary focus with this event. Eventually, we got word that there were, in fact, people injured with gunshot wounds, Brown University saying such, but they couldn't say what condition they were in or how many people were impacted. And then just moments ago at that press conference, they confirmed that at least 2 people have been killed, 8 more critically injured. But the injuries are stable, they say. So 10 total casualties. They also said that this is a fluid situation and additional casualties may be possible. They are uncertain. Vice President saying terrible news out of Rhode Island this evening. We're all monitoring the situation and the FBI stands ready to do anything to help. We're all thinking of and praying for the victims tonight. I'm curious if we can hear anything on this camera. Let's pull up the audio.
A lot of them are walking around, just with questions. I haven't seen any students, obviously, because they were ordered to shelter in place. Some neighbors and just other adults walking around, kind of just checking things out to see if we know anything, which obviously the information is being updated by the second, it seems like. So not a lot to update here right now, just still waiting. It's been a little quiet with police activity in the last few minutes. When we first got on scene around 6 o'clock, 6:10, there were cops running in every direction. The FBI, SWAT team, local police departments, just the list goes on and on. There was one shooting, I think it was parallel to us, that had multiple fire departments on scene. So it is all hands on deck. I don't know if I've seen this level of emergency officials on a scene in place.
So, we work with live cameras and all of the video journalists from all of the local media outlets are tracking this story and presumably the national media on their
It's gonna be right over us.
It's right there.
I know they're probably pointing at this. Hang on, we're getting moved. Are we gonna be able to? Towards the amp? They want us to go to the amp. I guess there's a concert going on still. Wait. Courtney's gonna hit us first. I'll call.
Yeah.
Because we're in a good spot.
No, I know.
Thayer Angel. Okay.
I need you to stay back there. Because when you come too close, you get on.
I'm gonna step out to one of the sides. Yep. Well, Patrice, I'm right now at the intersection of Thayer Street behind me and Angel Street. This is a main drag of Providence. I'll show you what's going on. You can still see we have a pretty active scene in this area at the moment, and in the distance you can see the Sciences Library for Brown University. This is a main drag of Providence, and there are restaurants on both sides of the streets. On a Saturday night, you would normally see students, you'd see Providence residents, you'd see people out and about, but at this time, we're mostly seeing first responders. Now, over the past hour or so, they've moved us around into this general area as they've roped off this crime scene. Obviously, this search continues at this moment, but we've seen several officers, some armored, some with long guns, and some with shields, we're told. Now, I spoke to some of the students who were in some of the adjacent buildings to that engineering building as they were evacuated. One of those students told me he hid under a desk for nearly 2 hours before police came in and they cleared the room. They searched him before he was able to evacuate and he was able to get out of the building. But even then, he was trying to find a safe place to go afterwards inside. But you can just see this scene here. It's still very active, and we expect it to continue to be active as this manhunt for a suspect, the person who may have done this or the people who may have done this, continues. You know, Patrice, the student I spoke who was in that adjacent building, he didn't hear any of the shots. I did speak to one person a couple hours ago, and he said that he had believed he had seen police chasing someone further down Thayer Street. This was a couple hours ago. He was trying to piece it all together. He was obviously taking in as the first responders were arriving at the moment. But nobody that I've talked to has actually said they heard the gunshots at this time. Okay, let me call them and see what they want.
So while we await any more updates from officials, let's rewind. For anybody who may just be joining us, an extensive press conference was held moments ago where
at Rhode Island Hospital. Additionally, we do not have a shooter in custody at this time. There's a shelter in place in effect for the greater Brown University area. If you live on or near Brown's campus, we are encouraging you to stay home and stay inside. If you're not home at this time, we would encourage you not to return to your homes until the shelter in place has been lifted. We will make regular updates through all City of Providence official social media channels. That's where you can find out more information about the shelter in place, if it changes, when it's lifted. I want to commend the heroic work of the Providence Police Department, the Brown Police Department, Providence Fire Department, and the many agencies who provided mutual aid today. Brown Police responded first and then were quickly assisted by Providence Police, who fearlessly and courageously entered and worked through the building, and we'll hear from them in a minute. Providence Fire responded quickly as well and transported several of the victims. The fire department was assisted with mutual aid from across the state of Rhode Island. And as I think we know our community to be, our neighbors have really stepped up in a big way today. And we're very grateful for everyone who has offered assistance and who will continue to offer assistance. The fire department was aided by departments in Warwick, Barrington, Bristol, Brown, EMS, Pawtucket, Cranston, Coventry, Smithfield, East Greenwich, North Kingstown, Woonsocket, Professional Ambulance Company, Scituate, and Cumberland. Providence Police and Brown Police were aided by East Providence, Cranston, Cumberland, the State Police, the FBI, and the ATF. Brown, Providence, and the FBI are currently in close coordination as they seek to find the shooter or shooters. The shooting took place at the Barris and Holly building, which is a Brown University engineering and physics building. The building contains both classrooms and lab space. We'll hear from the provost in a minute with some additional updates from Brown. There will be a family reunification center that Brown will be setting up effective at 7 o'clock. Please stay tuned for updates on where that will be. We are encouraging anyone who was a witness to today's action to please contact the police as the investigation is ongoing and they may have critical information. At this time, I'd like to introduce the governor of the state of Rhode Island, who was quick to call and offer assistance and has been in touch with our law enforcement, had the state police respond quickly, and has been a great partner to the city of Providence on this sad day. Governor McKee.
Amen. Yeah, so the unthinkable has happened. And I've been in touch, as the mayor said, to make sure that all the resources that we have, whether it's the EMA, our state police, Department of Health, which we've been in contact with as well, are responding in a way that is being helpful as possible. We've been in contact with the White House as well. Our office has been in contact with the White House. So we will bring all our resources to the table. I've been in touch with Governor Healy as well as other governors who have experienced the same tragedy. So our thoughts go out to those who have been impacted by this in any way, and we'll continue to provide the assistance to the authorities here in Providence, as well as statewide, and continue to make sure that we are doing everything we can to help the families that are, that are suffering right now.
Thank you, Governor. Now I'd like to introduce Chief Rodney Chapman from Brown PD.
My name is Rodney Chapman. I'm Vice President for Brown University, Vice President of Public Safety and Emergency Management, and I serve as Chief of Police as well. As mentioned, we will mention this several times, this is a very fluid situation and dynamically evolving. Needless to say, my primary concern is the safety and security of this community. And we are encouraging, if anyone has information about the tragic events that unfolded this afternoon, to please contact us and provide that information. At this moment, I do want to say and share that my profound thanks and appreciation for all of the first responders who have come to assist us and all that are gathered right now speaking to continue this investigation, to include all of the City of Providence resources, state resources, and the federal government in terms of the FBI and ATF. Sir.
Now, Commander Tim O'Hara from Providence Police.
Good evening, Tim O'Hara, Deputy Chief of Providence Police. So earlier this afternoon, when we received the call for an active shooter inside a building inside Brown University, our officers responded, and as they're trained to do, entered that building immediately and began searching for a suspect. They did a systematic search of the building. However, no suspect was located at that time. They were able to clear that building and provide a safe place for all of students and faculty and workers that were in that building to meet at. Preliminarily, all we have is a suspect that was a male dressed in black. It is unknown how he entered the building, but we do know that he exited the Hope Street side of that complex. We're utilizing every resource possible to find this suspect. The shelter in place is in order, and I urge people to take that very seriously. Please do not come to the area. There's an active police investigation going on, and there's a lot of police activity. We've got assistance so far from some surrounding communities, the state police, the Cranston Police, East Providence Police, as well as our federal partners.
As you can see right now here on Waterman Street, officers are kind of grouped together right now here, as these are the same officers that were flashing those lights through windows here at these buildings right now. And let's send it back to you guys. Again, an active scene right here.
John, yes, definitely a very active scene. And if you live in that area, again, we want to reiterate, do not go outside right now. Stay in your house if you can, all over the Providence area at this point, because this is a very active search.
Yes, students have been told to silence their phones, to shelter in place. So it is a very active scene. And this must be a very troubling time for family members too, who are watching all this unfold, and maybe they can't get in touch with their students, their children, because they've silenced their phones. But there is a family staging area that people can go to. And Leanna Falk is standing by live there now. Leanna?
Yeah, Patrice, Emily, we're starting to see some of those reunions happen here in real time. And less than 5 minutes ago, I can say, before coming on air, a woman walks up to me and she asks, "Is this the Family Reunification Center?" I obviously say, "Yes, this is." Through tears, she tells me, "My daughter is inside of there." You can just see the fear on her face. It's a moment that I can hardly put into words. I could hardly get any questions even to ask her, because she obviously ran inside to have that moment with her daughter. And I think that just goes to show how fearful and how scared this moment is for the entire Brown University community. Now, again, we're here at the Nelson Fitness Center. This is on Hope Street. We're about a quarter of a mile away from the Brown University School of Engineering, where those gunshots initially came through. Now, here we're seeing a lot of nonprofits have arrived to drop off resources for families. Providence Fire is here. We spoke with the Providence Fire chaplain, who said that he wasn't sure if there were any students inside yet, but just from that moment and that interaction I had with that mom, it's been confirmed there's at least one student inside, and thankfully she is safe and now reunited with her mom. And just being here, even just being here on Hope Street, we've seen several tactical units, officers arriving here with tactical gear. It's a surreal moment just to see the amount of people that have arrived. First responders holding guns, large firing, high capacity weapons, just obviously here because everyone is on edge with this suspect still on the loose. Emily.
Yeah, and Leanna, it's probably tough to parse out, especially if you're looking through glass there, you know, who's a family member, who's there providing assistance. But do you have any idea of how many family members have come to the reunification center, at least since you've got there?
We've only seen one. People have been kind of passing by as they've been walking through the area, just trying to get as far away from the scene as possible. Most of them look just like onlookers, essentially community members who might have been out grabbing dinner, or maybe school students who were here just kind of studying or taking an exam, and then all of this happened. So we've only seen so far just one family, at least one mom, I should say, that's arrived here to reunite with her loved one. But besides that, it hasn't been a very busy scene here, at least for what I've seen here from the Nelson Fitness Center.
Yeah, Leanna, thank you so much for your time. And you know, as a mother, I'm sure you know,
Totally.
it's so scary. And they're telling parents, you know, don't come down here. They have the reunification center, but if you live anywhere close to Brown University, be it Connecticut, Massachusetts, no matter how far, you are probably in a car right now hightailing it to that place.
Yes.
Because this has become a national story, and the Brown University students come from all over the country. So
Yeah, all over the world.
Yeah.
You know, we have a lot of international students here as well. And we do know, if you're just joining us, that 2 people are dead after a mass shooting at Brown University. 8 are in the hospital at Rhode Island Hospital in critical but stable condition. We know that 1 person was shot in the back, 1 in the shoulder, but no other information is available at this time. Now, Donald Trump, the president, was tweeting about this earlier, and we just got sound from the president of the United States.
I've been fully briefed on the Brown University situation, what a terrible thing it is. And all we can do right now is pray for the victims and for those that were very badly hurt, it looks like. And we'll inform you later as to what's happening, but it's a shame. It's a shame. Just pray. Thank you very much.
Okay, that was the president of the United States. And we just got some brand new video that we want to share with you. It's of police inside the building. Now, we went to John Perrick a little while ago, and he was telling us that he was at the corner of Waterman and Hope Street. This is Waterman and Hope Street, very close to the Brown University campus. They're inside a building there. You see them, they have guns drawn. They just went into one of the classrooms, maybe. Looks like a classroom building, and they have their guns drawn. They are going through the area.
This looks like they, I mean, you want to hope that they're onto something at this point. If you have what looked like at least 24 members of law enforcement there in tactical gears with guns drawn, zoning in on that building, we hope, because they've received some type of tip. Again, this was just filmed by our photographer, Travis and John, who were on the scene right there at the corner of Hope and Waterman Streets, very close to Thayer Street, which is very close to where the shooting unfolded at the Holly Engineering Building. So if that's the case, the shooter did not go far. I believe Dan Janik joins us now. He has some new information from the scene. Dan, what can you tell us?
Yeah, we're coming to you from the Brook Street Fire Station in Providence. And in just a minute, we're going to show you some new video that you haven't seen yet that was obtained by our photographer, Bray, who's behind this camera, and my colleague, Aaron Coogan, who I'll bring in just a second. When that video is ready to go, guys, let me know. But it really gives you an inside look at how these officers were going through the hallways that you and Patrice were just talking about. I want to bring you right up to speed as to where we stand as of 7:15. It is 7:45 on a Saturday night, and right now there's an active search for a gunman, believed to be a man dressed in all black. That's the only thing they can tell us. What we do know is that he opened fire at around 4 o'clock tonight and shot 10 people. 2 lives were lost. 2 lives, 2 people. We don't know if they were students. We know the others are in the ER, nurses and doctors working frantically to keep them alive right now. We don't know any motive. Let me tell you what else we know from my police sources. They are going through videotape of that area. As you know, that's a busy area. The campus has cameras, the businesses have cameras, the houses have cameras. They've got to have that suspect on camera, and they got to figure out which direction he went in. The colonel, when I asked him, or the chief, when I asked him, said that he's going through the video right now. That's going to be a key to this investigation. Also, the other thing they're going to go through, Patrice and Emily, is they're going to go through social media accounts. Sometimes, you know, there's a hint that maybe something was wrong, or they're going to go through any hate speech against Brown University online right now. And that's why my investigators are saying, while police are out here actively searching for the suspect back at headquarters, there's a big effort going through videotape and social media to try to get this suspect in. Now, as you can imagine, families from across the world and from across the country, they're ready for their kids to come home. I think, Emily, you talked about this Christmas tree here at the fire station. Of course, it's something the firefighters put up, right? Just think about it, because I know my kids, too. When I had kids at school, when they have their finals, you think, the finals, right? They have their finals, and then they're going to come home, and we're going to hug, and we're going to eat, and we're going to share stories. They were in their second day of finals, so this wasn't a quiet night on the east side of Brown University. These finals go all day and go all night. So it was active. It was busy. So again, the search for the suspect is active. John showed you some video. I'm just going to ask our producer, Courtney Cole-Luca, if we have that video that we fed back. Have we turned that around yet? Okay, we'll come back in a couple of minutes with that new video, and I'll bring Erin Coogan in, because she was there with the photographer, Bray. They don't have the video yet, but we're going to bring it to you. I think it's the stuff you haven't seen yet on our live coverage. Patrice, Emily, I'll see you in a little bit.
Okay, a very active situation still in the city of Providence, and we want to go back to this video that was sent in a little while ago. This is off campus or around the campus of Brown University. We can see that these guys are in tactical gear. They're entering some of what look like to be classrooms there. Again, this is still a very active situation because the suspect is still on the loose. NBC 10's Brian Crandall is standing by live here in the studio with the very latest. Brian?
Well, Patrice, Emily, just going off, kind of what Dan had said there about the information. We're now almost 4 hours into this incident that happened starting on Thayer Street and the engineering building at Brown University. And police have not put out an image of the suspect. They said that was something that they wanted to work on. At this point, the only information they had is that he went into the building and then left on foot from Hope Street. There was no interaction between police and the shooter. We've talked about this before. A lot of times, sometimes these active shooter situations end quickly where there's a confrontation with police. That is not what happened here. So let's go to that press conference that Dan was at and talked about. This is Providence Police's deputy chief and the very little information they had and are looking for on that shooter.
All I can give you is a male, all dressed in black at this time. We're hoping to get something very soon. An image would be the best thing for us to get out there to you guys and everybody else.
And as Dan was talking about, that is what they're working on now. Remember, in active situations like this before, if you go back now a dozen years to the Boston Marathon bombing, that was one of the big keys, was to get an image of the suspects out to the public, and that's what really turned the investigation. And as we've talked about, this is, police have not really said if they've cornered the suspect or how big of an area they're looking at. So the situation is very fluid. Again, we're talking about an urban area, but that has homes on the east side. You've got a college campus, you've got a busy shopping area. And we saw that video. So does that mean that police have honed in on an area? We're not sure. They haven't given that information. So again, that's the big thing right now. Police have told people in the area, if they're at their home, stay in place, shelter in place. If you're not there, stay away, because this is an active situation. And of course, that's the big thing right now that we're trying to figure out where that shooter is. But again, going back to the victims, 2 people are dead, 8 people in the hospital in critical but stable condition. And this is a situation that we really haven't seen in Rhode Island for sure. In about the 25 years of mass shootings in this country, this is the first in Rhode Island. And as Governor Dan McKee said, the unthinkable has happened. This is what officials have been trying to prevent for years. They work on mass shooter drills. Rhode Island has passed tough laws on guns, first on high-capacity magazines, and just this year, an assault weapons ban. Police said they didn't know what kind of gun the gunman used other than it was a firearm. So we'll be keeping an eye on the search for that suspect. Patrice, Emily?
Brian, thanks. Yeah, still a lot of details that we're working to get for you at this point. We're getting another bird's eye view of the scene near the Brown University campus. And I know that video we just showed you just a short while ago, shot by John Perrick and Travis Jones down at the scene. They were at the corner of Waterman and Hope Streets. They were showing some video of officers in a building. And right now it looks like a chopper's got another video of officers inside a campus building right now. And it kind of, you know, as a viewer just watching this, you're optimistic that maybe they've got credible information. Maybe there's a reason that in that video we just showed you previously about 2 or 3 minutes ago, there's a reason why more than 24 officers are in there in tactical gear with guns drawn. That is the hope as the evening goes on and on, because not only is there a tragedy in the 2 dead and 8 in critical condition after the shooting, but there's also the fear now of a gunman on the loose in Providence right now.
Yeah, and as far as we know, there was no warning about this on social media that we know of so far, but we talked to our legal and our police expert earlier, and he told us that they are combing through all kinds of social media now to see if there was any indication, was there any threat, was there any warning that this was going to happen. But the police cannot do this alone. They need your help. And so they are asking any witnesses who saw anything or may have recognized the person to give them a call. The number to call is 401-272-1111. That's the Providence Police number. As you can see, it is still a very active scene as we look out over that area.
NBC 10's Dan Janig is also on the scene. He was at the press conference about 30 minutes ago, and he's got some new video to show us now. Dan?
Yeah, you know, Emily, before we get to that video, I just want to let you know it has been 4 hours since this incident happened, and we don't have a suspect in custody. They are going through surveillance video, as we said. But remember, there was some conflicting reports earlier. They thought they had somebody in custody, which kind of had a sigh of relief. And then all of a sudden, no, we don't. It's not the person we think it is. So, you know, I'm not saying that they put the brakes on this investigation for a little bit, but the foot hovered the brake. And I think now we have a suspect dressed in black who could have changed. He may live here on the east side. So with each passing hour, we hope that we're not losing our grasp on it. But I want to get to some exclusive video you haven't seen anywhere else but NBC 10 News. And this is the actual scene as they walk through a building. Officers with bulletproof vests on, with helmets on, and with guns drawn. It was taken by one of our ace photographers, Bray, and he was with my colleague, Aaron Coogan, who is also here with me at the scene. And Aaron, I want to bring you in. As viewers are watching this video, you were actually there to just kind of describe it, because this is what's happening in every building at Brown right around this area now.
Well, the building was the Prince Engineering Lab, which is in Barristan Holly, where we now know is the only location where shots were fired.
Right.
So we were walking here for the press conference. It was 6:21. 30 minutes before that, we thought a shooter was in custody.
Right.
10 minutes prior to when we walked the building and saw all the guns drawn, that was the first time we noticed, okay, there's still an active shooter on the loose. So we were walking towards the fire station and we see a dozen officers in what you were talking about.
And you're seeing it through the glass, and they're looking very meticulously with their rifles drawn, and that it kind of gives you an idea of just how serious it is here.
Up a stairwell, around a corner to the doorway, and then they saw us and shoot us as fast as they could. They said, get out of the area.
Shoot us, meaning get out of here, Aaron.
Yes, yes, get out of here, get far away, because there's an active shooter on the loose.
And that cannot be, this is the hard thing about this story that's unfolding right now. We are mourning the loss of 2 students, but we are not able to let our guard down yet. I keep on comparing it to Lewiston, Maine, because when you think about a lot of these mass shootings, the suspect is either A, shot on the scene, or captured on the scene. It's been 4 hours. We have nobody in custody. So there's concern. Now I want to show you, I just pulled up to the press conference and I was pulling up to the yellow tape, and all of a sudden 3 police cars come around me and they were like, oh, Dan from Channel 10, whatever. So don't be walking around this neighborhood, okay? Because they're going to stop you. This is an active search, you know? Put the dog out in the backyard for a little bit. Don't be walking up and down the streets here, because they are actively looking for anybody who may be the shooter. Again, on the campus of Brown University, people and loved ones who've lost the 2 people, they can't even go to the university right now and mourn them. You know, usually there's like a wall of flowers. You can't do that, It's too soon.
Well, the shelter in place is going to be in place indefinitely. And I mean, that could be hours, as you mentioned, but that could be into tomorrow morning for all we know. We had students as recently as half an hour ago still in Barris and Holly.
Right. And the reason why we're here, guys, this is the Brook Street Fire Station. This is where the news conference was. Now, we don't have a scheduled news conference, and when we do, we're going to bring it to you. The mayor talked to me after, and he says, if we get any developments, we'll come back here. No developments yet. No suspect in custody. I'm just saying, with every growing hour, while they're looking through tape, and while they're talking to witnesses who may have seen things, you have to wonder, are we still hot on the trail of this suspect? Again, outside the fire station, there is police tape, there's police cars, a little bit more relaxed in this area compared to my colleague, John Perrick, Mike Cerullo, and Leona Falk. But again, it is an active search. So, this isn't the night to walk down to Thayer Street and get a cold one and pizza. This is the night to kind of stay in. So Patrice and Emily, I'm going to work my phones with some sources, and I'll be back with some new information when I talk to you next.
Yes, and we really want to emphasize that this is still an ongoing situation. The person who shot 10 people at Brown University in the engineering building is still at large, and people are still being told to shelter in place. It's not just an East Side concern either, because this gunman is on the loose, could be nearby. We see them searching nearby buildings, but this person could be far away at this point. We don't really know. We did just get a letter from the president of Brown University, Christina Paxson, and she says, this is a day that we had hoped would never come to our community. It is deeply devastating for all of us. We are grateful for law enforcement for their immediate response and their ongoing work to ensure the safety of our community. Please continue to take all steps to be safe. Again, people are being told to still stay in their homes, to silence their phones and not go out on the street.
Yeah, that she wrote to that in her letter. She says we continue to be in lockdown, and it is imperative that all members of the community, not just students, remain sheltered in place. That means keeping all doors locked and ensuring no movement across campus. One of the things that was also just brought to our attention recently is tonight in Providence, there's a concert going on at the AMP. We sent one of our crews there to go find out what it's like down there, if people are leaving because of this, if there are any special precautions in place because of this. That concert going on at this hour. So, and again, we want to reiterate, it is just less than 2 weeks until Christmas. People are out in the city. People are shopping. People have holiday parties, restaurants, dinner reservations. And this is an active situation. There is a male suspect who fled a building about 3 hours ago after shooting at 10 people, killing 2 of them, armed, on foot. Law enforcement are trying desperately to track him down. So again, if you are in the Providence area, as we just mentioned, stay where you are, stay in place. Do not go outside tonight. Heed these warnings. I know it gets hard too as it goes on and we still don't have a suspect in custody. Sometimes people get a little tired or the urgency tends to go by the wayside. But at this almost 8 o'clock hour. It is a very active scene right now on the east side of Providence.
Yeah, we've been on the air for hours now. This all began around 4 o'clock this afternoon when shots were fired near the engineering building at Brown University. People were running for their lives. He went into this building and classrooms were in session where they were taking exams. We don't know if he actually went into those classrooms where the exams were taking place, but the shootings happened in that building. 10 people in all were shot. 2 people are dead. 8 are in critical but stable condition at Brown University.
And as Brian just we hear in the news, until something like this happens, until it happens in our city, in our state, in our community. Right now, 2 community members are dead. 8 more fighting for their lives at a local hospital because a gunman opened fire on campus. As Dan mentioned, second day of finals, these kids should be going home. Instead, they are in a hospital, and some did not make it tonight, unfortunately, and there is a gunman still on the loose. We talked a little earlier with our law enforcement expert, Todd McGee. We asked him what should be happening right now. What are police doing as they try desperately to find the suspect?
We're going to go out to Todd McGee right now, and he is a former state trooper in Massachusetts and our law enforcement expert. What can you tell us, Todd?
Yes, in this early stages in the aftermath of this incident, you're going to have multi-jurisdictional resources from the law enforcement community. Obviously, Providence Police is the lead agency, but now you're going to have Rhode Island State Police converge on the scene, working with Brown Public Safety, as well as you'll have most likely FBI, as well as the ATF. They'll bring the federal resources into the situation in part of the investigation, but also your neighboring community. Those additional resources will help with the investigations. They'll help triage the injuries. They'll work with collecting any digital forensic information that might be able to be gleaned off the internet. So it's a multi-layered task, a multi-layered response, but all of these things will be happening real time.
And Todd, one of the things that I think probably a lot of us are thinking about now is this shooting happened coming up on 3 hours now. He fled on foot quite a while ago. Right now, the shelter in place is only for the Brown University neighborhood. But should people who live in the greater Providence area, should they be concerned about heading outside tonight? And what does law enforcement do as time starts to go on and they still don't have the suspect in custody? How do they widen the scope of their search?
So to answer the shelter in place, it needs to go out citywide. To call a shelter in place only for the campus residents is insufficient. So Brown University did a great job. I was able to hear the initial mass notification calling for a shelter in place to its community. But from there needs to be a much greater and robust communication to Brown University is not an isolated campus. There are buildings all over the city and mixed in within residential areas of the community. So those other members, non-Brown stakeholders, need to adhere to the shelter in place as well. As far as the investigation expanding itself, this is going to be a manhunt. So I believe it was reported earlier that the Mass State Police are on standby with their air wing. But also, besides the air wing resource, you're also going to need the resources of canines to be able to assist in the search. So all these things are happening real time. And again, this is a significant event. People really need to pay attention to what's being reported and to keep themselves safe.
And it's really important now for witnesses to come forward and let the police know if they saw something, if they recognize the person, if they see something on social media that might help them.
100%. This is where law enforcement can't do it itself. Law enforcement needs eyewitnesses. They need the community to come forward. They need the community. Even if it's something that turns out to not be a lead, that's one extra lead that the law enforcement don't have to. Information is critical that it comes forward.
Todd McGee, a lot of good insight. We want to thank you so much for your time this evening. So that was an interview, sorry for the abrupt cut, with our law enforcement expert, Todd McGee, that we did just about an hour ago. And at this point, not much has changed. We are bringing you special coverage. You're watching a special report of NBC 10 News because right now at this hour, 2 people are dead, 8 more critically injured at a shooting on the Brown University campus in the Hawley Engineering Building while students were taking finals. Right now, we do not know if those victims were students, though it's believed that was the case. We also don't know who the shooter is or where the shooter went. This is an active investigation in the greater Providence area tonight.
And from our understanding, Emily, police do not know where that suspect is at this point. The latest information, again, from that press conference about an hour and a half ago now, was that the shooter left out of that engineering building on foot onto Hope Street. The only description that police have provided is that he was wearing black clothing. And again, my understanding from police is that they do not know where that suspect is. And so again, they're asking people in that area on the east place if they are at home and if they are not in the area to stay away from the area. In the meantime, Providence, so we want to catch back up with Mike Cerullo, who has moved his locations. He's been on this story and following the situation from the start. He's now outside the Amica Mutual Pavilion, where there is a show going on tonight. Mike, what can you say?
Yeah, that's right. Well, we are about an 8-minute drive from Brown University's campus. And I want to show you, you can see the crowd. People are going into the AMP Pavilion. It's a much different atmosphere out here. People are in a generally better spirits. They don't realize, some of them, what had happened just yet. Word hasn't spread, but you can see signs because there are police cars, Cranston Police, Johnston Police, and much higher volume than what we normally see here at the AMP. So you can, it appears that the police in Providence from Cranston, from Johnston, have heightened their presence for events like this concert that's taking place. There's a rock concert said to have started at 7:30. Again, people in pretty good spirits from what we've seen as they're coming by. A lot of people don't know exactly what happened. Just an 8-minute drive away at Brown University's campus. Again, we don't know where that suspect is at this time. Police don't have a suspect in custody. They've said it's a man in black, and we are working to learn some more information about that investigation. But in the meantime, you can see there are people in Providence as close as 8 minutes from Brown University's campus and that Thayer Street, Waterman area where people are still enjoying the concert here. But we'll keep you updated. We'll be out here for a while as the police are also increasing their presence. Live in Providence, Mike Cerullo, NBC 10 News.
Mike, thanks. Yeah, and you got to imagine a lot of people in the city still, I guess, blissfully unaware of what transpired just a few hours ago. And we are also learning that the Buffalo Bills are in downtown Providence. They're staying at a Providence hotel less than 2 miles from this active shooter scene at Brown University. This is a tweet that we're getting from Diana Rossini, a sports reporter. She says that she's told all players and staff are safe and accounted for at this time. Brown urging them to stay and shelter in place as police respond. So this impacting a large swath of people. Of course, if you at home live in Providence and you're watching it, it's impacting you because you're being urged not to leave your home tonight, and you've been in there for hours at this point.
And this is something that we have not dealt with in this area. In Rhode Island, Bristol County, Massachusetts, a mass shooting like this in the era of mass shootings that's now more than 25 years going on now, but it's unfortunately the reality and what school students have to go through drills for on college campuses, high schools, elementary schools, and now it's come to our front door. And unfortunately, 2 people are dead, 8 others in the hospital. We want to get back to Dan Janig, who's been on the forefront, where there was a press conference about an hour and a half ago with the mayor and with authorities. But again, not a ton of information, very little on the suspect. Dan, take it from here.
Yeah, Brian, we brought you that news conference live, and I thought some things that really stuck out here. This news conference, by the way, is at the Brook Street Fire Station. So we're inside the fire station right now. This is, to the right of me is media, and now that they've gathered from all the national networks too, because obviously this is a big story and a big heartbreaking story. One of the things that stood out is that the suspect was dressed all in black. That's kind of a very vague description. If I look around, there's several reporters here that are all dressed in black as well. So that's a tough one. What this is going to come down to videotape. Did they catch him or her on videotape? Which way did they run so that they can focus their attention in that area? And that's what they're doing right there. It's an active manhunt on the streets. And we're talking about a manhunt. They're trying to find somebody who, in the words of one of my sources, who's actually a police officer out there, saying, we're not sure if he's done or she's done. So when you hear that, it's pretty darn scary, I'll tell you right now. And it kind of emphasizes just kind of the heightened alert here in the East Side. We're learning that some clubs are shutting down early and shutting down. We're learning that some restaurants are voluntarily shutting down on the East Side on Thayer Street because they don't want to take a chance. They don't want that area to be an area where they're focused on. My colleague and friend Mike Cerullo is talking about how that there is a concert at the AMP tonight. There's a heavy police presence there because it's a crowded area. It's a crowd of people. We want to make sure that any crowds of people right now are not going to be his next target. That's why there's heavy police presence there. There's heavy police presence where John Perrick is because they are walking this street. As I've said before, it makes it very, very difficult to search for a suspect on a campus that's built all around this city on the East Side. Brian, Emily?
And Dan, one of the things that kind of strikes me now at this 8 o'clock hour, almost 4 hours into this search for this gunman, is we still have no image of him. It's 2025. People have cameras everywhere. No image whatsoever. I know you have a lot of law enforcement contacts. Are you hearing that they're hot on any trail of anything at this point? Do they know anything about what we should be looking out for?
That's an excellent point. I was just telling my colleague Aaron Coogan is that, most times when you have a mass shooting, the suspect either turns the gun on themselves, police kill the suspect, or police apprehend the suspect. The last time I was at a mass shooting, obviously, is when I anchored up in Lewiston, Maine, and it kind of felt the same way, where obviously the death toll was higher, but people really couldn't mourn. You couldn't go to Brown with flowers and balloons and stuffed animals because they were still searching for that suspect, who they later found a couple of days later in the back of an empty truck. Now, in this case right here, parents, we don't know, if these parents are coming from anywhere. We don't know if these are students that were killed. We suspect at least some of them might be because it was final exams. It was very, very busy around this area. We do here and I'm hoping maybe Brian and you and our team back there, because I'm trying on my end, we do hear helicopters above us. Now, we know that there are news choppers, of course, from all over the region that are above us, but you have to wonder why police or if police are borrowing a state police air wing and looking from above. So that's something that we probably want to nail down. But right now, all we have is a suspect dressed in black. And as I said, as I look around here, there's several photographers and reporters that are dressed in black too. So it's a very generic description. And we don't have that video. Once you have a piece of video, someone recognizes something. The shoes, how many times do we put a suspect on TV for a story and 5 minutes they're arrested? I asked the colonel point blank, do we have him on video? You must have him on video. And he says, we're looking through it. That was at a press conference that was almost an hour ago. Where are we now, 4 hours later? That's the question.
Dan, as you mentioned, this happened at Brown University. One would think there are cameras in those buildings, but they said the FBI is involved, ATF. The FBI director is tweeting. The president is aware of the situation. This is a national story. All resources are being brought to bear, as is the case in active shooting situations like this. And you were well aware of this too, Dan. I bring up the Boston Marathon bombing, a dozen years ago, where it happened and then nobody knew where the suspects were and thought that potentially it could happen again, that there could be bombs around the city. And it took, I think, a day or two before they had images. Again, we're 12 years past that now. So it is an interesting situation and a scary situation that, as you said, is kind of unprecedented because these situations usually do end somewhat quickly. And unfortunately, we go back to the people who were shot. We have 2 people who died and 8 patients in the hospital.
Yeah, absolutely. Dan, go ahead, Dan.
I was just saying, Brian, if you remember, Brian, I had my family in there for the Boston Marathon shooting, brought them on, and then you and I anchored from that area. But again, it came down to videotape. To Emily's point, they caught the suspects, they shot them, and then once they put it out to the media, they were tracked down pretty quickly. In fact, it was in a week, because I remember I was in Watertown when they ended the search, and that kind of ended violently, remember? They found one of the suspects in a boat, Jakar, who's now obviously in federal prison. Guy recognized something in his boat. He uncovered his boat. There's a suspect. But the brother was killed in an awful shootout. And that's what I'm telling you. My sources are telling me is that's why officers are here and ambulances are staying around the city, because they are afraid that this might happen again, or that when they do try to actually apprehend him, he may fire back. That is why there's a police presence around the AMP, and that's why some businesses like nightclubs are closing earlier. Anywhere where there's crowds right now, it is a major concern.
And Dan, we do have some
Brian,
new, thank you, Dan. Yeah, we want to go now to where there is a crowd. This is the AMP. We've got some new video. We just spoke to Mike Cerullo a short time ago, and you can see the police presence has increased. I'm guessing because people are now heading into that rock concert happening tonight. You can see a number of law enforcement officers. So hopefully a small sense of security for people who are still going to this concert tonight. Probably a lot of people who are unaware of what transpired just about 8 minutes away from them on the Brown University campus. We also have some information on the victims in this shooting. So Rhode Island Hospital currently has 8 patients. 6 of the patients, we're told, are in critical but stable condition. 1 patient in critical condition, 1 patient in stable condition. So a range of injuries there, but 8 total being treated at this point at Rhode Island Hospital. And that doesn't take into account the 2 people who were killed just a short time ago.
And again, in this situation, it's, you know, we don't have a lot of details on how the shooting actually happened, where exactly everyone was shot. We just knew the call started coming in that there were a couple of people shot initially. And then through the next few minutes, we learned that it was a mass shooting. And again, something that has not happened in Rhode Island before. And this situation, to some degree, is unprecedented, at least in recent years, where you still have a gunman who's on the loose and police trying to, again, find the video, find the pictures, but also potentially, so you've got to have some people on that. But again, officers in the area trying to pin down a suspect, and they don't know who it could be anywhere around the corner.
Yeah, and you mentioned the calls coming in. We have some new sound in from those frantic moments when the calls started to come in that people were being shot at. Take a listen.
Front of the Sciences Library on the Manning Walk for a male shot in the back.
Update from Brown Police, there are 3 shooting victims.
2 victims, 1 shot in the back, 1 shot in the shoulder.
So you hear right there, 1 shot in the back, 1 shot in the shoulder. Pretty terrifying, obviously, for the students who were in the building and on campus at that time, but also terrifying for people who live in the neighborhood, who have been kind of hunkered down in their homes the last several hours, waiting for police to arrest someone. There's a gunman on the loose right now in their neighborhood.
Right. And as we've mentioned, Brown is not an isolated campus in a rural area. This is an urban campus in a residential area. Thayer Street, very busy, restaurants, shops, and very scary moments. But as we've been reporting, not everything is on lockdown.
Yeah.
And so people are still moving about as police try to search for this suspect. And we don't have a lot of information on the victims, but as we mentioned, the Brown University president, and a lot of the information has been coming from Brown University. Christina Paxson has said that this is a deeply tragic day for Brown, their families, and local community. There are truly no words that can express the deep sorrow that they are feeling. And she said we lost 2 community members today who were victims of the shooting. So whether or not they were students, one would think they said community members.
Leads us to believe, based on everything we're hearing, the fact that there were final exams in the building that day, and there were students who were locked down in the building for quite a while. We have a team of reporters span throughout the East Side and Greater Providence area, working to figure out what's going on. One of our teams spoke with a neighbor as this situation has been unfolding. Take a listen.
It's a bit disconcerting, there's no question. We've never seen anything like this around here ever before, and hopefully never again. It was about 4:15 and I was up in my house and just looked out and saw a complete lockdown of the street with rescue vehicles from all over the state, and knew something was clearly pretty serious.
And then you see the FBI out here, assault rifles.
Yeah, we saw tactical teams, Kevlar vests, you know, guns drawn. It was pretty serious, obviously. So, yeah.
And that's a Brown Engineering building right there.
Yeah,
but this isn't like, we've been talking about it on air, but this is not, when you think of Brown, this isn't what you think of. Right?
No, you know where this took place on Thayer Street. I was actually over there earlier today. It was very busy. There were a lot of people out shopping, going to the restaurants, just a normal kind of Saturday afternoon. And I haven't the faintest idea what would motivate somebody to do this. it's sad. It really is. It's hard to kind of comprehend, but here it is in our little neighborhood here in the East Side. It's awful.
Yeah, and I know, I'm sure it's similar to you and all of you at home, when you hear the news, your stomach just sinks. You get that pit in your stomach that this has happened in our community. We see it happen all over the news, unfortunately, and we become a little bit numb to it. But when it happens in Providence, in Rhode Island, on the east side of Providence, your heart just breaks.
Well, and I don't want people to get jittery, but I'm thinking about our people who are out there. You know,
Yes.
John's been out there since the start. Mike Cerullo, Dan's there. Aaron Coogan is there. And I hate to keep going back to the Boston Marathon bombing, but it was that same sense of unease where you don't know what could happen next. And again, my conversation with an official just, a short time ago is, again, it's not like, it doesn't seem like they're keeping information from us. So, sometimes authorities don't give a lot of information. 'Cause they don't want it to get out there. They play it close to the vest. It doesn't seem like they have an idea where this gunman could be. We don't know any information about the person, whether it's a student or not. And you hate to speculate. I mean, what the motive could be. Brown University, like other Ivy League institutions, has been in the news a lot over the past couple of years. So there's a lot of moving parts here. And unfortunately, 2 people lost their lives and 8 other people have serious injuries at Rhode Island Hospital.
And you bring up the Boston Marathon bombing. It kind of shows the magnitude of the story. Obviously, this is a national story. We spoke with Governor McKee. He was at the press conference just a short time ago, and he said he's in contact with the White House.
Our office has been in contact with the White House, so we will bring all our resources to the table. I've been in touch with Governor Healy as well as other governors who have experienced the same tragedy.
A tragedy, absolutely. Leanna Falk has been on the scene for a little while at this point. The last time we checked in with you, Leanna, you had only seen one family member come to that family staging area on the Brown University campus. Since you've been there, have you seen any more families show up?
Emily, it's been exponentially more active here at the Nelson Fitness Center. We've been seeing busloads of people being dropped off here. It looks primarily like students who may have been in some of the academic buildings when the first calls and the first text messages started to come in, and they're now being brought here for a safe haven. They're starting off, as soon as they get here, they enter this building. This is essentially Brown University's gym. We're, again, right on Hope Street here. This is the Nelson Fitness Center. On the second floor, you can actually see some of the students that are still in the gym. They were likely here as those texts were coming through, and this has been their shelter in place situation for the past few hours. And then on the first floor, we have a little bit of a small army that's been forming. This might be one of the most heavily armed parts of campus at this point, because there are so many students and family members, community members that have started to arrive here looking for safety, and that is what they're getting with several members of law enforcement here to ensure that everyone is okay. Now, I'm going to have my photographer, Paul, pan over just a little bit. What you're seeing now is the main athletic center. That area is where we're seeing tons and tons of people lining up to enter, and as they're doing that, they're getting patted down. So they're getting waved and wanded to make sure, obviously, that they're not bringing in any firearms and weapons, because something to remember, Emily, and something that we have to keep acknowledging here is that they don't know what the suspect looks like at this point, at least as far as we've heard, as far as the last update that we've received. We don't have a proper description outside of person wearing black. And so it's really imperative on law enforcement, as this becomes a safe haven, as this becomes a hub of community members here at Brown, that we know that whoever's entering these buildings is not armed, because obviously the tragedy that we've already seen at the engineering building, we don't want to see anywhere else happening on campus. So again, we're seeing more and more people start to arrive here, lots of first responders arriving just to make sure that everything is safe for the folks that are showing up.
And Leanna, Brown University is unique in that it has a national profile and an international profile. You have students from all over the country, a lot of international students. I mean, there are students from the local area as well, but you've got to believe that this is very unsettling news for people, obviously, who are close by, far away, have loved ones either across the country, in other parts of the world. Leanna, it was an interesting point that you mentioned that they are patting down the people who come in. Have you noticed anything else around the area, whether it is armed officers looking around on the scene?
Yes, absolutely. We have seen, Paul, if you pan over, right over where the gym is, that main fitness center, you can see they have at least 3 armed members of law enforcement right here. We have been trying to identify specifically what department they are with, but they're there and making sure that as soon as you enter, they're the first people that you see. So there are several points of entry that require you to pass armed officers, and some of them even leaving this area right now. As we've been here within the last at least hour or so, we have, if I can quantify it, maybe about 40 members of law enforcement that have arrived here. So this is a very, very, very safe place for people to arrive when they're looking for exactly that, safety and just some type of security in all of the chaos that's been going on, Brian.
All right, Leanna, thanks. We'll check back in with you shortly. And, you know, as we look out there, and she said, students seeking a safe haven, you know, sometimes college can be so isolating. But then when you think about finals, you know, if you don't have a final, if you're done with finals, you go home. So the campus might be more empty right now. And there had to be so many terrified students, whether they were in buildings taking finals or in their dorms, and looking for that little sense of protection, especially when they're away from home and probably just yearning to be with their families at this point. So you can understand why they're all flocking to that facility right now.
And the initial reporting from our crews on the scene, from John Perrick and Mike Cerullo, you know, they were in communication with some of the students who were in buildings, barricading themselves in. Unfortunately, in this day and age, students at this age who have probably gone through that kind of drilling since they were in kindergarten. And unfortunately, you never want it to come to that. And as we've said, it hasn't happened here before. And so very disturbing. And as you said, people now seeking some sense of security. Authorities did say the engineering building they had gotten everybody out of. They cleared that building. But again, the suspect had also left apparently before they had got there, because, you know, we said that we were talking before, they don't really have a description because police did not have an interaction with the shooter. It's not like they encountered him at that point, but they said they went straight into the building, right into the building. Again, there's been focus on that, especially after the shooting in Uvalde, Texas, where officers were criticized for not going in right away. The mayor and deputy police chief were clear at the beginning of that press conference to say they went right in at the beginning, but there was no, again, encounter with the suspect. And the only description is it's a man dressed in black.
Yeah, and the hope and assumption at this point is that that building has video camera in it. We have to assume this was such a large building. I believe Aaron Coogan said it was around 20,000 square feet. Somewhere in there has got to be a video camera that we are hoping got some photographic evidence of the shooter as he was fleeing. As you can see on your right, we have a chopper live on the scene trying to get a handle on how this investigation is unfolding. And we talked about the students too, how horrific this day has been for them. Some of our crews on the scene were talking to students just a little while ago. Take a listen.
And I think the biggest thing is there's been such a weird track of misinformation, and we don't know what's reliable to look at. We've been just relying on social media right now and texts from friends and word of mouth. But it's really terrifying that it's ongoing, and there's people online talking about Brown University and the situation that's happening to us right now.
It's like you open Twitter and people are just spreading misinformation. Trump said something about how the shooter got apprehended when literally the shooter was loose. So like people are kind of treating this as some like political like thing when it's literally something that's happening to us and our friends. It just, I don't know. I think people are like not giving this like the attention or gravity it needs.
Yeah, and you can hear the concern there in their voices.
And the students brought up the point about misinformation. In today's day and age, you have to be clear about that. Again, Mayor Brett Smiley, toward the beginning of that press conference now almost 2 hours ago, made sure to point out that to basically just trust the information that's coming out of the official Providence channels, the police department's Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. But to be clear, I don't think I'm wrong on this. It was the Associated Press did report earlier on that a suspect had been in custody, and then that turned out not to be correct. So just to be clear, I don't think that was some sort of machination online that was potentially false information out of thin air. It did come from
no, the Associated Press is the default for most news organizations to run with. But that obviously has been walked back. And as you are seeing unfold now here on cameras is a massive search for this suspect now, more than 4 hours into the search for the gunman who fled on foot. And as we were talking with Dan earlier, we have such a vague description of this suspect right now. A male dressed in black. That's all we have at this point. We have no image to show you. And right now, people are being asked to kind of hunker down, stay put. They want law enforcement to do the searching here. But if you have any Ring camera, if you live in the area, law enforcement do want to hear from you. So if you're safe, if you can look through your Ring camera remotely and see if you have anything, that would be a huge asset right now to this investigation.
And I do wonder if it is more difficult now with video from outside because it's dark. And again, this happened at 4 o'clock. So it, the sun set not long after that. And so some of those outdoor cameras might not get a great image. But as you said, the law enforcement presence, the national focus is on Providence right now. And one would assume all resources are being brought to bear. The FBI, ATF, Rhode Island State Police, Providence Police at a minimum are involved. I read a little bit of the message from Brown University President Christina Paxson a short time ago. The provost from the university was at that press conference again nearly 2 hours ago. Let's take a listen on the word from Brown University.
Our first priority is the safety of our academic community, the campus community, and coordinating closely with law enforcement and medical services. In the meantime, we continue to direct our community to shelter in place in the greater vicinity of the campus. We are working immediately to determine who was in the building at the time of the shooting and any impacts from the shooting. We do know that there were final exams taking place in the building between 2 and 5 p.m. We can confirm that support services are on site. We have been and continue to be very grateful to law enforcement and emergency medical personnel. We have relocated students to get support services at a secure location and will be providing more details. We continue to remain extremely grateful to local law enforcement for their ongoing support. We're committed to keeping our community informed, supporting our students and families, as well as the affected faculty and staff.
That was the provost of Brown University there. We are also, this is just into the newsroom, a statement from Senator Jack Reed. It reads in part, and this is just coming to us as well, this is a horrific, active, and unfolding tragedy. It is important that everyone listens to law enforcement as they continue working to ensure the entire campus and surrounding community is safe and this threat is neutralized. As we continue to go through the statement here, he shares his condolences with the victims and talks about how hard law enforcement is working to track down these suspects.
Yeah, and he says, of course, every lead is being followed, every bit of video evidence reviewed, and the manhunt will relentlessly continue. Whoever did this must be captured, and our efforts will not cease until justice is served. That's again from United States Senator Jack Reed of Rhode Island, who's been in Congress as a representative and a senator for more than 30 years now. The top Democrat on the Armed Services Committee. You would think of the Rhode Islanders in Washington, he's pretty tapped in. You don't know what kind of information he might be getting from federal authorities. But again, we've seen some of that from other officials who may not be necessarily on the ground here, but are hearing other things and urging everyone to be safe. Condolences for the victims in, again, a situation we haven't seen in Rhode Island before. We want to get back out to NBC 10's John Perrick, who's been in the area since the very beginning, now again, 4.5 hours after the shooting. John, what can you tell us?
Well, Brian, for the last 30 minutes, we've actually been on the move. We were up on Hope Street. That's where we were live last, by that engineering building. Now we're joining you from Thayer Street, the corner of Thayer and Angel Street, where we just saw a few RIPTA buses leave. You can see right now law enforcement walking through here with armed and ready here, as they've been walking through with assault rifles for the last few hours. We saw a few RIPTA buses leave this area. We have seen throughout the evening RIPTA buses carrying citizens along with law enforcement. Unclear if it's Brown students, but citizens too. So we just actually walked to the 300 block of Thayer Street a minute ago. When we were there, we talked to a few people that say they witnessed a woman go into an ambulance. Right now, we don't know the extent of her injuries or why she was brought into that ambulance. But again, we're at the 300 block where they said a woman went into an ambulance. Unclear if it's related to this ongoing situation here in Providence. Okay. But again, we've also, there's a shelter in place going on too here on Thayer Street, as we've been reporting throughout the night. We just went into one business, the Urban Outfitters here on Thayer, and the employees, they're in there, they're asking us for information. They don't know much. They told us that they were asked to just stay inside, not leave the building. That's a scene we've seen down this whole entire strip here on Thayer. Let's send it back to you guys right now.
I do have a quick question for you, because I know when you were at the intersection of Waterman and Hope Street, you started noticing a lot of officers with tactical gear starting to show up. How far was that from the woman who was loaded onto the ambulance, just to give a perspective of how close these scenes are to each other?
Yeah, that's a good question. It was about a 10, 15-minute walk. They were not close to each other. Just as we break down this area, Hope Street and where that engineering building is, I'll just put it that it took us 15 minutes to walk there. We were walking up the hill closer towards the Moses Brown area, that side of Providence, going up Thayer Street instead of going down there towards Hope Street. I don't know how else to put it, but it was about a 15-minute walk, Emily.
John, again, you've been there for now 4 hours. You mentioned that there is a shelter in place, but at some point there were people walking around in the Thayer Street area, and you were out there before, and you've been there. Can you just give us a sense of what it's been like out there? What's the atmosphere? Is it eerie because it's empty? Just tell us what it's like.
It's a good question, Brian. It's strange. I'll put it at that. When we were walking up Thayer Street, past where the old Johnny Rockets was, I saw somebody just eating a burrito at the corner, and just something that on a Saturday night would just look so normal caught my eye, because a lot of people right now are staying inside, a lot of people being told to stay outside, but we have seen a handful of people walking around as if there wasn't a major police response here on Thayer Street. So it's definitely an eerie feeling, and just normal activity right now is a strange sight.
Yeah, and one of the strange things about this, John, thank you for your time. We'll check in with you shortly. But one of the strange things, because I saw someone walking behind him, we talked earlier about the people at the AMP who might not have known, but there's police tape and sirens everywhere. So to go about walking about your day, eating a burrito, when you see all of this unfolding, obviously they're very clued in that neighborhood that something is going on. And we talk about the greater Providence area at this point. Things are starting to close.
Yeah, and one would think, even if you have not looked at your phone, in that area, you see the heavy police presence, the lights, the tactical gear, and know that something is different. As you said, there are events that are going on. The Roger Williams Park Zoo, they have the holiday light display that's up this time of year, and they are saying at this point, given the current situation unfolding on the east side at Brown University, out of an abundance of caution, Roger Williams Park Zoo will be closing holiday lights for the remainder of the evening. Again, precaution there. The Park Zoo is not all that close to the east side. It's a bit to go there, but you can imagine that people would be unsettled anyway, people with young families who are going to events like that.
And after all of these hours, it is quite possible for someone to have fled 4.5 hours ago and make their way down to that part of Providence at this point.
And you don't want to spread panic, but as you said, it's 4 hours. The person, and they said the suspect walked out of that engineering building on foot, but in 4 hours, you could potentially walk quite a distance. By the same token, the person could be not that far away. A lot of unknowns here is, we go back to the situation with the suspect, and just an unusual, and again, a mass shooting is awful all the way around. Very different here in a way, in that it's 4 hours later and there's barely anything known about the suspect, the whereabouts, no pictures, barely a description, not really. The last discussion I had with an official was, it's not like they're honed in on an area where this person could be.
Yeah, and one of our first reporters on scene in the area was NBC 10's Erin Coogan. So she has been here for almost the duration of this event. She joins us live now. Erin, what are you seeing? What are you hearing? What's changed since you first arrived?
Yeah, well, guys, we're still here at the Brook Street Fire Department, where there's going to be an update from the city in less than an hour here, and they said they weren't going to call another press conference unless there was a major development. We were talking to the police deputy chief and the mayor, saying we're still looking for any images, any video of this suspect, and that hasn't come yet. So possibly that's the development they're going to be showing to us, because as of right now, again, still no suspect in custody. The latest update from the school, still telling everyone to shelter in place, not only on campus, but in the surrounding neighborhood. So we're hoping to get some kind of clarity as to any updates, any progression in this investigation. But right now we're just waiting for that word, guys.
All right, Aaron, thanks. I know that, and we will check in with you shortly for that press conference. Thank you so much for your time. I know that probably gives all of us a little glimmer of hope. You know, at this point, we're waiting for any new information we can get, because as the night drags on, you start to lose hope that this person is going to be caught tonight.
Right, and you don't want to dissect what Aaron just said too fine, and that they said they wouldn't have a briefing if there wasn't a major development. But if it's an hour away, you wonder how urgent, like if something actually happened. And, you know, one of the things in a situation like this is you do want communication. You want to hear what's happening. And I think, unfortunately, in this situation, there may not be enough information for that. And again, not knowing the whereabouts of the suspect, not having a better description. The mayor has tried to be out front. They called a briefing 2.5 hours into it. I'm guessing to try to assure people, but I don't think they had information that assured anyone. And we want to go back to the main point here, is that 2 people are dead, shot at a Brown University facility as the suspect went into an engineering building. 8 other people were shot as well at Rhode Island Hospital. Either one person at last check was in critical condition, others in critical but stable condition. And a gunman on the loose 4.5 hours into it. So you don't know if they were working on an image and had an image, you'd think that they'd put it out right away and not wait for a press conference.
Yeah, absolutely. And for anyone who has family, students at Brown University, there has been a family staging area set up. We do have a reporter on the scene who has reported that there are a good number of students who have come here kind of seeking safety because this area is so heavily guarded. She said that they were patting down students as they come in because they need to make sure that this is a secure site for them, no matter what they need here at this area. If you have a student that you're looking to reunite with, it is the Nelson Fitness Center, 225 Hope Street in Providence. Again, as Dan was saying a little earlier in the show, it is quite difficult getting down there. And I'm sure you can imagine that as you see these aerials of the city of Providence, of the east side, many roads and streets blocked off. But if you want to reunite with a student who's at the campus and you're looking for a place to do that, that is where they're sending people at this point.
And we said this is obviously very unsettling to parents who have students at Brown University. And again, there are other institutions in the area as well, lots of other college students. It's a Saturday night. You don't know who is out on the streets at that point. Again, it is a busy area, the Thayer Street area, the east side, plenty of places to eat. 4 o'clock, you would think a lot of people are out at some of those eateries as well. And very unsettling, as I mentioned before, for people locally and who may have students and the parents are across the country or in other parts of the world right now and are seeing this information on their phones. Sometimes it's difficult to get in communication with somebody during this time. You hope that isn't the case and people can at least connect with their loved ones who may be in the area.
Yeah, probably about 90 minutes ago, we spoke with our law enforcement expert, Todd McGee. He once again joins us for an update. And Todd, one of the things I want to ask you is, you know, we're at least 4 hours into this now. How much has the search broadened? Who's involved? What's going on the ground and in the air to try to track down this suspect?
Well, what we know is Providence Police has been joined by the FBI, the ATF for your federal partners. Keep in mind also you have Brown Public Safety that will share their resources. Additionally, you most likely will have Rhode Island State Police. I've also been told that Mass State Police are on standby, and this was an announcement by Governor Healy that is offering the resources of the State Police, Massachusetts State Police Air Wing if needed. I would also assume those resources would extend to any canine support because we are in a manhunt. So those resources at minimum are deployed. There may be some other mutual aid from other cities and towns in and around the Providence area. But, you know, this is the type of response it takes, especially when we have a gunman at large. And, you know, it takes that multi-jurisdictional effort to bring resolution.
Todd, how important is time here? We keep talking about how we're now more than 4.5 hours into this. Is time the enemy of law enforcement as they're trying to find a suspect. We brought up the Boston Marathon bombing from a dozen years ago. It took a few days. Eventually, they did find the suspects because they unfortunately shot and killed someone. And there was the shooting of a health insurance executive in Manhattan, where it took a little while to find a shooter who was caught on camera. How important is time here for law enforcement?
Yeah, in both cases, those are great examples to bring up. And both of those cases took multiple days to bring someone to justice. In this particular case, the time is equally as important. We don't know if this individual has a plan to get out of the city of Providence. We don't know if they are a neighbor, someone that is, a resident to the city, or if there's someone that is connected to the school that's just here, while school's in session. So these are all undetermined factors that the investigation really needs to learn. But the 4 hours that we're into are critical, and the next 4 hours will be equally as critical as time moves on.
And Todd, one of the things that has been standing out to a lot of us here in the newsroom is, again, 4 hours into this, we still have no image of the suspect that's been provided to us. In 2025, where we say there's cameras and technology everywhere, is it even possible that law enforcement doesn't have an image of this suspect at this point?
Oftentimes we see the investigation unfold extremely quickly. And you notice in the first press conference, there was very little information that was released. That's by design. And I support the limited amount of information that's released. Law enforcement wants to get it right once they start publicizing information. But this is where your resources of the federal government will come in taking CCTV video, whether it's on a commercial building or if it's a Ring doorbell from a residence, and they've got the capabilities to stitch that digital information together and ideally start at that Hope Street location where the shooter was reported exiting. And then from there, that's a good starting place for law enforcement to start to investigate any type of digital forensics in the line of CCTV.
For the officers who are on the street out there, in those neighborhoods on city streets, what do you think it's like for them out there? Take us through what you think they're doing. It doesn't appear like they're going door to door. Maybe they are. Would you just take us through what you think the plan of action is out there on the front lines?
Yeah, you're going to have several orders that the police officers post orders. So you'll have some working traffic. You'll have some that are designated as investigators in order to knock on doors. You have other individuals that are part of this law enforcement response that will be part of the digital forensics research and investigation. So everyone would have a role. Everyone would have a task at hand. And at that, keep in mind, we're getting late into the evening shift. There'll be a shift change. And so at roll call, you can imagine there'll be a robust and vigorous roll call that will update the new officers coming on shift as they get their assignments for the evening. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot of layers to this. But this is what law enforcement is trained in what we do best.
Yeah, and Todd, one of the other issues here is you're also kind of fighting fatigue from residents, from students on campus at this point after 4.5 hours. Does that become an issue for law enforcement? If this, continues to go on, this search for the suspect, does it become more complicated once people decide, hey, I have to run out, I have to get gas, I have to get coffee? That's got to complicate things, right?
Well, it's a factor. We tend to work through those different challenges, as you kind of expect that when there's a high profile incident like this, that you're not going to have a normal shift. So, law enforcement is resilient, and they'll work with the community. The priority is the community and public safety. And with that being said, law enforcement, this is where we shine, and this is where we do our very best.
All right, Todd McGee, law enforcement expert, we want to thank you for your input here, and I'm sure we'll be catching up with you again throughout the night and the coming days, however it unfolds.
Absolutely. Dan Janig has been on the scene. There was a press conference about 2 hours ago. He's now on standby for the next press conference. Dan, have you heard anything about what this is going to be about?
Emily, we're here at the Brook Street Fire Station. We expect that another update will be around 9:30ish, we're saying, give or take. The mayor did tell me that they'd come back when they had a development. And I think what we're going to hear is updates on the victims. We're going to hear the updates on the 8 people who are being treated right now. at local ERs, mostly Rhode Island Hospital, because it's the only level 1 trauma center in the region. So we're going to hear updates them. I don't believe we're going to have an update that the suspect has been caught. And I'm going to tell you why. I just took a walk. This is Brook Street. I drove all the way up to Waterman. I got to Waterman and Thayer, and it's a police state there. There are, Army trucks. There's SWAT trucks. Officers have rifles drawn. So I was walking towards the intersection, and some of the officers looked at me. Some of them had their rifles out, and they approached me quickly. And then when I established and told them I was with, the media, then we talked a little bit about it. But it's kind of a ghost town there. So there's still an active search right now. I also noticed that there were some first responders, both federal and local, in a brown building right there, kind of waiting for their orders. I just posted a Facebook video that kind of shows you that. So I think at 9:30, we're going to hear about an update on the victims. The last we heard is that they were stable, critical but stable, which, we always say those on the news. What does that really mean, right? If you're critical but stable. So we're going to hopefully get more information. They also wouldn't tell us, are these students? These are not students. Are they students? So we're going to learn a little bit more about that. So I just came down from Thayer Street, and that's where John Perrick is. And John, perhaps you could kind of show viewers what I wasn't able to show because I couldn't get the camera into where I was. But you can kind of feed off of what I was just saying. It's a shut down area there.
Yeah, Dan, that's right. The area is shut down, and it's strange, if I'm being honest. Here, take a look. A lot of the businesses, lights on, they look open, right? Very few people either inside or around them. Take a look at this Halal Foods here. Doors are locked. There's a few employees sheltering inside here. Let's go for a walk right now. This is what we've seen, though. A lot of businesses. It looks like any other Saturday night, minus the people. And if there are people, they're locked inside, sheltering inside these places. Here's the Avon Theater. Few people are sheltering in here. We saw a police officer too that's in here. Let's see if they're still in. But it's an eerie scene out here, something that you don't see on Thayer Street on a Saturday night. Here you can see people sheltering inside. Let's go to this Antonio's, pizza by the slice. Lights are off here. They would be popping on a Saturday night. Further down, you can see police lights. That is the corner of Thayer and Angel where we were live last. This is in between Thayer and Angel and Thayer and Meeting Street right now. It's an eerie scene here on Thayer Street in Providence, guys.
Yeah, John, thank you. We will check back in with you shortly. In the meantime, we just got a rather brief update from Brown University. This was as of 8:30. They said law enforcement response to the shooting situation at Brown University remains ongoing. Brown campus remains on lockdown. And basically all they said is they're going to keep pushing updates about Brown University on the website, brown.edu. And then they pushed along the response from the president of Brown University, which we received about an hour ago that we had read to you, where she displays her sadness for the community and for the victims who lost their lives. But again, we are looking for more information. We're trying to bring it to you as it happens. But right now, law enforcement hasn't provided us with much since that last press conference about 2 hours ago.
Right. And just to go back, the shooting was at the Brown University Engineering Building. Dan mentioned, wasn't certain whether the victims are Brown University students. The university has referred to the victims as community members. That could be taken a number of ways. And we don't want that to get lost here as we talk about a search for a suspect. And obviously that's the development now. People may be on edge and want the information about what's happening and what do we know about the suspect and where could that person be. But again, we don't want it to be lost here that 2 people were killed tonight and 8 other people are in the hospital with very serious injuries.
Yeah, and as John just showed you the east side of Providence, he said he called it strange. It was locked down, police everywhere. But on the other side of Providence, a lot is still going. There's a concert going on at the AMP tonight. NBC 10's Mike Cerullo was there just a short time ago. Now he's got some new updates from downtown Providence. Mike?
Well, Emily, that concert is going on here at the AMP, and there is heightened police presence here. But I do want to just get to this. The mall, the Providence Place Mall, we've just learned is closed. I spoke to some people who were just turned away at the front doors. They said that the security officer had told them that they are sweeping the entire mall at this time as the search for this person or people, the person who did this continues. We have also been walking around the area. As people were entering the concert, they were in a pretty good mood. People didn't seem to know what was going on, but we have been told there's heightened security inside the pavilion as well as outside. And we've been told that the acts on stage have made an announcement as well to let people know what had happened. So people coming out will definitely know what has happened here. We're also near the convention center at the moment. And I've been told by some of the security personnel at the convention center, there's a cheerleading event that's going on down here, but they have heightened security at least by double at that event. They're not letting anyone in who's not part of that event. And they're being very, very careful about it is what I'm told. That event is also scheduled to continue tomorrow, but that could potentially be up in the air, according to just a couple people that I spoke with as part of the security team. Again, that concert at the AMP, it's a rock concert. It's still going on at this moment. But the big news right now, the Providence Place Mall, about 8 or 10 minutes away from where that Brown University scene is that John Perrick and some of the other members of the NBC 10 team are on right now, it's impacting this Place Mall as people are turned away at the door on a Saturday night as this manhunt for the person who did this continues right now. And obviously we're expecting updates from city leaders and state leaders and first responders around in the next 30 minutes or so, within the next couple minutes or so. We'll keep you updated, and I'll be out here just on all the other events that are taking place in Providence and the impact. But for now, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Mike, thanks. If you're just joining us now at this point, you're obviously watching a special edition of NBC 10 News as law enforcement continues their search for a mass shooter. A shooting unfolded around 4 o'clock today on the Brown University campus at the Holly Engineering Building. 2 people died. 8 people are in the hospital right now. A range of conditions, but primarily critical condition. And that suspect fled the scene on foot. We're told it's a male in dark clothing. That's all we know at this point. And we've been trying to kind of read the tea leaves and follow the breadcrumbs about what's going on as law enforcement continues this massive search on the east side of Providence.
And we talked about this just a couple of minutes ago before we went to Mike out there in downtown outside the AMP. This is a statement from Brown University President Christina Paxson on the shooting. Quote, "We lost 2 community members today who were fatal victims of the shooting. And at this point, we know there are at least 8 additional victims who were transported to the hospital. In this moment, they are in critical but stable condition. But this is an evolving situation. Our hearts are with their families." And unfortunately, this is a situation that you have to think just about every school community in the United States of America has tried to prepare for and have these preparations in place. Unfortunately, if it does happen, places for students to go, communications to family, and unfortunately, it has happened in Providence, in our community, a mass shooting, 10 people shot, 2 fatally, 8 others in the hospital. I don't want to be overly dramatic about this, about our crews on the scene, 2 kind of different situations where Mike was and where John was.
Yeah.
You know, there's a concert still going on at the AMP. Now, they do have security there, but the Providence Place Mall is closed because people can freely go, I assume, because people can freely go in and out of there. It's a massive space. And then you have John in an area where he basically said it's eerie and there's nobody around. And you got to think it's kind of uneasy even for John and crews and the very few civilians who are out on the street right now. And I keep going back to the Boston Marathon bombing because that's what I can compare it to. And that feeling that I had of being out there and you know the awful thing that happened, but then you don't know if there could be any more danger to come.
Yeah, and you see the officers in tactical gear behind you in this desperate search, and you're out there trying to cover it. NBC 10's Dan Janig also on the scene. He's at the media staging area primarily, and he has some new information for us. Dan?
Hi, Emily. Hey, Brian. Hey, everybody at home. Yeah, so this is the media right here, all our colleagues in business right here, waiting for a 9:30 update. I believe the Colonel Weaver is here also from the Rhode Island State Police. Colonel, do you have a sec to talk to us? No? All right, the Colonel is walking by. He is going to a meeting. He just arrived shortly ago, so we're hoping to hear from him. Here's what I got from my sources tonight. There's this update at 9:30 is going to be more about the victims. They have no new information about the suspect right now. They may have a little bit more, but they don't have a suspect in custody right now, and they still don't have a picture. And I'll tell you right now, they're not going to hold a news conference to release a picture. They're going to email it to the stations. They're going to put it out. And they don't. And it's what now? 5 hours. So That's a concern. I will tell you that when I walked down to Waterman and Thayer, it's like a police state. I think John and Mike showed you. And what I also learned from sources is that they want any place that people are gathering shut down. Okay, so they want the AMP. They want people to get out of the AMP, and that's why there's police presence there. They don't want people in the mall. They don't want this suspect to find another place to possibly open fire. Okay, I noticed a lot of restaurants were shut down on Thayer now. Any place where there's gathering, they want to eliminate that as a possible target. So again, the 9:30 update with the mayor, we're expecting Chief Perez, who was out of town on vacation, I believe, and now is on his way back. We're going to hear a little bit more about the victims, and hopefully we're going to hear improving conditions for the other 8 victims. I mean, that is the hope here. But again, the suspect dressed in black. And that's pretty vague, because if he was dressed in black 5 hours ago, I'm going to bet you $100 he's not dressed in black anymore. And that is the issue that they're having out there. But as you walk closer to the scene, you'll see rifles are drawn. You know, first responders are every building. I also noticed, I started looking at some of the brown buildings, not the building, but the brown buildings around there. Almost all of them have cameras. So that's what I asked the police deputy chief at that news conference. Like, you got to have video. You have to. Of this guy. I mean, that's a busy area. So the question is, if they had it, they'd probably release it quickly. And you know, they're obviously doing due diligence, so they don't want to release a video of somebody that might be the wrong person. So this shows just how complicated this investigation is. Going through social media posts, going through that video meticulously, while also meticulously policing the streets around here. There are families that live around here. There are businesses that live around here, and they just don't want any more damage. But this search is still active. As we hit the 9 o'clock hour. Don't think everyone's kind of like, whew, it's not done. And again, as we talk about the search and the hunt, don't forget there's 2 families just a couple of weeks out from Christmas who got awful news tonight, the worst news of their lives. And we can't forget that in our reporting here tonight.
Absolutely,
Brian,
Dan.
Emily?
Dan, and one quick question for you, because I mean, as we continue, we've got some aerial images of the city that we're looking at. Providence is a city, and it's a really easy city to move in and out of. We're so close to 95. There's trains, there's buses, there's Ubers. In your talks with law enforcement, is that a big concern that potentially this suspect has fled the city entirely at this point?
I mean, let me put this into perspective for you, okay? So I know
Kevin?
all of us were
More?
called in, obviously.
Yes.
Obviously, we were called in, okay? So when I got the call to come in, I was in Bedford, New Hampshire. So that's 2 hours away.
Okay.
I got here in
Okay.
an hour and 45 minutes. So that just kind of gives you the time frame as to, could the suspect have left the city? Yeah, he could be, you know, he could be on the border right now.
Okay.
There's definitely plenty of time there. So that's a concern too. It seems though that they're really kind of focusing in the east side area though, where the shooting happened in that area. They also, I'm told, have investigators at the hospital, and they are meticulously and respectfully want to talk to the victims when they're ready. And that's kind of a touchy situation. If you ever talk to an investigator, one of the worst things they have to do is talk to a victim who's in a hospital bed. But that they need that information quick, you know, quick memory. So that's a concern. So to your answer, Emily, if I got here in an hour and a half from Bedford, New Hampshire, surely the suspect could be even beyond that now, 5 hours out.
Dan, and we'll check in with you shortly for that press conference, of course. And one of the things we were also seeing, Mike just told us a short time ago, is the mall is shut down. We saw that Roger Williams Park Zoo is closed. And I believe he has some sound from people who were just turned away from the mall. Can we take a listen to that?
I was just at the mall, actually going into the mall with Skybridge, and security told us to stop and that they were evacuating the building. So I don't know what's going on from that.
So they didn't let you in the mall?
No, they haven't. They actually locked it down.
Did you see everyone coming out of the mall?
Yeah, there was a few people, yes.
Obviously, the shooting having some broader reach now, about 5 hours into this search for a suspect. But the Brown University campus, obviously, on strict lockdown at this point. We were seeing streets closed down, as John showed us, and also the students now have a safe haven.
Yeah, and unfortunately, and we can't stress this enough, it seems like authorities really have no idea where this gunman could be, again, with a very vague, plain description. Again, police did not encounter the gunman in the moments after the shooting. It does not seem like there was a call and the gunman was still there as police arrived. Police said in the initial press briefing 2.5 hours ago that officers went right into the building, as they said they are trained to do, but they didn't see the suspect. The suspect walked out onto Hope Street. And at this point, as far as we know, there has been no sign of that person at this point. So a lot of frayed nerves, I would think, in the area, a lot of anxiety. We've seen our reporter John Perrick out on the streets on Thayer Street nearby, where there are a lot of police officers walking around with rifles and bulletproof vests, and not many people on the street as a shelter in place is in place. And information is in short supply at this point.
Yeah, and when you talk about frayed nerves, obviously the students on campus who were sheltering in place and lockdown in some of the buildings. Leanna Falk is at that center now, the Family Unification Center, where some of these students are now seeking shelter tonight. Leanna, what's going on over there?
Emily, from the last time that we spoke to you, and honestly, within the 3 hours that we've been here at the Nelson Fitness Center, we've seen busloads of students being dropped off here as they form this kind of safe haven for them. And it's honestly become a little bit of a community here because of the amount of resources available. I want to first show you the Nelson Fitness Center. Again, this is like Brown University's main gym. If you look on the second floor, if you remember last time we were here talking with you, there were lights inside and there were also students in there. A lot of those students were still wearing some of the gym clothes that they had on when they first arrived here, when those techs first came in to run, hide, fight. And now you can see the lights are gone. They've turned them all off. The second floor also seems to be dimmed, or the first floor, I should say, also seems to be dimmed. And all those students have now moved over to, Paul, if we pan the camera, to the main athletic center. Now, once you arrive to this area, you're going to be patted down individually, one by one. It's taken some time as we've seen some of the larger crews start to arrive for the first responders to kind of filter the students inside of there. But they're taking their time because, as we've been talking about, we still don't know where the shooter is, and we don't have a great description either, wearing all black and a male. And so because of that, this being what's supposed to be a safe haven for students, families, parents, and anyone else connected to the Brown University community, they're really taking their time to make sure that anyone that enters this building is not armed unless you are a police officer or any other first responder. Now, in addition to some of those first responders, we also have several, nonprofits that have been here. We see the American Red Cross was here earlier. There was also another nonprofit that's been here, basically making sure that this reunification center is stocked with whatever these families and these students need to sustain themselves for however long they're supposed to be here, because the timeline is unclear. We know that there's going to be that press conference at 9:15. We're hoping to get some more information from that. But until then, it's kind of who knows what, we're really trying to figure out what the main details are as far as where this suspect is, what do they look like, and what do these students need to know to make sure that they feel safe. No one is leaving here until the first responders and the police department are assured that once these students leave here, they will safely return back to their dorms or their homes and to their families, and making sure that the tragedy that we've already seen today, as far as the injuries and as far as the 2 people that have already tragically lost their lives, that we do not see that any longer. Again, we've seen many students arrive. This is the Family Reunification Center, so we've also seen some family members arrive looking for their loved ones. When I first came to you earlier around 7 o'clock, we met that mom who said that she was here looking to meet with her daughter. Now, a couple minutes ago, I also met a brother. He's from Cranston. He said that when he heard about what happened today, he immediately rushed over to find his sister. His sister is studying education here. She wants to be a teacher, and he hadn't heard from her. They had been calling her. They had been texting her for hours. You got to think the first text messages to students came out around 4:30, and he didn't hear from his sister until about an hour ago. You can only imagine the fear that this man must have been experiencing prior to being able to finally connect with his sister. Now, we have some sound from our conversation with him. Let's take a listen.
Well, my mom was the one that informed me that there was a shooting going on. I was at home playing Roblox, like dumb stuff. But yeah, she told me what had happened, and like my sister was there. She told me she had a meeting here. She comes here like to teach, and I was very worried. I was scared, so I just like left. I don't have a car, so I just ran over here, and as fast as I could, and I could I just really couldn't believe it, because you see that happens everywhere else, but you don't truly get the grasp that it could like happen where you are or to your loved ones. I was scared. I see it like I've never seen it as like so many police cars in one area, like ever in my life. Like, and it's just like it's crazy. And my prayers go out to all the families, and it's a relief that my sister made it home safe.
Now, what he doesn't mention in there is that the reason why he came here, the reason why he wasn't hearing from his sister, is because her phone died. In the midst of all this chaos, something so unpredictable, her phone died and he was unable to contact her. And that is the reason why he hadn't heard from her. That's the reason why he came all the way up from Cranston to come to the reunification center to find her. And it wasn't until moments after he arrived that he finally got the phone call that she was safe and that she was at home. Again, you can only imagine the feeling he had over the last 4 hours, waiting to hear from her, knowing that tragedy had struck the place that she was simply coming to get an education.
Leanna Falk reporting live for us out there. What a tragic situation. You are watching live coverage of our continuing coverage of the mass shooting at Brown University. A terrible situation there today where a gunman opened fire in the engineering building at Brown University. Students were inside, they were taking tests, and he opened fire, shooting 10 people. 2 people have died. 8 are in the hospital in various conditions, some in critical condition. 1 shot in the back, 1 shot in the shoulder. The gunman is still on the loose at this hour, Brian.
And as we recap, we're now 5 hours.
5 hours.
5 hours after the shooting. Authorities, the mayor of Providence, the deputy police chief, leaders from Brown University held a press conference now about 2.5 hours ago with very little information. Again, just that 2 people had died, 8 others were shot. The gunman walked out of that engineering building onto Hope Street. The only description they had was that he was wearing black clothing, nothing else. We don't know if it was a student. We don't know for sure if all the victims were student. Brown has said community members, so it's up for interpretation. Police have issued a shelter in place. They don't want people leaving buildings that they're in, and they don't want people going to that area. We've had crews.
Even in the neighborhood around there.
Right. And again, Brown University is an urban campus, and there are neighborhoods on the east side of Providence. Thayer Street right nearby is right now busy with police activity at a time, especially when the shooting happened, that there would have been people at restaurants and shops. And again, as Leanna said, students' phones are dying and people can't get in touch. And Brown University has a national profile, an international profile, but as you heard from that young man there, his sister goes there. So there are people from our area who go there, and you can imagine people across the country who are trying to get in touch with loved ones. And that's a simple thing, as Leanna said, people's phones are dying because they've probably been on their phones for hours, and maybe people can't get in touch. And from experience, that happens when there's a lot of activity in an area. You just can't get through.
And now this is spreading out. It's not just around Brown University anymore. It's around the whole city. And we have a number of things going on in the city tonight. We have people in a concert at the AMP. We just learned that Providence Place closed early. Roger Williams Park had a lighting event going on, and they closed that. And I just texted with my husband. I was supposed to be at Providence Performing Arts Center tonight for the Boston Pops concert. He went without me anyway tonight, but I just texted with him and he said the place is packed and it's just business as usual. But the big event's going to happen within a couple of hours when all of those people are out on the street with a gunman still on the loose.
And from our reports on the scene, especially outside the AMP where our Mike Cerullo was earlier, there was a heavy police presence there, as there is throughout the city. But we're talking about a situation where there's not a lot of information, and we are expecting another briefing in a little while. But as our colleague Dan Janig, who's at the briefing site, has mentioned, he doesn't believe it's going to be potentially developing information on the suspect or anything like that. It would probably be about the victims, and that's not to be lost in this situation. As you said, 2 people died tonight, fatally shot, 8 others in the hospital with serious gunshot injuries. As we have a lot of things unfolding and people at home wondering, are they safe? And we don't want to spread panic or fear, but there is a situation with a gunman who now 5 hours has been on the loose.
Yeah, so be careful out there. All right. Are we getting reaction from the sports world tonight? Sports Team 10's Kevin Moore joins us in studio. Kevin?
Yeah, thanks, Patrice. While the Providence and state come together on such a tragic night, sports teams from around the region are beginning to send their thoughts and support to those affected by this senseless act of violence at Brown University. The Patriots, who take on the Bills tomorrow from Gillette Stadium at 1 p.m., set this statement out on social media. The New England Patriots are heartbroken by the horrific events at Brown University. Quote, "We extend our deepest sympathies to those affected and their families, and we remain grateful to the first responders and law enforcement who acted swiftly to protect the students, faculty, staff, and the community. We stand with Brown University and our neighbors in Rhode Island during this difficult time," end quote. As some of you may already know, when the Patriots host a game at Gillette Stadium, the opposing team stays in downtown Providence, and that's where the Buffalo Bills are tonight. The New York Times and athletic reporter Diana Rossetti reporting right around 8 p.m., quote, "The Buffalo Bills are staying in downtown Providence, less than 2 miles from the active shooter scene near Brown University. She's told all reporters and staff are safe and accounted for at this time. Brown University has urged the area to shelter in place as police respond, and that shelter in place order is still in effect. Tonight's events now affecting the NFL. Meanwhile, the Red Sox also sharing this on social media. Our Red Sox family is thinking of everyone at Brown University tonight. This act of violence has shaken a cherished part of our New England community. We're with the students, the faculty, their loved ones, and all who are feeling the weight of tonight." And closer to home in Pawtucket, minutes from Hope and Thayer Street, the folks at Rhode Island FC sharing this. Rhode Island FC and Centerville Bank Stadium are devastated and deeply saddened following the tragic shooting that took place at Brown University. Our hearts are with the families, their victims, students, staff, and the entire Brown community. Brown football, of course, just played in the Governor's Cup in Rhode Island this past October. Now, of course, Patrice and Brian, sports. David Ortiz's famous speech during the Red Sox first game back at Fenway since the Boston Marathon bombings. That speech served as really a rallying cry for the team and city as a whole as we try to now bring a community together that's been broken at Brown University.
Kevin, and of course, these are statements we don't ever want to have to read.
Right.
Sports teams or anybody having to put out awful statements like this because people are dead and people are wounded after a mass shooting. And again, this is the first time something like this has happened in Rhode Island in this era, all too uncommon of mass shootings, so many of them at schools, high schools, elementary schools, universities. Yesterday was unfortunately the anniversary of the Sandy Hook shooting in Newtown, Connecticut, where 20 elementary school students and 6 adults at that school died. And unfortunately, here we are all these years, and these tragedies are still taking place due to gun violence. And obviously, I'm sure this is going to renew arguments of all kinds afterwards about what's to blame and what can be done here in Rhode Island. Just this year, they passed an assault weapons ban, following up on a high-capacity magazine ban. Officials have been trying to be cognizant of these, what to do about this, but I'm sure this will open up more debate.
Yes, there's a lot of security in downtown Providence right now. As we were saying earlier, it's a concert at the AMP. PPAC has a concert going on. I was supposed to be at that concert right now. It's with the Boston Pops, my husband, and I've been texting, and I said, did they make an announcement? He said, yes, they did. They told everybody that the shooter was still on the loose and that they had brought in extra security. So that's still going on, and that's all going to kind of come to a head in an hour or two when all of these different venues open their doors and people head home, but they have brought in extra security. Dan Janig is standing by live now with the very latest. Dan?
Patrice, I've been talking to my sources here, and I just want to update you on what's going to happen. As you can see behind me, the media crowd has increased significantly. Our camera is over there as well, anticipating the 9:30 news conference. Some of my friends who work at the network are here now too. They've brought some people in. So this Brown University has ties nationally and internationally, so it's got the attention of the world. Here's what I know. I know that in about 15 minutes, the mayor is going to be here. We just saw Colonel Weaver from the state police. We're even hearing that Brown University's president might be here, and they're only going to update us, from what I'm told, is about the victims. how they're doing. Hopefully they're improving. As far as the suspect, we still don't have a picture. He's still on the loose. And even now we've seen a little bit of a police presence outside this firehouse. I was talking to a Providence police officer. He had his rifle drawn and he was told that they want to put a little bit more guarding on this place as well, because there's a gathering. And just like PPAC, Providence Place, my sources are telling me that they're trying to limit any targets in the city right now. So the security has stepped up pretty significantly. I will also tell you that there is a unspoken concern right now that we don't have a picture now going on over 5 hours. Aaron Coogan was one of the first reporters on scene. And before we toss it back to you in the studio, Patrice and Brian, I want to bring in Aaron. Aaron, you're one of the first, or if not the first reporter on the scene. And I just want to quickly kind of, what was it like? Because at that point, there was no police tape up and all that stuff, right?
Well, there was police
Okay.
tape up, and it was just hectic.
Yeah.
There were students that were in their buildings, in their classrooms, in their laboratories, trying to figure out, should I stay here? Should I go home? What's the safest thing to do? But we talked to someone in the science library who had a bird's eye view of everything going on Thayer Street, said he saw, other students being pushed on gurneys into ambulances. When we were pulling up, they actually had been here. There had been a presence here, and emergency vehicles were using the RIPTA tunnels to get folks over to Rhode Island Hospital as quickly as we can. And obviously we've seen, 2 people were dead, 8 people were rushed to the hospital.
And we can't lose that too. The 2 lives are lost tonight. And that it gets you. We cover them everywhere else, right? We cover them in California and Texas, and then all of a sudden it's here. And I have to say, not being emotional, but it hits you that it's here in our community, and the fact that there's still an active surge. This news conference is supposed to start at 9:30. We'll let you know if it runs late. Aaron and I will be there asking questions for you, and we'll bring it to you live here on NBC 10. Patrice, Brian?
Dan, and certainly, as you mentioned, there are lots of questions to be had at this point because we know very little about the gunman who is still on the loose. Just a male wearing black clothing who walked out of the Brown University Engineering Building on Hope Street now just about 5 hours ago after killing 2 people and wounding 2 others. We want to welcome in now Congressman Seth Magaziner from Rhode Island. And unfortunately, Congressman, this is not something we want to have you or anybody else here for. As Dan mentioned, we hear about mass shootings in all different parts of the country, unfortunately, all too often. On the federal level, just tell us if you're hearing anything. We know the FBI is involved. What can you tell us about the federal resources being brought to bear here?
Well, this is a horrific tragedy. It's incredibly troubling, and our hearts go out to certainly the families of the 2 individuals who were killed and the others who are fighting for their lives right now, and for all of the Brown University students and faculty who are impacted by this. I've been in touch with the mayor, with the president of Brown, with the chief of the Providence Police and the state police, just to let them know that we are ready to help however we can in making sure that the federal government assists local efforts. In Providence, we have what's called a fusion center. This is an office that exists for the purpose of state and federal and local coordination on key incidents. And so I know that the fusion center is activated, that the FBI, the ATF, the Department of Justice are working now with state and local law enforcement on the investigation, and all working together to try to find the suspect as quickly as possible.
And it's really important for witnesses to come forward. The police cannot do this alone, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. As everyone from Rhode Island knows, this is an urban campus, and so there are plenty of cameras around. But by 4 o'clock or 4:15 at night this time of year, it's already pretty dark out. And so while we know that law enforcement are going door to door, asking people to check their Ring cameras, check to see if they have any footage of the suspect, there really is no substitute for an eyewitness account. And so, if anyone did witness the suspect or anything suspicious at all, it's better to err on the side of caution and contact law enforcement and tell them what you think you saw.
Are you I know you said you reached out to the president of Brown and the local authorities. Are they getting back to you? Are they kind of like too deep into anything right now? Are you hearing anything back about what's happening? Obviously, there's a lot of moving parts because this is not over. Unfortunately, we have a suspect who is still on the loose after we're dealing with the fact that 2 people died and 8 others are in the hospital. Are you hearing anything about the efforts or what is happening on the ground right now?
Yeah, no, the communication has been strong. I mean, this is one of the benefits of being in a small state, right? We all know each other well. We communicate with each other all the time. We don't have to, search down each other's cell phone numbers. We already have them. And so I'm not at liberty to say anything that already hasn't been reported publicly, but the communication has been strong. I think the most important thing is, we're going on more than 4 hours, close to 5 hours now since the shooting occurred. And so it really is important for people in Providence, not just on the east side, but downtown and elsewhere, to stay home. Stay home. There still is a shooter out there. There may be law enforcement vehicles and other vehicles that need access to different neighborhoods. So this is a night to stay in.
Yeah, this often happens in Washington, D.C. Very often we hear about these shootings, these threats. We haven't had it here, but here at Brown University, right in our state capital, and the neighborhood around there is full of anxiety tonight. You are very familiar with that area. Are you in touch with any of your friends that are still in that east side area?
Well, first of all, I mean, look, I'm a Brown alum, right? I met my wife at Brown, like some of my best friends, and it's just horrible to think about how, for the students who are there now, this tragedy is going to shape their memories for the rest of their lives. And of course, there are 2 families who are going to lose their loved ones. Yeah, I've been in touch with friends and relatives and all the rest. I will say there's also been just a great outpouring of people, members of Congress from around the country who've reached out. Unfortunately, this has become all too common in our country. We're all old enough to remember a time when school shootings were a very rare event. Now they're happening all over the country all the time. And so, I've had many members of Congress reach out tonight, say, hey, I dealt with this same sort of thing in my district a couple of years ago, and offering advice and offering support and consolation. But, unfortunately, in this country, this has become just far too common.
Congressman Magazine, we want to thank you for joining us. Obviously, it's a difficult situation, as you said, an alum of Brown University. Unfortunately, another community touched by a mass shooting, as the congressman said, talking to other members of Congress who have dealt with this. Rhode Island has not, but unfortunately it's happened here. We want to get back out to our Dan Janig with some new information, new details, as he's awaiting another press conference from authorities. Dan, what can you tell us?
You guys have me?
Yes, we do.
Go ahead, Dan. What can you tell us?
Okay, Patrice, I just learned through a top source that they're going to release video. It's going to be released very soon, if not before this news conference, at some point during this news conference, that video will be released. Is that correct, Josh? Okay. I'm hearing it from a police source that might be releasing some kind of video, and they're going to go through it. So that's where we stand right now. The news conference is about to start, I think. Are we still for 9:30? Still for 9:30. The mayor just got here, so we're going to hook up to the camera, and we'll head it back to you, and I'll ask a little bit about that a video that I heard from a top police source that they say is going to be released at some point. So we're going to get in place, right, Patrice?
Is this surveillance video?
That's what I believe. I believe it's surveillance video, but we're going to hear about it from Chief Tim O'Hara in just a second. But we want to get our in place so that we have a huge crowd of cameras here. So let's get this in place. Let's take the press conference live, and then we'll ask questions. So let's send it back to the studio. Brian, Patrice.
And Dan, of course, what you're watching is basically breaking news unfolding in different parts, and Dan getting the information real time about what's going to happen. And this is what we're talking about now. 5 hours later, is are we going to see an image of the suspect? And we keep talking about it because that's also important, as now the gunman is on the loose, and that's critical to try to find the suspect, because when tragedies like this happen, when violence happens and it takes some time and they don't find the gunman right away, you need the public's help to try to find him. We talked about the Boston Marathon bombing. It took a couple of days to get out an image. We talked about the shooting of a health insurance executive in New York City, where the suspect was found in Pennsylvania later. And so it's also critical to get an image out there in today's day and age, to let the public try to work their diligence as well, to let authorities know where that person might be.
Yeah, if you witness something, let the police know about it. If you have some Ring camera, if you have surveillance camera video, let the police know about it. We want to go out to Mike Cerullo now. He's downtown at the AMP where there is a concert going on tonight. Mike?
Well, Brian and Patrice, there are still concerts and events that are taking place in the downtown Providence area. For reference, we're about 8 minutes driving from the Brown University campus where this all happened, and you can see there is that heightened police presence outside of the AMP. Now, one thing that I've noticed being out here for the past hour or so is that inside the AMP, while the concert goes on, there are a lot of people. We saw them as they were entering. They were in good spirits, but most of them didn't seem to know exactly what had happened. Outside the AMP at the moment, this is an area that's usually filled with a lot of people. And right now it is eerily quiet out here. There aren't many people at all. Some of the hotels in the area, I was checking in with them in recent half hour, and they tell me they're taking heightened security measures, not allowing guests to swipe in the way they normally would. They have a physical security guard at the door that is allowing people in, people who are supposed to be there. Now the convention center as well, we're right next to the convention center, and they have a cheerleading event going on. It was all lit up earlier this evening before this all took place for that event. And I'm told the event still happened, but as of now, it is not lit up. It is very quiet there. Now the Providence Place Mall, we know, closed early as a precaution. Now we know police have swept the mall, according to some of the people that we spoke to who were turned away from the mall. I spoke with them earlier. Take a listen.
I was just at the mall, actually going into the mall. We went to the Sky Bridge, and security told us to stop and that they were evacuating the building. So I don't know what's going on from that.
So they didn't let you in the mall?
No, they haven't. They actually locked it down.
Did you see everyone coming out of the mall?
Yeah, there was a few people, yes.
Now, again, it just shows the far-reaching impact of what happened here. We don't know where the suspect is, but we're going to keep you updated. I'll toss it back to you.
All right, and Mike, as we saw, your camera moved into the front doors of the AMP there, and you could see law enforcement officers with assault rifles in essentially tactical gear, as that is the situation in Providence right now. It is almost 9:30, 5.5 hours almost after a gunman shot and killed 2 people at the Brown University Engineering building on the east side of Providence. 8 other people are in the hospital with serious gunshot wounds. The suspect is on the loose. As our own Dan Janig reported just a couple minutes ago, we're awaiting an updated press briefing now about 3 hours after the last one, where Dan heard that they're expected to release some kind of video coming up. We assume it's something hopefully that can show an image of who police are looking for, because we essentially have a city and a whole area on edge right now because they don't know where a gunman who opened fire 5 hours ago is.
Yeah, we got some aerial video right there. You can just see how quiet the streets are. When we first went on the air, people were still walking down the sidewalks, driving down the streets. This was 5.5 hours ago. And now we see that it's very quiet. You see all the law enforcement there. It's eerily quiet. We also talked to John Perrick. He told us that the police are going methodically from building to building, trying to find students who are holed up in the rooms. They've been told to shelter in place, so they're going in there and they're evacuating some of them. They've brought in several RIPTA buses. They're loading up those RIPTA buses and taking those students to a safe place.
Yeah, a shelter in place. Police don't want people to go outside in the area. They don't want people to go to the area if they're not there. Again, with up to this point, very little information about a gunman, just a man wearing black. From that briefing 3 hours ago, authorities said that police officers went immediately into that engineering building after getting the calls about the shooting, but it appears they never saw the shooter. The shooter was already gone. So any description didn't come from police. There was no back and forth. There was no gunfire. As we hear so often with mass shooting situations, there often is. I think Dan had mentioned this before. So often these mass shootings end with the gunman taking their own life, or again, a shootout with law enforcement that ends with the suspect dead. That has not happened here. And that is just an unusual element to this whole situation. Rhode Island's essentially first mass shooting in the mass shooting era that's now unfortunately been happening for more than 2 decades across the country, that other parts of the country know all too well, and now it's happened here.
Yeah, initially this was a Brown University thing and the neighborhood. Now it's spread out because we don't know where this person is. So a number of things have happened. Roger Williams Park Zoo had a holiday light display. They closed that early. Providence Place Mall closed, so don't expect to be going to the movies there tonight. PPAC has a concert going on. I've been texting with my husband, who said that they did make an announcement there and they have brought in extra security. Also, we saw Mike Cerullo down at the AMP where there's a concert going on. So the whole city is on edge, and this is continuing to spread.
And from what we know at this point, again, we're awaiting a briefing in a few minutes. Authorities didn't give a lot of information at that last briefing 3 hours ago, and it seems to be that that's because they didn't have it. And I don't. The last word I heard was they didn't know where the gunman was. It's not like they were honed in on an area and potentially had someone surrounded or closed off or had an idea. This is unsettling because they really don't. And again, that's many layers happening right now where there are people who lost loved ones. 2 people died, 8 other people in the hospital, the Brown University community in mourning, but also trying to process what's happening because they don't know if there could be more danger ahead.
Yes, and we're looking at pictures right now. There's going to be a news conference. We had a news conference a couple of hours ago from the mayor of Providence, who basically told us that 2 people were dead, 8 are in the hospital, and that people are to shelter in place. This is breaking news to Providence. Police are responding right now to this active shooter situation. They are continuing to search for the gunman, who is still on the loose. All we know is that he opened fire at about 4 o'clock this afternoon. He exited the building on the Hope Street side wearing black. We know now that they are going to be releasing some video, and we are hoping that that will maybe show us an image of this person. Initially, they had taken a person, were questioning a person. That person turned out to not be involved in this. So we thought at first that they caught the gunman, but they have not caught the gunman.
Yeah, there was a report early on that a suspect was in custody. That is not the case.
Right.
And that has put the wheels in motion to everything that's happening now, and a lot of unease, a lot of unsettled feelings for people who are wary and nervous about what is happening in their community as a mass shooter took the lives of 2 and wounded 8 others. And there's just, the hard thing is there's not a lot of information. It's not over. And we're not expecting this briefing to say that it is over, but hopefully the next step where there's more information that can lead to the suspect to hopefully at least end the nervous feelings and but we've seen these situations before. It could take days.
It could take days, yeah. And law enforcement wants us to let you know that they can't do this alone. They need you to call in if you witnessed anything, if you saw the gunman, if you saw someone running, if you recognize the person, if someone around you has been making strange statements. Now, we do know that the police, at least initially at the last news conference, said they had not heard of any warning ahead of time. And they have been combing through social media now to see if there's anything online, because sometimes these gunmen will actually report this live as it's happening. So far, we have not heard anything about that.
Right. And we heard the Charlie Kirk shooting in Utah a few months ago. Again, the shooter, I believe, posted things on social media. We don't know anything about this suspect, whether it was a student or not. We don't know if the person had to get access to that engineering building or not. And you don't want to speculate too much. A lot of these mass shootings that happen on college campuses are students, but Brown University has a high profile as an Ivy League institution. It's been in the news for various reasons. Again, you don't want to speculate, but there are all kinds of questions here that are yet to be answered. And we're unclear at this point if authorities are going to have any more of that information. Was there a badge swipe that they know if the person went into the building? How was the person armed? All we know is that it was a firearm at this point, as we talk about mass shootings and whether it was an assault rifle or how it happened. And now we're going to, I'm sure, have all kinds of debates now about what could happen, in terms of how to prevent this kind of thing. We've talked about how students at universities, elementary schools, high schools, for years now have unfortunately had to train on this in their schools. You hope it never happens. Unfortunately, it has now.
Yeah, we know the police have been training on this. So again, if you are watching us, we are continuing to cover this mass shooting at Brown University. 10 people shot by a person wearing black in the engineering building at Brown University. He exited the building on the Hope Street side and just took off on foot. And now, right now, police are searching for that person. They're going through social media. They're going door to door in that whole neighborhood and looking for students who have been sheltering in place, who need to be evacuated. They have brought in some RIPTA buses, and they've loaded up several of those buses to move students out of that area. We want to go live now because we hear that the officials, Mayor Smiley and other police officials are coming into the scene to give us an update on what happened today and what they've learned in the last 5 hours that we've been covering this.
Yeah, and the gentleman on the right with the glasses is Providence Deputy Chief Tim O'Hara, the head of the Rhode Island State Police, Darnell Weaver there, Mayor Brett Smiley, Governor Dan McKee. Let's hear from the mayor who's stepping to the podium now, Attorney General Peter Nerona as well.
Good evening, everybody. Again, I'm Providence Mayor Brett Smiley. We're here to provide an update on the ongoing investigation from this afternoon's horrific attack and terrible act of violence in our community. In just a moment, we'll hear from our governor, Governor Dan McKee, and from Brown University President Chris Paxson. Then there are other officials, including and especially law enforcement officials who are here and able to answer questions. But the three of us will be the only formal speakers, and then we'll take all of your questions and continue to try to be as transparent as possible. As I mentioned at the earlier update, this is an evolving situation, and there are details that are subject to change, and so we want to continue to recognize that we're not done yet, and so we will continue to update, and please bear with us if we learn more or if there are additional details. One of the new details that I'm sorry to have to share is that there is one additional victim of today. So now there are 9 injured individuals. There was one additional victim who had left the scene. It was not a gunshot wound. The individual learned that they had received fragments from the shooting that had occurred near them. And so they have non-life-threatening injuries, but is now the 9th victim who is is expected to have a full recovery. Additionally, we want to make sure the community knows the individual responsible is still at large, but importantly, at the conclusion of this press update, we will be releasing a short video showing an image of the suspect. That will be available to all of you when we've finished this briefing. We know there's a lot of fear and anxiety in the community right now, and we want folks to know that while it is the case that the shelter in place remains in effect for the broader Brown community, that includes campus and the neighborhoods surrounding the campus, we are doing everything we can, and we've been receiving tremendous assistance from our partners in law enforcement. The governor, under his leadership with the state police, has been terrific. The FBI, the ATF, and many communities around Rhode Island have assisted. There are over 400 officers currently in the area assisting with both the investigation and to ensure the safety of the Providence community. Additionally, Providence Fire has been deployed to venues of assembly. We know that this is a busy time. It's a Saturday night in the holiday season, and so you may see firefighters at the mall, at PPAC, at Roger Williams Park, and we don't want anyone to be concerned that there are any issues, but rather we want folks who are out in the community tonight to see a person in a position of authority and to feel safe in our community. We have no reason to believe that there are any additional threats at this time. Any calls that have been received in the last several hours to 911 have been unrelated, and there have been no additional calls for service or calls of anything related to this incident. The video that will be released is from that building where the shooting occurred, which is the Barrison Holly building, looking towards Hope Street. And as I mentioned, that will be shared as soon as we conclude. We are still encouraging, as we did earlier, for anyone who thinks that they might have information relevant to the investigation to call the police, the Providence Police non-emergency line, which is 401-272-3121, 401-272-3121. Of course, you can also call 911, but if you have information that you think might be able to assist in our investigation, please give us a call. At this time, I'd like to turn the mic over to our Governor, Dan McKee, who's been in touch with federal, state partners and has been a tremendous assistance to us here in Providence throughout the evening. Governor?
Hey, Mayor, and thank you for your leadership and all your entire team. And our job right now is to support your team. And we're doing just that. All our state resources are available, not only to the mayor, but also Brown University, which our hearts go out to Brown University. I have had calls along with the mayor, with the FBI director, Patel, who's offered assistance to us as well, a direct assistance. I just received a call from the President Trump as well, expressing the same type of urgency and the same type of offers to respond to us in a way that we, one, keep people safe, but also two, we're going to make sure that we catch the individual that brought so much suffering to so many people. And so with that, I would just say that we're going to continue to work together. State police is on board. We know that there's going to be needed for some counseling strategies, so we've already activated that through our health department. And we'll make sure that we take the lead from the mayor and then provide all the assistance we possibly can, along with your lead as well, President Paxton. So with that, I'll give the mic back to you.
Thank you, Governor. Now we'll introduce Brown University President Christine Paxson. Brown PD was the first to respond and has been an incredible partner. And we have two priorities right now as a community. One, to bring the individual responsible to justice, and two, to pray for the full recovery of those affected. The Brown community's heart is breaking and Providence's heart is breaking along with it. We're a week and a half away from Christmas, and all of us are getting calls from concerned families, parents, employees, relatives. And so, President, we just want you to know that Providence and Brown stand together today, tomorrow, and in the months ahead. Please.
Thank you. Yes, this is the day that one hopes never happens, and it has. I really appreciate everything that the local law enforcement and everybody is doing to help find this person, make sure that we can be safe as a community. Our focus right now is on supporting the families who have been affected by this, the families of the 2 students who sadly lost their lives today, as well as the 8, now 9 students who are in the hospital. We've been in touch with their families. I will talk to them soon. But you know, we will come together as a community and we'll get through this. Currently, the students are still all on lockdown, as are people in the area. And hopefully we can get them back to their dorms and feeling safe and secure as soon as possible. But thank you for everything you're doing, Mayor.
Thank you, Chris. We'll take questions for law enforcement personnel, anyone who's here today and share as much information as we can at this time.
Can we,
Dan.
Dan J from Channel 10, Mayor, as you know, can you talk a little bit about what we're going to see in this video? Or can Deputy Chief Oates?
We're going to ask Commander O'Hara to answer that question.
Sure. What you're going to see is a video from the building where this incident took place, 184 Hope Street. It's of who we believe is the suspect, leaving that area, walking on Hope Street and taking a right on Waterman towards the water. He's going to be wearing dark clothing. You're not going to be able to see his face. Dark gray or black clothing. And some of the witnesses have also told us that he may have been wearing a camouflage gray mask. That is unconfirmed. But if anybody should recognize this person in any way, seen him earlier, recognize his gait, obviously we want to know about that. as soon
Deputy
as
Chief,
possible.
you had said, or somebody had said, and I want to make sure we're correct in reporting this, that he may have walked out of a building. And I'm wondering, how did he get access to the building? And is there video from inside the building?
That I don't have. I don't have the answer if there's video inside that building that depicts him. There is video inside that building. However, I haven't seen him on video inside that building. And he did walk out of the building.
So can you explain that to me, in all of us? So he was in the building, but we don't have video of him in the building.
We haven't recognized him in the video yet. We do see some video from inside the building of a commotion. Clearly students are running. However, we don't have from the video that I've seen so far, we don't have the suspect depicted in a video.
Is there any reason to believe this is international terrorism, or is this just some disgruntled
That
student?
we don't know yet.
A disgruntled student that just came in to shoot up because he was upset about final exams or something like that?
We're not sure.
Amanda, have you been getting tips since the last briefing?
Yes, some tips have been coming in and we have been running them down. We're going to be using the assistance of the FBI to get categorize all the tips that come in so that we have it in an orderly format for us to look at. But yes, we have had some tips. None of them have worked out for us yet.
Do you think, like, do you have a better idea than we did just 3 hours ago, since at least now you have a visual image?
Yes, a little bit better, but we're still not there yet, John.
Has law enforcement
Ian.
done inside the building?
Ian first.
Commander, has law enforcement done any building by building search of the area, surrounding area?
Yes, we have. We've gone through some buildings. We've made sure that students that were who barricaded themselves in were safe. We removed them, and they're now in a reunification center.
How far has that search gone into the residential area around Brown?
It's gone to all the buildings that we think that were affected by it. Any student that called us and said that they were barricaded and they didn't feel safe, those are the buildings we checked.
Deputy Chief, does that video show a gun?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't show a gun? And also, Mayor, the president confirmed that all of the victims are students at Brown University.
I can't confirm that. I don't have that information to
Well,
confirm.
that's what you just said, right? President Paxton?
That's what I've been told, yes.
That all of the victims, including the 2 that passed, are students at Brown University.
The last one who came in recently, I'm not sure.
Okay.
There was a question over here.
There was blood stains on the sidewalk of Waterman clothing. Were all the shots done within the building, or were they shot outside?
Well, the incident took place inside the building.
Inside, there were blood stains in the clothing outside. Can you say
Where in the building did it happen?
It happened inside of a classroom,
Do you know what floor?
first floor.
Has the weapon been found? If it wasn't in the video?
No, it hasn't.
Have you talked to any of the
Sorry,
victims?
Steph.
Can you walk us through what you now know about the timeline of events? What time did the suspect walk into the building, and how quickly did he begin shooting people straight for the classroom? Was it the students who were taking finals?
I don't know what the students were doing in this classroom. However, I don't also know how he entered the building that we're working on.
Okay, so you don't know that yet. And is the suspect of college age? Does he seem in the video?
He could be in his 30s, but we're not positive. That's our first inclination.
Pat.
Sir, can you speak to the type of presence from the federal government that's on the ground right now, and what type of personnel do you expect in coming days, specifically tomorrow?
So right now, we're working with ATF and the FBI, who are present right now. Those are the federal agents that we're working with.
Deputy Chief, based on the bullets, Deputy Chief, do we know what kind of gun?
We don't have the gun identified yet, no.
What type of activity are they engaged in? Are they doing data collection?
How many other people were inside the classroom?
That I'm not sure of. I don't know how many students were in there.
President Paxton, could you maybe answer some of the questions about the Brown students? What was that class there for? Was it a final exam? You're the president, you must know.
I don't know.
Well, you don't
I don't know that.
Okay.
That's it. Sir, you had a question?
Yes.
Go.
So have the shelter-in-place orders or evacuation spread to other parts of the city? Because we've heard that happen at the moment.
No, they have not. The shelter in place has not changed. It remains in effect for the Brown campus and the surrounding neighborhood. City of Providence, you know, if you live near Brown, that's where the shelter in place is in effect. It is not in effect in other neighborhoods because we have no reason to believe that there is any particular threat beyond the campus area at this time. As I mentioned at the press briefing before this, I'll reiterate right now. In this day and age, there is a lot of misinformation that can spread as it pertains to official updates regarding the shelter in place or any future announcements. Please follow the City of Providence official social media channels. We've also put out updates through our 311 system, but the City of Providence on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram will be updating throughout the evening. If that did not come from an official channel, then it is not official. Right now, the shelter in place is the same as it had been earlier, and it remains the same.
Mayor,
Please, Ed.
How is the shelter in place message being conveyed to the neighborhoods? Is it just through the media, or are you making phone calls?
So we have all of the above. We have conveyed it through the media. We've conveyed it through our official social media channels. We've pushed it out through our 311 system, which is the city service system. We've been in touch with our city council leaders throughout the neighborhood, including our councilman, John Gonsalves, from this neighborhood, who have their own distribution channels through newsletters and such. And for all of you who are Rhode Islanders, you know this is a close-knit community. That is our strength, particularly in this moment. We are all in touch with our neighbors. We are all in touch with our loved ones at this moment, and we are sharing information as directly and honestly as we can. And we will continue to push out updates through those same various channels. Please, in the way back.
Hi. Is there any indication of when students were sheltering in place in public campus buildings, when they would be allowed to at least leave and go to those reunification sites?
There is no notification about when that might end because we will make that announcement when we feel like it is safe to do so. And so we don't have a timeline on that, and nor should we have a timeline on that. Safety is the primary concern right now, and bringing the responsible individual to justice is our top priority.
Is it your belief that there's just one suspect or people helping him? And if people are helping him, Deputy, what is your message to people that might be aiding, because it's been 6 hours and, no one knows.
Sure, he's unidentified, so we don't know if people may be helping him or not at this point.
But Deputy Chief, assume that, what's your message to anyone that may know who he is or helping him or hiding?
They know who he is, please call us.
Deputy Chief, I ask this with all due respect, Deputy Chief, just so I'm trying to process this so we can bring this person to justice. He was in the building, but we don't have video of him in the building, or we have video, we just don't know if it's him. Do you think that he went into a bathroom, got dressed, and then came out? And secondly, could the president of the university address, does anybody have access to that building? I mean, you can't go in a building without a pass key anywhere. So
I'll take both of those. As has been said, and we'll say again, the video that we have and the video that we will be sharing when we conclude this update is of the suspect leaving the building.
Right.
We are combing through lots of video, both on campus, through private cameras. Providence Police, with the great assistance from our federal partners and others, is combing through any video we can find. And again, to the community, if you have some of those Ring cameras or other video that you think might be relevant, please call us and share it with us. We do not at this time have video that we have seen of the individual coming into the building or moving throughout the building, but that doesn't mean that we will not discover it. We are actively working this investigation as we speak. It has been a priority for us to give updates when we have them. That's why we're here right now. When we have more information, we will share it. As was reported at the earlier press conference from the provost, because there were exams taking place, the outer doors of the building were unlocked. There were sure to be doors inside the building that were locked and that require badge access, but the outer doors were unlocked because it was 4 o'clock while exams were taking place. That was reported earlier. That remains true now.
Okay.
Please, Steph.
Do you have any reason to believe that the shooter is still in the area?
We don't know.
President Paxton, could you talk directly to the students? They've been on lockdown. What about meals? What if someone has a medical emergency?
Right.
If you could talk directly to the students right now.
President, if you could walk behind the stand.
That have been in.
I mean, I know the students are anxious, and I know they're in very constant communication with loved ones and parents through social media and on their phones. If we hear that students need support, if they have a medical issue or something like that, we will address it. Our major priority right now is for their safety.
President Paxton, could you confirm that several of the victims were on the windows across the?
I cannot confirm that.
President, how are you doing today? Processing all this?
Oh, yeah, it's hard to process. I was on a plane to DC when it happened and flew right back, and I'm catching up right now.
President, with all due respect, 6 hours after this shooting, and you said you don't know what was going on in that classroom. How does that happen? Were they taking an exam? Were they meeting for a club?
I don't know. I don't know.
6 hours later, and you're the president, and you don't know.
I do not know.
Well, that's kind of concerning.
As evidence as a result of any determinations they made about the style of weapon?
Yes, there's shell casings, but we're not going to release any specific information about that type of evidence.
As more time goes by, do you think that without having an identity of the suspect, do you think that aids in his ability to get further away from law enforcement?
As I mentioned, we've got over 400 officers on the ground right now. Every minute matters. We know every minute matters. And other than the people you see standing behind you, everyone else right now is out on the streets working hard to bring this individual to justice and to bring some confidence and safety and security to our residents. And that's what all the people who should be doing are doing that are focused on. We will continue to provide updates as they are available. We will continue to do regular briefings. Please stay informed to our press list. If you are not on our press list, please let us know. You can find any of the individuals back there who can sign you up for the press list. That's all the updates we have for this time. We will share the video that was referred to several times to that same list. So if you need to be on the email list, you can see Josh here or a couple other staff people in the back. Thank you. Those are our updates for now. That's all the time we have, and we will be back here
Okay.
when we
You're
have more to
watching
share.
special
We will
coverage from
continue to do
NBC 10 of a mass shooting at Brown University. The most important thing we learned there was that there is video now, we believe, of the shooter as he was walking down Waterman Street after leaving the engineering building at Brown University, where he shot several people inside on a first floor in a classroom. We believe he was wearing dark clothing, perhaps some kind of camouflage mask, and it is believed that he could be in his 30s.
The president of Brown University confirming there that the 2 people who died are Brown University students. 8 of the victims in the hospital, also Brown University students. The mayor updating, saying there is a 9th person who was wounded, though not directly shot. It might have been fragments, but those injuries are not believed to be serious. We are now awaiting a piece of video that we hopefully can share with you, again, of what authorities believe is the suspect, but they kind of warned us that the video isn't great. We're not going to see, and by that I mean not very descriptive. They said you can't see the suspect's face.
No.
Again, wearing kind of dark clothing. They're hoping maybe from the person's walk, their gait, as you call it, that they could tell. There's still a shelter in place for Brown University, the surrounding community on the east side, but other events throughout the city have continued. There is not a shelter in place there. Mayor Brett Smiley said that's because they have not received any information of a threat specifically to those areas. So he said the people who should shelter in place, he said, you know who you are, on the east side near Brown University. And again, there's still a lot of unanswered questions. It appeared the person was able to easily walk into the building. It was exams. The outer doors were unlocked. Beyond that, not a lot of information. But again, as you said, we did learn the shooting. All of it happened within a classroom. So, but they don't know, again, whether it was a student. And their description is maybe a man in his 30s. That could still be a student potentially.
And we want to point out too, on our screen right now, we have the phone number, the tip line for police. Police did say during this news conference that they are getting tips from people. So if you witness something, or if you have somebody in your neighborhood that maybe said something, call this number, 401-272-3121. Right now, police say they are getting tips and they are running down those tips. So far, they haven't panned out, but we are going to be getting some video. We're going to may recognize that person.
As you heard our colleague Dan Janig asking suppressing questions during that press conference about how is it that there is not more video from inside a university building. The deputy police chief said there is video where they can see students running and a commotion, but they don't see the gunman's face. And again, the shooting happened in a classroom. So does that mean there was not a camera in the classroom itself, maybe just in a hallway or an entranceway? Or something like that. And then again, the gunman walked out onto Hope Street. But now, nearly 6 hours later, obviously that leads to a lot of questions about how far this person could have gotten. As police have searched the area again, they put a shelter in place for the university and the immediate neighborhood, but not the surrounding parts of the city. We have seen, though, a heavy police presence downtown, outside the amp where there was a concert. The mall was closed. There are police officers with assault rifles throughout the city because they don't know what this person is armed with. All we know is that he used a gun. What kind of gun is it? They don't know at this point.
You are watching continuing coverage of the mass shooting at Brown University, where 10 people have been shot. 1 received shrapnel wounds, but 10 people shot at Brown University in the engineering building where classes were in session, where they were taking tests, their final exams before the holidays. Leanna Falk is standing by live with the very latest. Leanna?
Yeah, Patrice, Paul, let's get off. I want us to go over the shoulder so we can kind of show them what we're seeing here right now. 3 RIPTA buses worth of students have arrived here at the Nelson Fitness Center. This is the academic center, the athletic center, I should say, where the Family Reunification Center has been set up. Now, if we pan over, you can see one of those buses has just now let off. So they've dropped off about 3 busloads worth of students These students are coming from all over campus, essentially. As I've been walking up to them, asking them questions, we've had one of them say that they came from a grocery store. Another one said they came from a library center. We'll have more details coming up.
Falk is on the scene there. We're losing a microphone, but important information. And we heard more about the situation with the Brown University students, that the ones who were barricaded inside of buildings are now out. From our early reporting, if you've been with us throughout the night, John Perrick, who was on the scene, our Mike Cerullo, they were in contact with students who were telling them through text message that they were using chairs and other materials to barricade themselves inside buildings because, again, unfortunately, as students of this generation know, they've been drilling on this for years. You either barricade, you fight, you run. And that situation we learned now at that press conference, that is over. So all the students should be out of those situations. The ones who are in their dorms or anywhere else should be sheltering in place. But law enforcement was able to go in those buildings where students were barricaded in, determine that they were not in danger, and get them out. And they're now at a reunification center. And again, hopefully getting in touch with their families, I'm sure, who have lots of questions, are anxious, and communication can be tough even though everybody has a phone now.
Yeah, just a terrible situation here today as we are continuing to cover this mass shooting at Brown University. Dan Janig is standing by live with the very latest. Dan.
One for Aaron, one for Dan. We have two mics.
Hi guys. I'm sorry. We were just, hi, Patrice and Brian. We just, press conference just wrapped up right here, so we're just getting it in place. Let me tell you one thing. If we don't hear anything at all tonight, the video that's going to be released to Channel 10, and our producers are going to turn it fast and we're going to play for it. That video is key to finding who did this. And that's all they've got. You know it, I know it, they said it, okay? Now, that video, he's all in black. So I think Brian made a good point. You have to look at the shoes. You have to look at the way they walk, because if you know this person, you'll know it, right? There's got to be something. And if there's not something, he walked into the night, and we're not sure if he's even still here. So that's key. So I know that we're going to bring that video to you as soon as we can, so we can show you exactly what's going on. So just to update some things we learned at this news conference. That shooting took place inside that building. It was a classroom, likely where kids were having a final exam. The president of the university 6 hours later doesn't know what's happening in that classroom. That's kind of a concern too. There's video likely in the hallways. As an adjunct professor, we never had cameras in the classroom. Now, they may have had cameras in the classroom because it was a final exam, but I don't think they're there all the time. But I'm not familiar with that building. But there's definitely video in the hallways. This is why they saw all the students running down the hallway after the shots went off. So that's why I kind of pressed him. Okay, so he's in the building, he's walking around the building, but you have video, but you're not sure it's him. You know, obviously, if somebody's in black clothing with a mask on, you're going to recognize them, right? So then I asked him, could he have gone to the bathroom and changed and then went out? So that seems like there's some kind of fogginess there. What we do know is that the video from outside is really what they're hedging their bets on right now. They are still going through the video from inside the classroom. We also learned at this news conference now that there's one more victim. So in total, 11 people, 11 victims. The last victim went to the hospital after the fact and realized they had some shrapnel from the shooting. So they didn't get shot, they just got some shrapnel in, and they're gonna be okay. The other ones, we also learned that they're all students. President Paxton said they're all students, including the two people who lost their lives. So there's some big information coming from this news conference. I'm gonna bring in Erin and Coogan in 2 seconds, but first I want you to hear what Mayor Smiley had to say of people living in this area.
We know there's a lot of fear and anxiety in the community right now, and we want folks to know that while it is the case that the shelter in place remains in effect for the broader Brown community, that includes campus and the neighborhoods surrounding the campus, we are doing everything we can, and we've been receiving tremendous assistance from our partners in law enforcement. The governor, under his leadership with the state police, has been terrific. The FBI, the ATF, and many communities around Rhode Island have assisted. There are over 400 officers currently in the area assisting with both the investigation and to ensure the safety of the Providence community.
So that's what the mayor had to say to people living in this area. So it's still a lockdown. It is still a shelter in place. So this is an active shooter who's still out there. And as we know that they've also gone to places where people gather, like the AMP, where there was a concert, PPAC, where there was the Boston Pops. I'm looking at my phone, as I know our producer, Courtney Coluca, is too, for when the video is going to be emailed to us, because that's the video we need to see. You need to see if we're even going to catch this guy, because otherwise he just walked into the night. I thought it was interesting during the press conference, Aaron, when they talked a little bit about, I mean, it's 6 hours later. You don't have to watch Law and Order every week to know the longer the time goes by, the more challenging this is going to be. And he basically said, we don't know the identity of the shooter.
Well, here's the problem. The shelter in place is for the surrounding Brown community, but we asked, is there any indication that he is here? Why wouldn't he be in New Hampshire, like you were saying?
Right.
It takes 3 hours. Why wouldn't he be in New York? And they said they don't know that.
Right.
They can't confirm that.
No.
So why is the shelter in place only here?
Well, I think because they have to, out of abundance of caution, they have to think that he didn't get too far.
Of course.
But like I said earlier, when I got the call this afternoon, you were the first reporter on scene, by the way, which I want to talk to you a little bit about. But, I was in Bedford, New Hampshire, having lunch with my friends, holiday lunch, when I got the call. So it's 2 hours away in Bedford. I made it here in an hour and a half. It's been 6 hours, right? You can go for a long time. You were the first person on scene, and you kind of see this develop. One of the reporters, and you kind of see this develop. You said that you were in the area where the shooting took place, but you didn't recognize the cameras up above because obviously you had officers with guns.
Yeah, well, I think it's been a roller coaster of adrenaline and a little bit of lax. And, because we had there's a shooter in custody.
Yeah, exactly.
That was a 30-minute span of time where people let their guards down. Of course, there is a highly populated street. We had folks going back out to get their dinner. And then 30 minutes later, after that announcement came out, it was, wait, there's nobody in custody.
Right, and for those 30 minutes that there was a suspect supposedly in custody,
That's right.
That suspect got away, had 30 more minutes to get away because they weren't looking at that person right now. So this video, and I have Courtney Coluca, our producer, in the air. This video, which I'm trying to find the mayor's person who's supposed to send it to us because they need to press play quickly. We need to get that on the video camera. You need to watch it on your phone. You need, if you're in the Brown community or you work on Thayer Street, maybe he comes in and gets a sandwich and you recognize something. We need to get that video on the air, so I know we'll do that. So you guys have a question for me back at the station? I know we swapped out some anchors, so I'm not sure who's there now.
Yeah, so what we have learned is that all of the people who were shot are Brown University students, including those 2 who have died. We also know that we're waiting for this important video. Dan, I'm wondering, why do they think that person is the person who's the shooter? Was it because he was wearing the dark clothing, because he had maybe a camo mask on, or could they see a weapon?
As far as the mask, they didn't see that on camera. He said that it's
Possibility of
a
a
victim
mask.
may have seen a camouflage mask. We have been hearing mask all day, but that just kind of confirmed it right there. So Patrice, this video is key.
Yes, it is.
And when you think about it, right? I mean, we've been covering news for how long? It's 2025, and a suspect walks in a building, shoots people, walks out, and 6 hours later, we don't know anything about that person except for the video that you're about to see.
Could you
and that
repeat,
video,
Dan, could you repeat what you said at the beginning? Because we had a technical problem here. I was asking you, why did they think that guy is the person who did the shooting?
oh, sorry. So Patrice is asking, why do they think that guy is the guy who did the shooting? Well, you can answer that too. I think it's the black clothing, right?
Black clothing, people saw him leaving on the Hope side of the Barris and Holly building. So they're putting 2 and 2 together. But of course, they're going to rely on any inside video as well.
Yeah, they didn't see a gun in that video. Patrice, I'm not sure where I got cut off, so I don't want to go blabber on and on, but I want to give you the facts. I asked, did they see a gun in the video? No. Can they tell us what kind of gun he used based on the bullets that were retrieved from the victims? They know what kind of gun it is, but they don't want to tell us. So he's walking away down Hope Street. I don't know if he's running. I think they said walking, not running. That he was all dressed in black, and that's why they believe this is the suspect. I don't know if you heard about the part about the mask, Patrice. they can't see the camouflage mask. That's based on what victims told police. So, and again, you go back to the inside the video, inside the hallway. I mean, was he so calculated? Did he realize there weren't camera? I don't know, but they're going to go through that video. So that's why they think it's this person, Patrice. But I'll tell you right now, that's the only thing they've got right now.
Yeah, Dan and Aaron, I want you to hang back there because what also stood out to me during this press conference when they were listing some new details, one of the things they mentioned was they believe the shooter was in his 30s, which is obviously not the typical college age student. Did you guys read into that? And do you think we're going to see some of that play out in the video that might give the appearance at least of an older person in the building?
Right. Aaron doesn't have an earpiece, so Emily's asking about why they thought that the shooter could be in his 30s. I think Steph Machado from the Globe asked that question. I don't know how you determine somebody in black clothing is. I don't know how.
Well, alongside everything that they've been doing behind the scenes, they've been talking to witnesses, students that were inside at the time of the shooting, because they had kids barricaded in there and they're sheltering in place for now 6 hours. So they've been able to talk to folks.
And I think we need to go back also to the human angle of this, because we're so caught up in finding the suspect. But I want you to think about this, and I hope to get through this without emotion. These kids were in a classroom, likely taking a final. We've all been there. And there's so many people watching right now whose kids are taking finals and all they want to do is to get home safely. These kids are just taking a final. And according to police, the suspect walked in and just opened fire. Walked and escaped into the night. And 2 kids, they're at Brown. They're doing well. They just wanted to finish their exams so they could go home and see mom and dad. And now mom and dad are flying in or driving in to identify their bodies. And I think you can't get lost in that. So anyways, I think that's important, Patrice and Emily, that we realize that, and again, now we also know why the door was open and why anyone could go in and out, because it was finals.
You said this video is the only video we have. So far, there is video from inside the engineering building. We could see, police say, students running, but they have not identified the shooter yet. So eventually, we could have more video of this person.
Yeah, so they're going to go through the video from inside. But, you have to wonder, Patrice, if they had video of him and they were 100% sure about it from the inside, why wouldn't they release it too? And they don't have that.
Well, the mayor specifically said they do not have anything.
They don't
Now.
recognize anything.
Right.
So they're going through that video right now. I asked the mayor after the press conference. They're going through the video from inside Patrice. But I don't know, I don't know the layout of the building. Is there? Clearly, they saw students running away from that classroom. Right. So there's one camera. I don't know if there's another camera that's outside the classroom. I mean, the other thing too is when you do these stories and we hear about these things, we think Brown University. There's cameras everywhere, but it's just not the way it goes. They may not have cameras in hallways, but they're going to go through that video. But clearly, if they saw a guy in his 30s with black clothing walking around the hallway
with a gun,
right? Yeah. Now, one of the things I wanted to ask Aaron, because my earpiece went out a little bit, when they were asked about do they have the weapon,
they do not.
They don't have a weapon. So they don't have a weapon either, guys. The weapon wasn't left behind. It wasn't thrown into bushes that we know of.
But they have shell casings.
So
I didn't even hear.
They have shell casings, so he knows what weapon was used. In terms of it, whether it was a shotgun or AK, whatever, they know, but they're not telling us that because obviously that's going to be part of the investigation, right? We don't want that to get out right now. So, I mean, I guess the question I'm asking, and I think a lot of people at home are asking, and I think a lot of journalists in this building, including us, are asking, it's 2025. How does this happen, and how does he walk into the night?
Mm-hmm. When you think about the residences and the businesses in that, little hub of Hope Street, Thayer Street, someone's got to have something. And police are saying, hey, if you have something, give it to us.
Yeah, check all your cameras, check your video cameras. Yeah. As we leave you here from the Brook Street Fire Station, where we should tell our people that the mayor says he's going to have another news conference here before the end of the night. So we'll prepare for that. We'll bring it to you live. But it is still a high tense area down here. Police are guns drawn and on a manhunt that's now 6 hours long. Patrice,
Dan, Aaron, thank you both for your time. We'll check in with you both shortly. Just to reiterate, we're wrapping up a press conference that ended just a short while ago. We are still waiting on that video that they promised to send us of the suspect. As soon as we get it, we will bring it to you on air. But you are once again watching special coverage of NBC 10 News, where 2 people are dead, 9 people are injured after a gunman opened fire inside Brown University, and we're told those victims are students.
Okay, we're going to go out to the Brown University president now. Let's go out live to the scene where the manhunt is still continuing at this hour. This is the Brown University president speaking.
This is the day that one hopes never happens, and it has. I really appreciate everything that the local law enforcement and everybody is doing to help find this person, make sure that we can be safe as a community. Our focus right now is on supporting the families who have been affected by this, the families of the 2 students who sadly lost their lives today, as well as the 8, now 9 students who are in the hospital. We've been in touch with their families. I will talk to them soon. But, you know, we will come together as a community and we'll get through this.
And we just learned from Leanna Falk just a few moments ago that 3 busloads, ripped-up busloads of students have gone to the reunification center up at Brown University right now. So those students have been cleared out of those buildings and they are safe tonight. So we just wrapped up this news conference with public officials, including the mayor and police officials. And they tell us that there is video. We're waiting for that video that shows the supposed gunman leaving the engineering building, taking a right on Waterman Street, walking down toward the water. He's wearing dark clothing. He possibly has a camouflage mask on, and they're asking anybody who may recognize the way he's walking or may have heard somebody say something, they should call the Providence Police. That phone number is 401-272-3121. We also have learned at that news conference that the shooting did happen inside the engineering building on the 1st floor. They have video inside the building of students running, but they have not yet identified the gunman from any of that video.
And those poor students, I mean, it has been more than 6 hours at this point. And Leanna was speaking to the relief of some of them getting to that center where there's a heavy police presence, where they're reuniting with some of their families. NBC 10's Leanna Falk once again joins us there to show us what's going on at the scene. Leanna.
Yeah, Emily, one of the changes that we've seen here at the athletic center is this yellow caution tape now. The busloads, or now vans, of students have continued to arrive. We see one that's kind of slowly making its way into the facilities now. This Providence Police Department van is carrying several students that are coming from several different parts of campus. We spoke to one student that came from the library, another student that came from a grocery store. And now we have all of these students again arriving to their first real safe place since that first text message came in to run, hide, and fight. Now, we've been speaking to some of the students as they've arrived here at the athletic center, and relief is one of the words that they're feeling, but also they can't really articulate how it is they're feeling because of all of the unknowns about the situation. The fact that there is still a gunman out on the loose right now, the fact that they've lost 2 of their classmates and several others are still in the hospital right now fighting for their lives. Just those facts in and of itself have made this such an untenable situation, an indescribable situation. I talked with one student who's from Florida. She said she didn't live far from Parkland. She remembers that Valentine's Day when those students lost their lives and the effect that it had on those students for the years and years to come. And it's hard to kind of understand or really realize that this is their new reality here at campus, that now they are those students that will have to live with the memories of experiencing such a traumatic event in what's supposed to be one of the best years of their lives. And we also spoke with a teacher who was here in the gym. So what you're seeing right now is the fitness center here at Brown University. And on the 2nd floor is a state-of-the-art gym. And she's talked about how the students really came together to protect themselves and to also shelter in place. She talked to us about how they had made sure that they set themselves up so that the doors were locked. She talked about the morale that they had sustained within the room, making sure that they were calm, but also taking the situation seriously. And I've I've experienced this just being a student and seeing those text messages come in. And initially you don't want to take it seriously because you don't want to believe that this could happen to your university. But then once the reality started to set in, they said that they really did take this seriously. They heeded the warnings and they made sure that they did everything possible to not only protect themselves, but to protect each other and make sure that everyone that was around them during that time felt secure and safe in that moment. So again, we're still seeing many students start to arrive here to what could be possibly considered one of the safest places on campus, just given the sheer amount of first responders, police, fire, and also all of the nonprofits that are here just to make sure that the students are well taken care of.
And you are on Hope Street. It looks so eerie to see this scene, to not see students walking around, because you see kids up there all hours of the day and night. And tonight it is just police lights.
Yeah, it's Saturday night and it's in the heart, essentially, of Providence. Brown University is kind of its own little city because all of the university is kind of set up in all of these different buildings throughout the city of the east side of Providence. And so on a Saturday night like this, you're a couple weeks away from the end of the semester. These students could have been doing everything from studying, taking exams, preparing for their finals, but also having a good time, you know, enjoying those last few weeks that they have before the holiday break. And to think that now they've spent the last few hours before the last couple of weeks of their semester in lockdown. And now all of them have essentially gathered in the athletic center to shelter in place with one another. And one of the things I also want to mention before I bring it back to you guys. So we know that initially this was the reunification center. It was this fitness center. They've now moved it to the larger athletic department. So they a much bigger building just to withstand all of the kids that are going to be coming by.
All right, Lana Falk at the Reunification Center. We will check back in with you shortly. And, you know, she talks about student life and how much has changed in an instant today. And you think about not just on the Brown University campus, but in the greater Providence community at large, we're seeing all of these events get canceled. There is a massive manhunt underway. Some of these streets, as John was saying earlier, look strange. We're not used to, you know, police tape everywhere and cruisers and armed officers. And you think about everything that changes now after tonight here in Rhode Island. This is something that we have never dealt with before.
And right now we are waiting for the concerts to end downtown. So in just a matter of maybe an hour or so, we're going to see the streets flooded with all the people that come out of the AMP. My husband is right now at PPAC listening to the Boston Pops. They made an announcement there that, you know, that there has been a shooting and there was an active shooter. So, you know, in about an hour or so, the streets are going to be flooded, and that's going to be a massive undertaking for police to make sure that all the people get out of the area safely. They did also mention, though, that they have 400 police officers in the city right now combing through the area trying to find this gunman and also to make sure that the students and the people who are attending all these events are safe. We want to go back out to John Perrick, who has been on the air for hours now. John, where are you now and what have you seen?
Patrice, we just came back to Hope Street and Waterman, that corner. That's where our live coverage started just after the 4 o'clock hour. Now, I just want to point out the scene here behind me. There's not much of a scene. A few police officers, no more ambulances, no fire trucks even. We just saw a fire truck leave. To the right of this street here, or of this sidewalk, that's the engineering building in question. That's where it's believed the shooting all started. Now, what we've seen, though, here down these streets, again, this is a residential area. We're not in the center of Brown's campus. What we've seen are crews wearing tactical gear, holding ARs, walking, maybe about a dozen each in each group, walking down these streets, looking for something, looking for evidence, a person, whatever it may be. I saw them just 10 minutes ago. They came over here to this house right here where the tape is. They were looking in these bushes. And when I say looking, they weren't just going bush to bush. They were putting their hands into the dirt too, trying to find something that can lead them closer to an answer as to who exactly is behind all of this. Again, we're here at Hope and Waterman Street. It's not as active as it was when we first came on the air, of course, but still a sense of urgency in the air, guys.
All right, John, thanks. Once again, stay safe out there. Yeah, I mean, John is obviously in the heart of where this happened, seeing the officers in the tactical gear as they search and comb through just all the little tiny crevices of the east side to hopefully find this person. Meanwhile, downtown Providence, we've still got some events going on, as you were just talking about, Patrice. NBC 10's Mike Cerullo joins us live from outside the AMP to give us a look of what it looks like out there.
Yeah, well, we're expecting this concert at the AMP to end in the next maybe half hour, 45 minutes or so. Right now, I want to give you a look. Police seem to be ramping up their presence just a little bit as they brace for this influx of people to come out of the AMP. And again, about a half an hour from now. So right now you can see all of the officers that are in front, some of them armed, some of them in tactical gear from multiple different departments. We see Johnston Police, Cranston Police, and it's not just the AMP. It's all around this entire neighborhood. Now inside the AMP, there's the concert going on. People have been in fairly good spirits going in. Some have now learned exactly what has happened at Brown University, and they're kind of digesting that news in addition to trying to enjoy the concert at the moment. But again, police in this area bracing for that influx of people to come out. We can see officers right in front of the AMP, and we can also see them a couple blocks away from in my eye line as well. Officers at points have escorted people to their cars that have left the concert a little bit earlier. You can see a couple people coming out, but not quite that influx at the moment just yet. So other places in Providence, PPAC is also bracing for those people to come out. The Providence Place Mall closed early, we learned, as a result of this, as police went to sweep the mall and search it thoroughly, according to some of the people who were turned away at the mall. That's what security had told them. And some of the hotels in this area, the Marriott that's right nearby, has decided to increase their security protocols, at least for tonight. This is a very happening area in Providence. Obviously, it's downtown. It's about 8 minutes away from where that scene is, right around Brown University. But right now, it's eerie and it's quiet. And the action is happening inside the AMP. But aside from the law enforcement presence and a couple cars driving by, it's definitely a noticeable quiet around here compared to what it normally is in this section of Providence. Definitely a strange feeling in the air as people try and enjoy their nights at the concert. I've spoken to a lot of people who were coming out, some leaving early, having to go back to Connecticut, Massachusetts, wherever they came from to enjoy this Christmas-themed concert. Again, we're right before the holidays, and people are trying to digest this tragedy as they try and enjoy this concert as well.
Mike
Cerullo.
Cerullo.
But we'll be out here tonight as fans get out, but we'll toss it back to you.
A couple of questions for you, Mike. It looks like the traffic is moving pretty freely there. Also, I'm just texting with my husband who just left the Providence Performing Arts Center where the Boston Pops were performing tonight. And Keith Lockhart, the conductor, acknowledged that what was going on all day long. And he talked about prayers for the families and victims and healing for the community. This is from Keith Lockhart. My husband said that there was a lot of extra security downtown. You're seeing that there. Do you know that if there have been a lot of comments made inside the AMP tonight? Announcements about this?
I have heard that, Patrice, I have heard that this was addressed by some of the acts inside the AMP tonight. People are digesting this news at this time, and a lot of people not ready to talk about it just yet. We've seen a lot of people coming out, leaving early, but not quite ready to acknowledge what happened in a way where they would talk on camera with us. But we do know that most people at this point have learned at least the gist of what happened, and maybe they're coming out of the concert, they're seeing the headlines, and they're really diving into it on their phones and their devices. But it was addressed, it seems like. No, we've been out here for a couple hours as people were even going in, and people didn't seem to know about it at that point, but now they do. So we'll send it back to you, Patrice.
Mike Cerullo outside the AMP. We'll check back in with him too. It's interesting to see the mix of what's being shut down, what's not, what's going on in the city. One of the other things we spoke about maybe a few hours ago was the Buffalo Bills are staying in Providence tonight ahead of their big game against the Pats tomorrow. So many things being impacted by this horrific shooting that happened earlier today. NBC 10's Dan Janig once again joins us from the Media Staging Center. Oh, it looks like he has a new location. Dan, I see you're outside and you got some police tape. Where are you right now, and what are you seeing?
So, Emma, I just moved about maybe about 4 or 5 streets from the fire station, and I'm now on Brook and Thayer Street. So if you take a look behind me, you can see just what it looks like from my vantage point right here. This is this is what it looks like anywhere around the area of Brown University. I know John and Mike and Leanna have showed you, but this is what it looks like right now. I do want to get to some breaking news, though, here on NBC 10 News. I just spoke with the mayor's communications director. They are trying to get that video out, and they are they're having a little bit of an issue with it. So, but it's going to happen. It's going to happen in the next few minutes. So, again, this is the video of the suspect walking outside of the building where the shooting took place and walking down Hope Street. No gun seen in the video, no identity, no face. So we're hoping something gives him away so that someone can recognize him, whether somebody at the pizza shop recognizes him. Every so often you'll see some activity. We just had 2 police cars just fly by us down the street right here, and you're thinking, boy, is this it? Do they have the suspect? But right now, no. And it hinges a lot on the video that you're about to see. I'm not trying to be rude here. I'm just trying to look down at my phone to see if the video is coming through right now. But I know our team back at the station is also looking at it. So when that comes out, we want to bring it to you first, because right now that's the only evidence we have in this case. But again, it's a police state around here. You can see police are just shutting this down, and I'm told this is going to be what it's going to be like for much of the night. They're trying to get people out of the crowds, out of the public areas, so that they can do a more extensive search. This, as they go through the video back at the police headquarters, meticulously to see if anything can show from that camera in the building where the shooting took place. That seems to be the big question right here. So meanwhile, again, the victim count went up. We have 2 people that passed away, and then 9 people that are being treated for their injuries at the hospitals. The 9th victim came in after realizing that shrapnel had hit them in their legs. So they were not a shooting victim. So their obviously road to recovery would be a little bit better than that. So we also are going to have another news conference before the end of the night. I anticipate that's going to probably be 11:30 midnight, maybe at this point, but I'm trying to get in touch with the mayor. So that's where we stand, guys. I'm just a couple of blocks away. And as you can see, what a difference, right? There's police cars. Actually, we have 2 of them coming by right now, but they can't get out because of the yellow tape. So, but Joe, can we just switch over here for a little bit? These are the 2 police cars that flew down there, a state police car, 2 state police troopers, and they just flew down the street. And you'll see that every so often, a burst of action. I don't know whether they're following tips or what have you, but now they're moving out with sirens on and heading to a different area. So this is an active area, I'll tell you right now, and certainly not a place you want to be walking around tonight, guys.
All right, Dan Janig joining us once again. We will check back in with him shortly. In the meantime, Governor Dan McKee joins us now. He wants to give us an update on the situation. Governor, can you hear us here in the studio?
I can hear you. Yes.
So, Governor, talk about, as we just saw, we were just talking with Dan. He was showing us some of the police behind him. Talk about this large-scale search that's going underway. What is law enforcement doing at this hour?
It's a comprehensive effort with both local, state and federal law officials. And so the search that's going on right now is just what you expect with an all-in effort.
What is
we're looking to find the individual, that shot the individuals that are hospitalized, and we have 2 deaths. And what does that mean? I'm a parent, you're a parent. It's just devastating what's going on right now in Rhode Island. It's something that we thought would happen.
It is so devastating, and our prayers are with those families. It is just a devastating day, a sad day in Rhode Island. We have so many police officers here, 400 combing through the streets, getting people to safety, looking for this gunman. And we also have ATF, the FBI here, state police, Providence Police. What is the lead agency? Who's taking the lead on this investigation?
Right now, we're working with the Providence, the Mayor Smiley, and things are being coordinated through his staff. And I've had conversations, as I mentioned at the press conference, with FBI Director Patel, along with actually a personal call directly from the President Trump. So it's well coordinated. Everybody knows what their job is. And now we're going to get closer and closer to determining who did this heinous act, and then bring them to justice. But right now, our safety is the top priority. So that's why we have, in place right now on campus, that there is a shut-in, type of an order. And then we're saying everyone that is in the area should stay in place. And we all should be on our guard. And anybody who has any level of information that could be helpful, please share it.
Governor, during the press conference earlier, I believe someone said they have no indication that the suspect is still here. Obviously, there's a very concentrated search in the east side of Providence right now. But how large of a search area is there at this point? Are there patrols roving 95? How expanded has this search become, 6 hours later?
So I had that conversation just a few minutes ago with Colonel Weaver, who's our state police colonel, and I've had calls from bordering governors, including Maura Healey. So there is an absolute connection across all law enforcement in the region. As you just said, we don't know where this individual is, so every effort's being made, and the professionals are out there doing their job. And we have complete confidence in the police department in Providence, or the police, state police, the FBI. I had conversations with the FBI just a few minutes ago, and they are very much coordinating this effort, not only in the vicinity of Brown, but they're also expanding it outside of that territory, and we're getting full cooperation from our bordering states as well.
You have the inside track. You have the ear of all these people. Has anybody given you any indication that we're getting closer to finding the person who did this horrible crime?
Well, I think that as more and more information comes available and we make it public, as the mayor said, transparency is really important. The video that will be going up online, hopefully it has, or a few minutes, will lead us in the next direction. So every piece that we have, we're going to provide. And because our ultimate goal here is to keep people safe and to also make sure that we're doing everything we can to apprehend this individual that pulled the trigger and took lives and had an impact that is just going to be traumatic on so many people, including the families who are left here to have to deal with any loss that they've had.
Rhode Island Governor Dan McKee, thank you for your time. Thank you so much for the update. If you're joining us now, our special broadcast continues here on NBC 10 after a mass shooting at Brown University inside a classroom. 11 people were hit. 2 of them died. 9 more are in the hospital tonight at various states, although several are in critical condition, and the search for the gunman continues tonight. As we were saying earlier, 400 officers combing the area trying to find this person. We're also working to get you a video of the suspect. We're hoping the authorities tell us that it's coming soon. As soon as we get that to you, we promise we will bring that to you on air.
It's just a terrible time, and our hearts go out to all the families. Many have already been notified about the deaths of 2 students at Brown University and several other students wounded. All of them are wounded. We heard from Christina Paxson. She says that all kinds of services are available for students. We've been talking to Leanna Falk, and she is out a reunification center at Brown. 3 busloads of students have been brought there, and all kinds of services are available to them. You're looking at aerial video. Earlier tonight, when we first went on the air, it was like business as usual on the east side of Providence near Brown University because so many people had not heard what had happened. And now we see that it's all police out there, and the streets are pretty much vacant, except for around the event places like the AMP and the Providence Performing Arts Center, which are letting out now after some big concerts. So they have extra police there on duty. We have about 400 police officers that have been called in. They're looking for this individual, and they're also helping people get to their cars and make sure they get to safety.
Yeah, and that gunman fled on foot in a very busy area, a residential area too, on Hope Street towards Waterman Street. And they are asking people tonight, look at your Ring cameras. If you have any footage, they want to hear from you. We've got that number right there on the bottom of your screen. That's 272-3121. That is the tip line. Nothing is too silly. If you think you saw something, give them a call. They are looking for leads in this. They are desperate to find this person tonight. He is armed. He shot 11 people, and he could be nearby in our area.
Okay.
And NBC 10.
We have the video.
Yeah,
I guess Dan Janig has the video.
Oh, we have active video.
Okay.
Yeah, from Dan Janig. His crew at the scene just shot this video. Dan, are you there as well?
Yeah, I'm here, guys. So what I was trying to show you, and we're just going to stick on them, that was a bunch of Brown University students that were walking with police presence, heavy armed police presence. So they're trying to get the students out of the buildings. And I think based on the news conference, they've gotten most of the students that were in the school buildings, and they're walking them to their dorms or their apartments somewhere safe. So that they just walked by us under a pretty strict police guard right here. You know, I should point out that this is a meticulous investigation. Providence Police is one of the best departments in the country. And this is not an easy investigation because of the layout of the East Side. When you have a school that's in the city, whether it's Brown or Boston University or, Rick, it's not like it's an isolated campus and they can move in. So that's why I think this has been frustrating for officers and for them, but they are combing through every inch of this neighborhood. Everyone's been called in from Providence Police along with federal. We just saw some FBI agents right there. So there's about 400 of them, and they are combing through. This is the scene down Thayer Street right here. There's been a lot of activity back and forth with police officers, police cars coming in and out. So that's the question right now as to where is the suspect. As far as the video, guys, I've been told that they're having a little bit of an issue with that video being released. I'm going to look at my cell phone here and see if it's come up at all. But this video that you're about to see, and hopefully they're going to have it to us by the 11 o'clock news when we have so many eyeballs, because this is the only evidence that we have to capture this suspect who quite literally walked away into the dark of the night. So once we see this video, we'll have a better idea. It'll go viral. We're going to show it to you several times. It's somebody dressed all in black, so you may not recognize a jacket. But look for maybe the shoes, or look for, my colleague Brian Crandall made a great point, look for the way they walk, because maybe you recognize them. Maybe you're a pizza shop owner on Thayer and he comes in and gets a pizza on Friday night. Who knows? But that's what police are trying to do. They are working diligently. These officers have been out all day and they'll kind of probably be out all night. This is not an easy case. This suspect obviously may have known what he was doing, but you can guarantee that Providence Police will bring him to justice. So again, we are waiting on that video. I've been calling the mayor's people, because we need this video. We need to see it before 11 o'clock. We need to see it at 11 o'clock, and we need to play it more than once so that we can try to find out anything that will help us get this suspect, get this man, this killer who has come into this quiet, safe sanctuary of ours and disrupted it. And in the process, took 2 lives, and 2 families now, 2 weeks before Christmas, have to deal with it. So I'm trying to get some information. I'm trying to ask some tough questions, but we'll be staying on it as soon as I get that video. I'm going to call the mayor's office right now. So back to you guys.
Yeah, and police are also asking for more video. We're talking about that area at Hope and Waterman, in that very area where they caught, they think, the suspect on camera. So if you live in that area, check your Ring cameras, check your surveillance cameras, and see if you see somebody walking down Waterman Street, on the east side, in the direction down toward the water. So they'd be going east, down toward Wayland Square, that area. So if you have video, if you have Ring camera video, surveillance camera video, check your Ring cameras now, and then call the Providence Police 401-272-3121 and give them any tips. They're getting tips. They're following up on the leads, so maybe you can help find this gunman too. He is still on the loose tonight. We want to go back out to that earlier news conference where one of the police officials was talking.
Sure. What you're going to see is a video from the building where this incident took place, 184 Hope Street. It's of who we believe is the suspect, leaving that area, walking on Hope Street, and taking a right on Waterman towards the water. He's going to be wearing dark clothing. You're not going to be able to see his face. Dark gray or black clothing. And some of the witnesses have also told us that he may have been wearing a camouflage gray mask. That is unconfirmed. But if anybody should recognize this person in any way, seen him earlier, recognize his gait, obviously we want to know about that as soon as
You
possible.
had said, or somebody had said, and I want to make sure we're correct in reporting this, that he may have walked out of the building. And I'm wondering, how did he get access to the building? And is there video from inside the building?
That I don't have the answer if there's video inside that building that depicts him. There is video inside that building. However, I haven't seen him on video inside that building. And he did walk out of the building.
So can
walked
you
away.
explain that to me in all this? So he was in the building, but we don't have video of him in the building.
We haven't recognized him in the video yet. We do see some video from inside the building of a commotion. Clearly students are running. However, we don't have from the video that I've seen so far, we don't have the suspect depicted in the video.
And the deputy police chief saying there, one of the things is you're not going to see the suspect's face in that video. But as Dan mentioned earlier, pay attention to the subtleties, maybe pay attention to the suspect's gait, pay attention to what the suspect's wearing. If anything stands out to you, law enforcement is going to want to hear from you. Again, they have reason to believe that he could still be in the area. And as you were mentioning, check your Ring camera, check anything that, if you were in that area tonight getting dinner, whatever, think back to what you saw. Maybe phone in a tip. Maybe you saw someone taking off and running suspiciously. Police want to hear everything at this point because they are desperate to find this suspect.
Okay, we wanted to go back out live now. This is some video of the AMP, and there's a concert going on there right now. They made an announcement inside and, just made sure people knew that there was still an active shooter. We can see the police up there. They have their guns. They've been walking people to their cars. We're expecting a big crowd to be coming out in the next half hour. It's a very active situation in Providence as we continue to cover this mass shooting at Brown University. 2 people are dead. 9 are being treated at Rhode Island Hospital. 1 was shot in the back. 1 was shot in the shoulder. And we just learned at a news conference that a 9th person was hit with shrapnel. All of the students, all the people who were shot are Brown University students. The 1 person with the shrapnel, we still don't know about that person. Christina Paxson confirmed, though, that all of the other people who were shot are Brown University students. It happened in the Barris and Holly Engineering Building on campus. This was right off Hope Street near Waterman Street. We know that it happened in the first floor in a classroom where students were taking tests, their final tests before they went on vacation. We have video that we are trying to effort to get out there because this is the one piece of video that we have that we think may be identifying that suspect. He exited the building, went onto Hope Street, turned right on Waterman Street, and you can see him in dark clothing. The student said that he was wearing some kind of camo mask. We can't see the face, but maybe there's something else you may recognize about him.
Yeah, so many unanswered questions at this point, motive being chief among them. We haven't even heard anything about that at this point, whether this suspect was a student there, if the suspect knew anyone in the classroom. We're hoping for more answers as the hours and days go by. NBC 10's John Perrick is outside that engineering building now, very close to the scene of where this shooting transpired. John, what are you seeing now?
Yeah, guys, we're close to the scene right now, and I've been mentioning that we've been seeing crews with tactical gears walking around. This one here just walked right by us. It is still a very active scene. What you're seeing right now is this is down Waterman Street, actually. But here, if we just come right back here, I want to show you a side view of this engineering building that we've been talking about all night. And you can see Providence Police, they have a truck set up, a crime scene truck. There's also other law enforcement authorities have their trucks here towards the left right now. And we've mentioned that we've seen throughout the evening law enforcement going through bushes around here, looking through windows, trying to find anything they can that will help lead them to the potential suspect here, guys.
John, is the traffic moving freely along that area now, or are the roads still blocked off?
Hi, Patrice. Well, Right now, Waterman, where we're on right now, they actually just blocked it off again. Police have been opening some roads, closing others. But again, as we've been reporting all night, it's a ghost town out here. Very few people around here right now, outside of law enforcement, of course. It is a police state in Providence.
And John, you are out there right now as officers are roaming around in tactical gear. I know you mentioned just a short while ago they were looking in bushes near you. What's it been like for you to be on the ground, you know, for all of these hours when an active shooter could be very close to you? How's it been for you?
Well, honestly, right now, we're just trying to learn information. That's it. If I'm being honest, I haven't had a second to think about that, Emily. You're looking live right now on what we've been talking about, these armed law enforcement crews patrolling the area, looking for anything, again, that can lead them to a suspect. And now that I think about it, Emily, you know, it's something to think about that, of course, there could be an active shooter around here. But when you see a lot of police crews and law enforcement, I think you feel okay. Emily?
Yeah, we have learned that, 400 police officers are on the scene right now. When you see them walking around, do they look like local officers, or are they ATF, FBI, state police, Rhode Island, Providence police?
Well, that's actually a good point, Patrice, because inside of the engineering school, they won't let us bring our camera over by the entrance, but I was able to walk there and I looked inside. It was almost all FBI. Now, walking through the streets, those officers that we just showed you, they tend to just have police on them. Of course, these officers are wearing tactical gear, so it's hard to tell exactly what department they're from. But right now, when you look at the cruisers, it's cruisers from all over the state. Cumberland, North Providence. I even saw one from Newport. They're from all over the state. Of course, this is a massive response.
And you had been texting with somebody earlier. Have you heard from that person again?
Yeah, you know what, Patrice, I actually just texted her a minute ago to ask her if she's in one of the buildings here, one of the Brown University buildings. She just texted me. I texted her at 10:42 and she responded saying that she is still in a medical building. Of course, she was told to shelter in place. And again, for those that are just joining us live, this student who I've been texting, she told me that they actually took chairs and furniture in the room and pushed it up against the doors to ensure no one can get in. Patrice?
Okay. We're getting that video now. We're going to show you the video that, here it is. This is the person who they believe is the suspect in the shooting at Brown University. There you see him. Do you notice the walk? Do you recognize anything about this person? Wearing dark clothing. They think he was wearing camouflage mask, perhaps. He may be in his 30s. You can see his gait. You can see the way he's walking. You don't see a gun. That's when he came out of Hope Street, took a right on Waterman Street, and is walking toward Wayland Square. Do you know this person? Have you seen this person? Is there anything that you can help police with? They would like you to call them 401-272-3121.
Really tough to make heads or tails of this because you're only seeing the back view of this person from a high angle. But one of the things that does stand out to you upon viewing this initially is how casually this person is walking away after just shooting 11 people, killing 2 of them. I mean, obviously that's part of how they were likely able to slip under the radar at least long enough until law enforcement converged on the scene. But you can see the suspect walking away, again, Hope and Waterman Street, just kind of a somewhat brisk pace, but not in any apparent hurry, in casual winter clothes that probably wouldn't stand out to the average person if they were passing by in the area. But if you were in that area tonight, maybe start thinking, did I see a man casually walking by in winter clothes? Think back, and if you have a business in the area, review your surveillance footage. If you have a house in the area, review your ring footage. Police are desperate for any tips tonight.
Take a look at that gait. There is something unusual about that gait. Look at the way he walks. Look at his feet, the way they slightly turn out.
Yeah,
there's something a little bit unusual about it. This man is the person police believe killed 2 people today at Brown University and shot several others who remain, some in critical condition, at Rhode Island Hospital. It happened at the Barris and Holly Engineering Building on campus a little bit after 4 o'clock, Hope Street near Waterman Street, and that's exactly where he is right now. He is walking down Waterman Street. Do you recognize him? Do you recognize the clothing, the gait, anything about this person? They think he may be in his 30s, but they're really not sure about that.
Yeah, Patrice, you mentioned that. Now I'm looking at it. You can see his ankles kind of roll in when he walks and his feet kind of go out. You can see it, especially once he passes this sign right here. You can see the ankle rolling inward. So maybe that is a slight clue that someone might recognize that person in the video.
So this is brand new video. It's surveillance video that we just got from Providence Police. This is the one clue they have about who this person could possibly be. Now, there is some video from inside the Barris and Holly Engineering Building at Brown University from the first floor where this shooting took place. But so far, all they can identify in that video is the students running. They have not yet identified the suspect. This is the video we have. We hope we'll be getting more, but they want you to look at him. Dark clothing, maybe in his 30s, looks like he might have hat on or dark hair. His gait is interesting, and that might be the one clue that might tip you off that you might know somebody, and the police would like you to call them. The phone number is 401-272-3121, 401-272-3121.
We're also getting new information that there is going to be another press conference happening in about 20 minutes. Right now, they're telling us around 11:15 they will be having another press conference. We will bring it to you live during our 11 o'clock newscast. Hopefully some new information, which would be great since the other one just wrapped up maybe just about an hour ago. So to have some new information on top of this video that was finally just released to us, it will hopefully bring some new leads to police and help them track this suspect down as it does approach, the midnight hour, and we're getting close to the what becomes the second day of this investigation, this manhunt to find this killer who shot 11 people at Brown University, 2 of them dead tonight.
Now, as this man continues to walk down Waterman Street, looks like he's walking toward Wayland Square. A lot of businesses down there. So businesses, check your surveillance cameras. People who live in the area, check your Ring cameras and see if you see something. I'm sure that's one of the reasons that John Perrick saw the video or had video of those officers walking down the street. They're probably walking down and seeing what kind of information they can have, what kind of video they have. But at this point, this is all we have at this point. That's the person they suspect being the mass shooter at Brown University today.
It's really interesting the more and more we loop this video, not to be redundant here, but I think this is incredibly helpful that we're looping this video because you can see there's also like a stutter to his step almost. It is a unique gait. The more we see of it, kind of flinging his legs forward at points and then rolling the ankles rolling in right there. It is a unique gait that will hopefully bring about more leads.
And you are watching continuing coverage of NBC 10 as we continue to cover the mass shooting at Brown University that has left 2 students dead and several others injured. Some are still in critical condition at Rhode Island Hospital tonight. All are students at Brown University.
And this has completely disrupted the night here in Providence. That's putting it lightly. We've seen mall closures. The zoo is closed. The east side is basically shut down, as John Perrick called it, a police state. Police tape everywhere. We've seen aerial views of cruisers all over, armed officers with guns drawn on the streets of Providence. And that continues tonight as they search for the suspect. NBC 10. Oh, yes. Go ahead, Patrice.
It's very disturbing. Here we're looking at the video again, but it's very disturbing too to know that there are still students that are holed up in rooms. John Perrick said he just texted somebody who he had texted when we talked to him about 5 o'clock this afternoon. And he said that person is still holed up in a room. Dan Janig is joining us live now. Dan?
Emily up because I noticed a couple of things when I watched that video, and this is what we really have to hone into. Everybody at home, we can't play this enough. It's on all of our online platforms. But you notice there is a little bit of a difference in his walk. Everyone has their own particular style walk. But I also, I don't know if we can slow it down, but what I was trying to figure out is that when he takes the corner, there's a shadow on the brick wall on the corner, and it doesn't look like his leg. I was trying to figure out if that was a shadow of possibly a weapon. But again, I'm looking at my phone. So you guys can chime in. You know what? He's turning, and then there's like a little shadow on the brick wall there. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I see what you're talking about there.
Yeah. So they don't have a weapon. So I'm assuming that he allegedly may have taken the weapon with him. So I wasn't sure if that, I don't know what weapon, they're not telling us, but if that was something. But he definitely has a different walk. And Patrice, you raised a great point. Anybody who has a home on that street needs to look at your camera now, because he walked and he had a mission and he had to go somewhere, and who knows, he might live in the East Side. So, and it makes you question also, did he know where the cameras were? Was he familiar with that building so that he didn't get caught on camera inside the building? So a lot of questions. And of course, the Providence's finest is delving into all that.
Yeah, and you wonder too, as you look at this, Dan, if his right arm is actually on a gun.
Yeah.
Because he's got his right arm, the other arm is swinging, but the right arm has it right up against him. So either he's got his hand on the gun, or maybe stuffed down in his pants on the right side. Maybe that's causing him to walk a little funny too. But it does look like he's holding the gun.
That's what I was saying, Patrice. So if and I'm sure our producers will, I know we just got the video, and thank you to the mayor's office, but as he takes that turn, there's a shadow. And it's almost as if he takes his right hand and pulls it in a little bit, because his left hand is, if I'm walking down the street, I'm walking with both hands, right? But when he went around that corner, it almost looked like he had something. Joe, can we go a little bit further here? I'm not a police officer, but I'm just saying it almost looked like he had something, and that was the shadow. And then he kind of went like this. So we'll be. I mean, that's going to be played out internationally for hours tonight. So that's obviously what the police are looking into.
All right, Dan Janig, live on the field for us. We are going to bring you a complete wrap of this in just a moment. But one of the things that we were talking about too in that video that we were looking at, if his hand is in his pocket, that indicate, and if the gun is in there, that indicates this was likely not an assault rifle, but something smaller.
Yeah, you really can't tell. I mean, he could be just holding it like this. He could be holding it because it might be on the side of him. We don't really know. We're speculating. But look at that video, because it is really interesting the way he is walking. Maybe he's walking funny because he is holding that, but his feet were kind of turned out a little bit. He had a different kind of walk to him. So maybe some people out there might recognize it. So we're going to be playing this over and over, and we hope that you will call the police if you know anything. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Right now on the night team, 2 people are dead, 9 others hurt after a mass shooting at Brown University.
And right now, the shooter is still on the loose. Police are asking for your help to track down the suspect.
Sadly, today is a day that the city of Providence and the state of Rhode Island prayed would never come.
All of Providence on edge as police continue their hunt for the gunman. They are urging everyone in the area to stay inside. Thanks for joining us for this special edition of the Night Team on NBC 10 News. I'm Emily Bowles.
It is a sad day in Rhode Island, a sad day in Providence, a sad day at Brown University. We have live Team 10 coverage as police have entire sections of the city blocked off after a mass shooting at Brown University involving Brown University students.
Take a look at this. Police have brought in RIPTA buses to help bring those students who have been sheltering in place to safety. Mayor Brett Smiley says the shelter-in-place order on and around Brown's campus is still in effect. Police are encouraging anyone with information to call the tip line you see right there on your screen, 401-272-3121.
And police just released this video of the suspected shooter. It's difficult to get a good look at him as he turns the corner down Waterman Street in this video.
We begin our team coverage now with NBC 10's Dan Janig. He is live at the intersection of Thayer and George Streets with a closer look at that video tonight. Dan?
Listen, that video was released just moments ago, and this is the only evidence that we know of that they have in this case. What I can tell you is that police just released it. Now we want to watch it. This is video, surveillance video of the suspect, or they believe the suspect, dressed in black and exiting the building where he had shot 10 people inside the classroom. 10 people shot. The 11th victim had shrapnel from the shooting and was likely in the classroom. And then he walked out of that building and walked away. Couple of things that we're noticing, and again, we're reporters, they're investigators, but the way they walk, the way the suspects walks, take a look. He has a very kind of unique walk. His feet go out just a tad bit. The other thing we noticed too is when he goes around the side of the brick building, or rather the brick corner, you see a shadow, and the shadow looks like it may be possibly a weapon. And then he kind of takes his right hand and he puts it closer to his vest. We're just analyzing it. Obviously, police are taking a closer look. We know that they have not found the weapon either. And then he disappeared. So it's so desperate now that they find anyone who may have video that would pick up the pieces from where he walked. So you have a Ring camera, any kind of cameras you have in your house, and you're in that neighborhood, look at it right now, because they want to kind of put it, where did he go? Did he walk into a car? Did he walk into a house? We don't know that. There was also video taken inside the building where he opened fire, and I asked police and the mayor about that today. You had said, or somebody had said, and I want to make sure we're correct in reporting this, that he may have walked out of the building, and I'm wondering, how did he get access to the building, and is there video from inside the building?
That I don't have. I don't have the answer if there's video inside that building that depicts him. There is video inside that building. However, I haven't seen him on video inside that building, and he did walk out of the building.
So can you explain that to me in all of us? So he was in the building, but we don't have video of him in the building.
We haven't recognized him in the video yet. We do see some video from inside the building of a commotion. Clearly, students are running. However, we don't have from the video that I've seen so far, we don't have the suspect depicted in a video.
I asked a follow-up question because I didn't understand it, to be quite honest with you. There's video in the building, but we don't. So it must be that they have the camera angle is focused, away. And whether the suspect knew that, whether he was familiar with the building, is all part of this investigation. I'm about a block or 2 blocks away from where the shooting is, and as you can see, it is a pretty heavy police presence. This area is like a police state. It is shut down. And while the search is on, helicopters in the air, we can't forget that 2 students lost their lives today in that classroom, doing what so many of us and so many of our kids have done, taking a final exam to end the semester and head home. Our team coverage continues with my colleague, John Perrick, who's just a couple of blocks from where I am, but closer to the scene. And John, I'm not sure from your vantage point if you could see possibly any surveillance cameras.
Well, Dan, what we have been able to see, though, are not surveillance cameras on the building, but Ring cameras on the houses surrounding the building. Here it is. This is a side view of the engineering building in question. Outside of it, a Providence Police investigation truck, law enforcement, all over the area, FBI inside. Here, let's show you what this area has looked like for the past few hours. Law enforcement in tactical gear with ARs walking block to block in small groups. Police searching every nook and cranny of this East Side neighborhood. Officers looking in bushes and under cars. Police even walking by with breaching equipment. It's used often to break down doors. As for this area, it's not considered the center of Brown's campus by any means. It's a residential area with Brown buildings scattered throughout. There's a few local private schools around here too. Wheeler's a block away from us. A lot of people here on Hope Street and by Waterman Street are Providence residents, not students. Many of them are shaken.
bit disconcerting. There's no question. We've never seen anything like this around here ever before, and hopefully never again. It was about 4:15, and I was up in my house and just looked out and saw a complete lockdown of the street with rescue vehicles from all over the state, and knew something was clearly pretty serious.
And then you see the FBI out here, assault
Well,
rifles.
yeah, we saw tactical teams, Kevlar vests, guns drawn. It was pretty serious, obviously.
Another live look here outside of the engineering building where it's believed this all started. A look at the law enforcement response. Again, inside, I walked by the front door of that building, FBI agents inside. Now, I just actually spoke again with a student who said she is sheltered in place inside one of these Brown University buildings. I texted her to see if she was still there. She said yes. She told me that she's got some furniture up against the door to make sure no one gets in. Let's now send things over to our Aaron Coogan standing by with this continued Team 10 coverage. Aaron?
John, just a couple blocks where you are is the Brook Street Fire Station. It's become kind of the information hub for everything breaking, developing at the city level, at the police level. And we've learned a lot tonight. Of course, the major breaking development, that video coming from the Barris and Hawley Engineering School of that suspect leaving the building again on the Hope Street side of the building. And so significant because that's right now the only evidence that police have and that are working with of this suspect. At this point, police and city officials still say they don't have any identifiable video from inside the building of that suspect, let alone any information as to what the students and victims inside the engineering building were there for, whether it was a final, a club, or class. And for the first time tonight, we heard from Brown University President Christina Paxton, who says she was on a plane to DC when the first shots were fired.
I really appreciate everything that the local law enforcement and everybody is doing to help find this person, make sure that we can be safe as a community. Our focus right now is on supporting the families who have been affected by this, the families of the 2 students who sadly lost their lives today, as well as the 8, now 9 students who are in the hospital. We've been in touch with their families. I will talk to them soon. But, we will come together as a community and we'll get through this.
We are getting another press conference from Providence Mayor Brett Smiley and other authorities. You are looking at it live. They are stepping forward to the podium with new information. We just heard from them about an hour ago. We're going to listen in now to this new information.
Is this an okay location for you all? You want a little bit closer? Okay, very good. Thank you. Does anyone else need additional time to set up?
Yeah, we're good.
Good? Everyone good? Okay. Good evening. Again, Providence Mayor Brett Smiley with another update. Just to let the community know, unless we have really meaningful updates or breaking news through the night, this will be our last update of the evening. We will absolutely share if there are important or impactful updates in the middle of the night, but at this time we're expecting this to be the last update for now. Again, I'm joined by Governor Dan McKee, and the state's partnership and cooperation and assistance through this process has been invaluable, and I want to thank the governor for that. Also joined by members of the Providence City Council who have done an excellent job of keeping their constituents involved and informed through what an extraordinarily stressful night for everybody in the city of Providence and throughout the state of Rhode Island. Special acknowledgement and recognition to the councilman for this neighborhood, whose neighborhood is under shelter in place right now, which is Councilman John Goncalves. Thank you, Councilman. At this time, we have no further update to provide in the status of our investigation in the search for the individual who is still at large. We have shared the image of the individual we believe to be the shooter. We know that there is not a clear shot of the face in what was provided, but we continue to canvass the neighborhood and the campus for additional video footage still photography, and are interviewing witnesses. I mentioned earlier, we are asking for help from the community in terms of tips or relevant information. And I want to thank the FBI who has set up a new website to allow for videos or photos to be uploaded. I'd like to share that with you at this time, and we'll provide it also after the fact. But the website address is fbi.gov/Brown University shooting. Again, that's fbi.gov, Brown University shooting. We know that the telephone line doesn't allow, obviously, for the uploading of video or photographs. This website does allow for that. And our partnership with the FBI, which has been excellent throughout the evening, they quickly stood up this resource to allow us to comb through additional evidence or tips as they may come in. The Providence Police also has a specific tip line now for this incident. That phone number is 401-652-5767. Again, that's 401-652-5767. That's the Providence Police tip line specifically for this incident. Before I turn it over to the governor, I just want to speak to the shelter in place that remains in effect for the Brown campus and the surrounding areas. We will keep the shelter in place in effect until such time as it has been lifted. It has been very helpful both for the safety and security of our neighbors, but more importantly for the investigation that remain in effect. It has allowed police, Providence Police, Brown Police, and all of our partners to canvass the neighborhood, look for evidence, assess if there are additional cameras that may yield video evidence, and to do a visual search to help provide and ensure a sense of safety for our community. Having this shelter in place allows them to do their work in the first phase of the investigation. And so we will notify the community through official Providence channels when the shelter is lifted, but it remains in effect to allow law enforcement to conclude and conduct this chapter of the investigation. I also want to speak directly to the fact that it is Saturday night. Tomorrow is Sunday, a week before Christmas, in a city with a lot of things going on. There are shows. A lot of families will be headed to church in the morning. And we, at this time, are not recommending that those events be canceled. It's a personal choice whether you want to cancel your holiday party, but we do not feel it is necessary. In the hours that have eclipsed since the initial shooting, we've received no additional credible information that there is any specific ongoing threat from this individual. And so we do not believe these events need to be canceled. We do believe you can safely go to church in the morning. In order to provide an additional sense of safety and comfort and confidence, there will be an enhanced and visible law enforcement presence throughout the community tomorrow. We want people to know that there are hardworking men and women in law enforcement there for their protection and safety. And it's been a blur of the last couple of hours, but I would like to reiterate our deep gratitude for how hard law enforcement is working right now. They will be up and out all night tonight and throughout the day tomorrow, and will remain hard at work until the individual responsible is brought to justice. But tomorrow, on Sunday, you will see police officers throughout the city, and we are receiving and relying on and grateful for the assistance from the state police and our neighboring communities, all of whom have offered to help. We know this is a scary time, but we also know that tomorrow there is some business that needs to get done. People want to take their kids to church in the morning, and we want them to feel comfortable doing so. Those are the updates that I have to share. I'd like to invite Governor McKee to share a few words. Then we'll hear from Colonel Perez, Chief of the Providence Police Department, and then we'll take your questions. Governor?
So I said earlier, the unthinkable has happened here in Rhode Island. And our thoughts and prayers go to the people who have been personally impacted in the Brown community. But also we want to make sure that we recognize the state as coming together as a whole around this issue, Mayor, rallying around Providence, Brown University. as a parent, grandparent, we know that we have deep feelings right now in the state, but they're coming together. And I think that that's something that we can certainly rally behind as we enter into the second day. At the hospital, shout out to our nurses and our medical staff that is, taking care of 9 individuals right now. And also to the communities at large that have responded to you there, right? Whether they're coming from my hometown of Cumberland or all around the state of Rhode Island. So we're rallying behind one another. We're going to continue that in day 2. The state pledges all its resources to the city of Providence. We'll continue partnering with our federal officials as well to make sure that justice comes to the individual that pulled the trigger and caused death. And families that are going to have to deal with this for a lifetime. So I'm happy that we're able to respond, but very sad about what we're responding to.
Thank you, Governor. Now we'll get a brief update from Colonel Oscar Perez, Chief of the Providence Police Department.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, as the mayor stated, obviously, first and foremost, my thoughts and prayers to the family for losing their loved ones, especially in these times of the holidays that we'll get together with our family. So beyond that, I'll tell you that when the call came in, immediately our officers responded. Providence Police was here within minutes. At that point, obviously, we communicated with Brown Police and we did what we needed to do. At this point, as the mayor stated, we're going to continue to canvass the area. We have enhanced enforcement in the city. I got to thank our municipalities, our brothers and sisters from other municipalities who actually reached out immediately, asking if I needed anything, as well as the state police. And so we're there with that, as well as the federal agencies, the FBI, ATF, who came and responded immediately and provided extra personnel, extra resources. At this point, it's all hands on deck. And I'll tell you that it was said by the mayor and it was said by the governor. It will be our job to ensure that the individual is responsible is brought to justice. I think that as a father, as a brother, as an uncle, I think that we want to bring justice and sort of a relief to these families, and again, my heart goes out to them. I'll tell you that the mayor mentioned about the shelter in place. It's important to keep that in mind. These are fluid, dangerous situations, and we need to make sure that operationally the police department can do their job. That's canvassing the area, identifying suspects if we need to, continue to stop vehicles if we need to. At this point, we want to make sure that everyone's safe, and then once we realize that that's the case, we'll make sure that that's lifted. Again, I thank the officers of this department that stepped up immediately and quickly. Do I wish that we would have been here prior? Absolutely. But I know for a fact the special response unit was here, our task force was here, narcotics was here, everyone that was working, including the commander who drove here immediately. That goes without saying that this city is well protected and will continue to be well protected, and we will continue to ensure that we do what we need to do to bring those people in justice. And I thank the mayor for the support and everybody else that's here for that. So thank you. Yes. Yes, go ahead, John.
Just so we're clear,
Yes.
this individual goes into this classroom, this building, fires, and then exits. So nothing else on the campus seems very targeted. Is there a student that flunked out of the class? Seems to be some connection, that building, that classroom.
Correct. And that's a great point, John. And I'll tell you that Detective Division is looking into that. Obviously, Major LaPena is actually on the street right now, as well as the captains. And that's something that we need to look at, right? What was this building? Why was this classroom? And as well, work very closely with Brown Police to see what type of resources they have in the building so that we can utilize to find the evidence that we need to follow and identify who this individual was.
So one quick
Yeah.
follow-up. When you look at that video,
Yes.
he's going right down Waterman, comes up Hope Waterman. What does that tell you? He seems fairly calm. He's not running. He's walking at a brisk pace. Your background, what does that tell you about this subject?
I'll tell you this individuals, you see it nationwide. You never think it would happen here in the city of Providence, but that's the dynamic actions that they do. And it's exactly what you saw, and it's something that we have to investigate further to figure out who this individual was. But we'll take that into account. Go ahead, Pat.
Chief, could you reach out to the Spanish-speaking community and give us some type of words so we can direct it to those folks?
Yes, yes, I'll say in Spanish. Muchas gracias, verdaderamente mis condolencias para las personas. Es muy importante dejarles saber a las familias que perdieron sus hijos, sus hijas y también los que les pasó algo esta noche, pero quiero que entiendan que el Departamento de la Policía de Providence va a continuar haciendo lo que necesitan hacer. Estamos acá con las diferentes agencias federales y también con otras municipalidades haciendo lo que necesitamos para identificar este individuo que fue el responsable, y también el alcalde dio diferentes tip lines que la tienes en la website de la Policía de Providence. Te las puedo dar, que el número es el 401-652-5763, y ese es el Departamento de la Policía de Providence. Y también el FBI tiene otro website en el cual, si tú tienes cualquier tipo de evidencia, como cualquier tipo de fotos o cualquiera que tú pienses que puede ser importante, lo puedes mandar al departamento, al website que es la fbi.gov, la raya de atrás, Brown University Shooting. Ahí puedes encontrar, y si necesitas más información, llama al departamento que ahí te la vamos a dar. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you for that. Just pretty much, just go ahead.
Is there a helicopter being used for the search?
At this point, no, but I'll tell you that we have the resources that we need and equipment that we need based on the technology that we recently purchased with the assistance of the mayor to make sure that the department can provide those resources. Go ahead.
Send out a map of the perimeter for the shelter in place. Why, how did that location come to be, and what information do you have to have that perimeter for the shelter?
So this is fluid, right? And that's where it happened. That's where it's maintained. That's where the department is concentrated. That's where we want to make sure we have operational control of that area. It's fluid, it's dangerous. We want to make sure that that's the area that we're concentrating at this point because that's where it occurred.
Is there also a reason to protect that area?
Well, in the sense of that's where it occurred. We're still fresh. Again, I just told you earlier that we're canvassing the area. We want to make sure that we're not going to read door. We want to make sure that we identify anything, any evidence that we may need to collect. It takes time. It's ballistics that we may need to seize. It's all part of the evidence. And we want to make sure that we have the time, resources, and the space that is untouched so that we can seize the evidence that we need.
Is there no video from inside the classroom that would help people get a better look at?
So that's the video that the mayor released earlier that we have, and we're looking at all the footage. And once we have more that is helpful, we're going to release it.
But I'm saying inside the classroom, inside the building, you know, because the video is him walking away, and there's nothing that shows his face.
So, yeah, sorry, sir.
At this time, we've found no useful video from inside the building.
Mayor, as we enter hour 7 now, do we have any clearer picture as to what was going on in that classroom?
No. As was reported earlier, there were 2 final exams taking place in the building. Precisely what was happening inside that classroom, I don't have any further updates. I don't know if the provost does either. We heard from him earlier. This is Provost Frank Doyle.
Thank you, Mayor. This time of year, we have finals going on. I mentioned that earlier today. But in a building like that on a weekend, there are a lot of things going on. Study sessions, student groups meeting, there are research labs in that building. So we don't have detailed knowledge of exactly what was happening, but we're working with law enforcement. They're the ones who have to drive that investigation.
Provost, are campus happenings being canceled for tomorrow?
At this time, we will not be having final exams tomorrow.
Provost, what do you say to parents from around the country that are watching this tonight that are scared for their children they send to your school to be safe? What do you say to parents tonight in the wake of this tragedy?
Yeah, this is, as the mayor and the governor pointed out, an unthinkable act, incomprehensible, right? None of us could prepare our kids for this, the parents. We've been in touch with the parents. The president's not here right now because she was at the hospital tending to the students, and she's now at the Nelson shelter-in-place location. We've communicated and put the word out to the parents. The perimeter that was spoken about earlier is part of a safe approach to managing the campus and getting students back in their dorm rooms. We'll continue to support them. That's our top priority.
I have a question for either the colonel or the representative from the FBI. Either one.
Go ahead, John.
Colonel, Brown is, international students. Have airports been alerted? Is it possible right now someone is at an airport and they maybe notice someone suspicious? It could be a Brown student that committed this and is flying back to wherever they're from.
So we're working very closely with different agencies, as I mentioned, as well as the state police and every other, whether it's the airport, RIPTA, or any other Amtrak, anyone else that we think that they know already. And also we're following up, detectives following up with information if needed. We're checking everything that we can. That's part of our job and our mission, and we'll continue to do it. As you know, the city was, the crime rate was down, obviously, as you know, and I really got full faith on my detectives and our detectives and Providence Police. So we'll continue to do what we need to do to inform everyone and request the assistance from others if we need to. So.
And it's safe to say the gunman is not a student because he's in his 30s. Is that a fair statement?
So I'll tell you that we have someone of interest in that video, but that's all we have at this point. So I can't elaborate on anything else. So.
I think it was possibly.
Yeah, we don't know whether the individual's a student or not.
In that video, it's hard to see the shooter's right hand. Do you believe he's holding something?
You've seen the video just like we have. And so the video unfortunately does not disclose as many identifiable or detailed features as we would like, which is why the investigation is ongoing, looking for additional footage, pictures, video that might help enhance our investigation. It's just impossible to say. So as I mentioned, Pat, last question.
Last question. A few quick notes from the gentleman from the FBI. Is the head of the FBI, Mr. Patel, aware of this, and what resources do you plan on bringing? Go ahead.
No, absolutely. Ted Dock, Special Agent in charge of FBI Boston, which covers Rhode Island. Yes, we've brought every resource to bear here. We have tactical individuals here. We have investigative. We have intel that also has integrated with the locals here as well. We have also a reconstruction team flying in from DC to also be a part of that scene to help to figure out maybe what happened there. We have the evidence response team here as well. And so we have the full breadth of the FBI integrated into this team to try to find out what has happened and absolutely bring this individual to justice.
Do you have confidence that you'll catch this guy, or do you have a message to him tonight that he's watching?
I mean, I want to make things clear, when this community as a whole, my heart goes out to them. This is a community in which we're a part of. We have agents and staff and analysts that live in this community. And so we have individuals, kids that go to this school here as well. And so when someone messes with this community, I think the mayor and the governor, they stated it very well that we stick together. And so that message will be that for anyone who has committed this heinous act, we will turn over every stone to make sure that we bring this individual to justice.
And as the governor mentioned at our previous briefing, the governor was called personally by the director of the FBI, offering his full assistance, and we're grateful for that. As I mentioned, we plan on this being our last update of the evening. If there is a meaningful update, we will notify you all, and we're not afraid to update you in the middle of the night, but we will ensure that it's a meaningful update. Otherwise, we will plan on reconvening tomorrow and provide updates throughout the day. Thank you very much.
Well, there you have it. 7.5 hours after a mass shooting at Brown University that left 2 people dead, 2 students dead, and several injured at Rhode Island Hospital. The search for that gunman continues at this hour. He has not been caught. Video was just released of a person walking down Waterman Street, and police believe that is the suspect. He has an interesting gait, and we've been looking at that. We'll have it on all of our platforms for you to look at to see if you recognize that person. We heard Mayor Brett Smiley say that a lot of events are going on in the city tomorrow. The shelter in place continues around Brown University, but he says the events and church should not be canceled for tomorrow, but extra police will be on duty in case you plan to head out, just to make sure you're safe.
And all evening, we've been telling you that police are looking for your video. One quick note, they have gov/Brown University shooting. If you have anything you want to share with law enforcement, send that over to them straight away. NBC 10's Dan Janig is on the scene once again, and he's got more information for us at this hour. Dan.
Yeah, Emily and Patrice, before we roll the video of the suspect, I just want to kind of make this a little bit personal. You kind of realize what my photographer, Joe Doris, and I just saw. We saw a stretcher go down the street, and they wheeled down a student who was bawling, crying, and she was also being protected by, see this officer right here, Joe, can we just show this officer? This is what we're talking about when you walk around Providence right now. You have officers with guns drawn, and there's one of them right there. And he walked alongside the gurney with that student there. One would assume she must have known somebody who was either shot or maybe lost their lives because she was visibly upset. So it just kind of brings it back to reality, that lives were lost here, you know, and the sanctuary of education here on the Hill was disrupted by a suspect. Now let's get to the video. We have regular video, we have slow down video. So this is the suspect walking down Waterman casually, pretty casually, and he just walks down. So if you live or have a business further down Waterman, you want to be looking at your cameras right now to try to put this together. Where did he go? How in 2025, with all the cameras that we have, how did this suspect walk into the night and disappear? And 7 hours later, we are still not closer to finding it. So this is why you have to look for little intricacies. The way he walks. He wasn't really duck-toed, but his left foot went out a little bit. We also noticed a shadow as he went around that brick corner right there. And he just kind of slowly walks down. There was a good question asked in the news conferences. What does that say about a suspect? Was this somebody who knew what was going on in that classroom? And, you know, I was tough on the Brown University president, and I'm just listening to this news conference from a couple of blocks away. It just is stunning to me that 7.5 hours later, nobody knows what was happening in that classroom. So there was 2 finals in the building, but there were also study groups, because one would think that when they know what was being done in that particular class, that might be another clue to find out why the suspect walked down a hallway with other students and went into that specific classroom and opened fire in that specific classroom. He didn't go to the other ones. He didn't shoot anybody in the hallway. He went into the classroom specifically. So when we asked the university 7.5 hours later, what was being done in that room, and they don't have an answer for us, one would think it's pretty concerning, right? So that was the questions I'm asking. We still don't know it, but this is all part of police work, and they're going to go through it. They're going to figure out what was there. But this obviously looked like it was targeted, that he walked down a hallway and went into one particular classroom. Again, we don't know. That's the police officer's work. And there are several people, police officers with guns drawn around us now. So this is going to be a long night, guys.
All right, Dan Janig on the scene for us this evening. And as we also talked about tonight, now 7 hours after the shooting, there's still not a clear image of the gunman's face.
Yeah, we do know that there is video from inside that engineering building, but so far we've only seen some students, according to the police, and they have not yet identified that suspect from that video. We only have the video from outside. Brian Crandall is here with a closer look at how police are trying to get a closer look at that person's face. Brian?
Oh, Patrice, Emily, as Dan was talking about, a lot of questions how in this day and age with so many cameras that we're so used to as to how there's not a better image at this point. Now, there could be clues in that image, the video that Dan was talking about, how the person walked. But police said there is a camera inside the Brown University engineering building where the shooting happened. They could see a commotion. They could see students running. But again, not the gunman, at least not that they know. And what about any cameras in the area on Providence's busy east side? Again, Dan was talking about people, if they have video camera on their doorbell cameras or anything like that, to let law enforcement know. Well, we asked law enforcement expert Todd McGee about what could be happening with law enforcement behind the scenes.
Oftentimes we see the investigation unfold extremely quickly. And you notice in the first press conference, there was very little information that was released. That's by design. And I support the limited amount of information that's released. Law enforcement wants to get it right once they start publicizing information. But this is where your resources of the federal government will come in.
And again, the FBI is helping out, and it would seem that part of that is trying to collect video. That's what their website is for. If people have images, to send it to them, to upload it there. And at this point, it's critical to have images for the public to see, because police need help determining who this is, where he is, because if you take at face value what they're saying publicly, they don't know. They don't know if it's a student. They don't know if it's someone from the area. They don't know if it's someone who traveled to the area. The only thing police say is they believe he may be in his 30s. The video we do have of that suspect, again, walking from Hope onto Waterman toward the waterfront. So if anybody has video from that area, please let law enforcement know about it as they try to track down this suspect now almost 8 hours after the mass shooting at Brown University. Patrice, Emily?
All right, Brian, thanks. Obviously, as students it's such an emotional toll for them this evening, whether they are still hiding in those classrooms sheltered in place, like John Perrick was mentioning, some of his contacts in there, others seeking shelter in a safe space tonight with heavy police guard.
Yeah, teachers and students and parents traumatized by this. NBC 10's Leanna Falk is joining us from the Reunification Center at Brown University. Leanna?
Yeah, Patrice, Emily, hundreds, and I mean hundreds of Brown University students have continued to arrive here at the Family Reunification Center and Student Safe Haven here on Hope Street. This is the athletic center, and they've been escorted here by RIPTA buses, Providence police vans, and at some points, Providence officers just right on foot. There was a moment here where there were about 5 RIPTA buses that were packed from front to back with students arriving here for Safe Haven. This has been a landing spot for many of them as we have been pulling them from across the campus as the search continues for the gunman who is the result of this. Now, over the past 3 hours, we've watched a steady stream of students arrive at Brown's athletic complex, many visibly shaken. Police escorted students here from multiple locations across campus, including the library, academic buildings, and even a nearby supermarket for one, as officials work to clear areas and clear buildings impacted by today's deadly shooting. Now, this center now serves as both a shelter-in-place and a reunification site, offering students a secure space while investigators continue their search. Some students we talked to still feeling the shock of what's happened.
Register the like importance, like how big a deal it was. Like at first, it just kind of seemed like I felt like at first I just thought it was something like way off campus or something like, and then when I found out it was directly next to me, just like it's still hard to grasp.
This is a really hard time, and this just shows exactly why gun violence is such a problem in the United States, and it's something that needs to be taken care of.
I am super proud of my students that they took good care of themselves and for each other in this terrible, terrible incident.
Can't confirm it's going to be safe until they have. Like I understand why everything has to be this way because they can't ensure our safety until they like have the guy.
Yeah, and now the latest bus, the RIPTA bus, has arrived, dropping off even more students. And I think the big question is, what happens over the next few hours? Because it's yet to be determined, I guess, how long until police officers are going to be able to find the person responsible for this. So we don't know how long until students will really feel safe here. And because of that, they've all been brought here. But over the next few hours, you have to think, are they sleeping here? When will meals be provided? All of that kind of stuff. And so we're going to have to really find out what the next couple of hours are going to look like for the, again, hundreds of students that have arrived here at the athletic complex. And it seems likely that they won't be able to go until it's deemed safe, at least for the surrounding Brown University area. In Providence, Leanna Falk, back to you.
Leanna, we see a lot of students that were walking behind you. Were those just dropped off by another bus?
Yes, and another bus just arrived as well. Paul, let's get off sticks really quickly. Yeah, you can just turn and you can see this is 2 RIPTA buses. You can see them back to back, and they're both filled from front to back with students. Or people who were associated with the Brown University campus. So these are buses that have been arriving every 10, 15 minutes or so over the past 3 hours. It's picked up most recently, but again, these are all students and they are all here essentially looking for safety and security amidst this tragedy.
Leanna Falk live and seen in Providence for us this evening. Leanna, thank you. We also have brand new video just in. This is from inside one of the buildings at Brown University. We don't know which building this is. You can see the students sheltering in place here. It's kind of shot quickly, but there's a lot of students huddled together. And this one, students hiding under desks. It looks like they've barricaded themselves with some chairs there. And you can see them just hiding out. Here's another vantage point of students crowded into a room together. Some of these, it's different in each of them. Some of them, they're casually talking. Other ones, you can see they're under the desks, clearly terrified, very understandably so, after this gunman opened fire.
And that gunman is still on the loose tonight, and you can see those students just sitting in there under their desks, standing shoulder to shoulder, wondering what's next. They know this is not a drill. This is the real thing. We don't know how long ago this was taken, but we do know that the shelter in place continues at Brown University. And John Perrick told us earlier that he is still texting with a person who was in a medical building there and continues to shelter in place. There must be a lot of students at Brown University tonight who are in their dorms, in the classrooms, just waiting for police to say it's okay to come out. Frightening, frightening scene.
So frightening. And with 2 students dead, 9 more injured, obviously, this is a huge national story. President Trump says he has also been briefed on the shooting.
Here's his full remarks on the White House lawn.
I've been fully briefed on the Brown University situation, what a terrible thing it is. And all we can do right now is pray for the victims and for those that were very badly hurt, it looks like. And we'll inform you later as to what's happening, but it's a shame. It's a shame. Just pray. Thank you very much.
It is a shame. And tonight, members of Rhode Island's congressional delegation are also offering their condolences and support for the victims in this tragedy. Representative Gabe Amo saying a statement in part, quote, "The loss of 2 lives is an unimaginable tragedy for their families," adding, "The scourge of mass shootings is a horrific stain on our nation. We must seek policies to ensure that these tragedies do not strike yet another community and no more lives are needlessly taken from us."
And Senator Sheldon Whitehouse also reacting to the shooting tonight, saying, quote, "I'm praying for the victims and their families. My heart breaks for the students who were looking forward to a holiday break and instead are dealing with another horrifying mass shooting, this time in our own Providence community." With the search for the suspects still ongoing, Roger Williams Park Zoo closed early tonight. The zoo releasing this statement: "Given the current situation unfolding on the east side at Brown University, out of an abundance of caution, Roger Williams Park Zoo will be closing holiday lights for the remainder of the evening." The zoo's priority is always the well-being and the safety of the staff, the guests, and our animals. Our thoughts are with those who have been impacted by this tragedy.
Yeah, and reaction continues to pour in tonight after this deadly mass shooting at Brown University.
Yes, we had a number of people who were killed, 2 people killed, 9 are still in the hospital, and all of them Brown University students. Sports Team 10's Kevin Moore joins us now with some information from the sports world about this.
Yeah, Patrice, while the Providence and state come together on such a tragic night, sports teams from around the region are beginning to send their thoughts and support to those affected by this senseless act of violence at Brown University. The Patriots, who will take on the Bills tomorrow from Gillette Stadium at 1 p.m., sent this statement out on social media, quote, "The New England Patriots are heartbroken by the horrific events at Brown University. We extend our deepest sympathies to those affected and their families, and we remain grateful to the first responders and law enforcement who acted swiftly to protect the students, faculty, staff, and the community. We stand with Brown University and our neighbors in Rhode Island during this difficult time." If some of you may already know, when the Patriots host a game at Gillette Stadium, the opposing team flies into TF Green and stays in downtown Providence, and that's where the Bills are tonight. Currently, the New York Times and athletic reporter Diana Rossetti reporting just around 5 o'clock, right around 8 p.m., quote, "The Buffalo Bills are staying at a downtown hotel in Providence, less than 2 miles from the active shooter scene near Brown University. She's told all players and staff are safe and accounted for at that time, and Brown has urged an area to shelter in place as the police respond. Obviously, that shelter in place order is still in effect. Tonight's events now even affecting the NFL. Meanwhile, the Red Sox also sharing this on social media. Our Red Sox family is thinking of everyone at Brown University tonight. This act of violence has shaken a cherished part of our New England community. We're with the students, the faculty, their loved ones, and all who are feeling the weight of tonight. And shortly ago, the Boston Bruins, along with the Providence Bruins, released this joint statement, quote, "The Boston and Providence Bruins are extremely saddened to learn of the tragic events that took place this evening at Brown University. We extend our heartfelt sympathies to those affected and keep their families in the Brown University community and the city of Providence in our thoughts." And Rhode Island FC, who plays just minutes away from the shooting right off of East Ave, also released a statement. Now remember, the stadium is in Pawtucket. Hope you have East Ave and then goes to Hope Street, then Thayer Street. So very close ties the sports world has to this horrible, horrible event that happened at Brown, as the sports community tries to do their best to bring this shattered community together. For now, Kevin Moore in the studio. Emily Patrice, I'll toss things back to you.
Okay, you're watching our live coverage of the mass shooting at Brown University. We're going to shift gears here a bit and turn things over to Jason Doris, who is standing by with the weather. And one thing we have to consider is it's very cold out there tonight. And we have 400 police officers who are out on the streets searching for this gunman.
And now we have snow coming too, Jason.
Yeah, that is right. We also have our Storm Team 10 weather alert that will be in effect through tonight and into tomorrow, as we're going to have our first widespread snowfall event of the year, but also in the last 300 days, our longest stretch of weather that we've had here in Rhode Island without any measurable snowfall at TF Green. But we can already see here by looking through our People's Credit Union Skycam network live from the Coast Guard House restaurant in Narragansett. The snow coming down and the lights, not necessarily coating anything just yet. That has to do more with the temperatures at the South Shore, where we're sitting right around 36 degrees. Once you get a little bit further inland and away from the water, that's when the temperatures quickly drop off and we're sitting between about 28 and 30 degrees. So some of this light snow that is coming across parts of interior Rhode Island will start to maybe stick to some of those surfaces a little quicker than what we're seeing at the coastline. But those scattered light snow showers will continue to be the case for just a little bit longer. But take a look at the swath of moisture that is going to be moving into southern New England. As we can see, all this snow will be progressing its way east as we go forward and into the early morning hours. And because of the storm system being a little bit more robust compared to what we were seeing even earlier on today, we had to update our snowfall total, bump up our totals to about 2 to 4 widespread across the region. Just north of us is going to be about a coating to 2 inches. And then maybe the Cape and the islands could be looking at 4 to 6, maybe even 4 to 8 inches of snow out of this event. So what that's going to look like over the next couple of hours here, we can see radar should fill in by about 1 o'clock. And then we're just going to have widespread light snow continuing. Probably not going to be categorized by moderate or heavy. It's going to be more of a duration type thing where as it continues to fall over several hours, it'll start to pile up slowly. Tomorrow morning, we're waking up at 6, 7 o'clock, temperatures in the 20s for almost everyone. So that snow will be sticking as it is coming down, and that will continue to be the case through the first half of the day. The other change in the forecast is the snow is going to linger just a little bit more into the afternoon. So for the Patriots game, we're anticipating that snow still to be coming down at the start, should be wrapping up by halftime. Still, though, tracking some activity over the Cape and the islands before it finally departs. And then as it's pulling away, we're going to get ready for a bitter blast on the backside. Again, we're in the midst of one of our longer stretches of weather without any measurable snow. That should be coming to an end as we go into basically tomorrow. So morning snow, that will give way to some bitter cold. Those temperatures, though, on Monday with the wind chill factor probably feeling like 0 to -5. And then even in the afternoon, not feeling much better than that. We do have a bit of a warm-up, though, as we go through the 10-day forecast. As we can see, Thursday and Friday, going to be flirting with 50 degrees. So that'll be a nice little thaw for those who are not big fans of this cold weather. Guys?
All right, Jason, thanks. Just to recap what's been going on at almost midnight now at this point. Around 4 o'clock, a gunman opened fire inside the Hawley Engineering Building at Brown University. 2 students were killed. 9 more were injured. That gunman fled on foot out Hope Street towards Waterman Street, and that suspect is still on the loose at this hour, only described as a male wearing dark clothing. We have a brief video of him with a somewhat awkward gait, but other than that, we don't see his face, and there's nothing identifiable really about him beyond his clothing that he's wearing and his gait. Police are desperately at this hour trying to find him. We have more than 400 officers throughout Providence at this evening. There is still a shelter in place on the east side of Providence, and throughout Providence, the community really on edge at this hour.
This is such a tragedy, and it hits on a personal level. This is our community, and we have been so blessed up until this point. We have seen these mass shootings throughout the country.
What's over there?
I mean, I did see when it first happened, like, I seen a lot of cops about that.
Could we ask you about it
Right
in a
now?
second? What's over there?
'Cause I did see them with the shields running in the beginning, but I don't know.
You saw people running?
Yeah, when like I seen the cop with the shields sprinting. but-
Josh, can we
No,
interview
no,
him real quick?
No, I don't want to get interviewed.
Oh, you don't?
Suspect walking down the street, maybe somebody will recognize him. People are checking their doorbell cameras. Police are canvassing that area, talking to the neighbors to see if they saw anything, to see if they have some video that they can share. As soon as we find out anything new, we will be on the air for you and let you know about this.
Mention that as well. What is that?
So do you want me to turn around?
Yes. We'll start with the ambulances, and I'll just give an expansive